hear me now? Test, test, test. Testing, testing. Yeah, there we go. That's what we were looking for. I was gonna say we can't be open and honest. They must be free. Work on animals too, then? That's what she's trying to do. She just graduated. That's a bitch work, man. People pay up. Oh, that's the thing. You can make so much money. It's all like cash. I mean, it's shows. Yeah. Last night I was bidding on one of those small commands and heifer finger. Told me the only thing wrong with him was a little bit not this top. It's not. It's like if somebody can keep his top right. That's because I was thinking there's so much stuff you can do nowadays. Not that you want to start with a problem, but no. There's so much stuff you can. Well, even like that blue lamb I bought tomato right that year, the one from Edler, like he'd be loose in the pen. He'd just walk with his head straight in front of him. And I had my vet out there to castrate some donkeys. I was saying he's a horse guy, but he's into he's into chiropractic too. And I was like, hey, you do chiropractic, right? He's like, yeah. I was like, can I get you to look at this one sheep? He's like, oh yeah, he needs resting. I was like, all right. So he did his thing. You could hear it pop, snack, craggle. And then he let him go. And he just started his fine thing. Heads up. It's like, hey, sure. How long did it last? Probably like 3 or 4 weeks. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, but Voodoo up by us, he retired. Right. There's a girl. Well, that's what she was actually. She knows who he was. So there's a girl.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My clock says it's after 8 a.m. So we might as well get this party started for the 2025 IJBBA. I can ask everyone to please stand. Your headgear for the national anthem. The flag is right up here at I'm not sure what direction that is, end of the Coliseum.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. from the 2025 Iowa Beef Expo. Noel Ernst along with Ryan Habiger here on the steer side. Morning, Ryan.
Good morning, Noel. How we doing?
Oh, couldn't be better. It's a nice day in the neighborhood so far.
Absolutely. We're both excited to be back with you here again at the 2025 Iowa Beef Expo. We're about ready to get started with the Simmental steers.
Yes, we're showing on the steer side today, reverse of alphabetical order. Unfortunately, we didn't have any South Devons show up, Cook, looks like.
Shucks. Looks like we got class 1 coming in now. We got 3 steers in front of us.
1, 2, 3. There's a nice looking Bronco face steer.
Say only one with the white face. This class looks like they weigh from 832 pounds to 896 pounds. Is that the names of the steers we have this year on there too?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, Melvin leading off the charge today. First one in the ring, get us started. Once again, we are here, just like last year, over in the Jacobson Exposition Center. Definitely an upgrade from the pavilion in terms of ambiance and environment. Thanks to, we just saw Mr. Core walk by. Thanks to him and the whole Vermeer team for helping sponsor this and getting this junior show over here to the Jacobson Hall. It's pretty awesome.
Absolutely. Quite an upgrade from when you and I were in our show boots.
We can hear ourselves think now. It's not so freezing cold. I don't
Just
know. I guess kind of miss the rattle of the aluminum bleachers.
yeah, there's some nostalgia over there, but definitely an upgrade.
Definitely.
Little bit less dust in the air as well.
Yes. Much better conditions. So on the steer side here, as you watch the 3 Simmental steers take their lap, evaluating the cattle today on our side of the ring is Mr. Mark Hogue. You'll see him probably right there coming to your screen in the cowboy hat. He's brought along with him today Mr. Caleb Bowden as his associate. Looks like they're going to talk quick about this Class 1 of steers. Nice group of cattle, but this one here closest to us, young lady in yellow, that's awful woofy, dude.
That is a stout steer there.
Looks like on the other side of the ring, our buddies Tim Loudon and Chad Holtkamp doing the heifer side, starting on the purebred Charolais over there, looks like.
Yes, the gang is all back together. We get together once a year, it seems
Yeah,
like.
party.
Always a good time. We're definitely excited to be with you guys again here at the Beef Expo. Looking at the sheet here, there are 5 classes of Simmental steers. We're obviously on class 1, just getting rolling here.
Five classes of semi steers. Looks like we're gonna have 48 classes of market cattle today total. So,
All right.
we're gonna have a fun, exciting day here. Work all these breed steers, and then one of our favorite divisions to round out Saturday afternoons with the market heifers.
Things to behalf of Ken, myself, welcome everyone to the steer show this morning at the Iowa Beef Expo. This is those events that when you get a phone call, you're excited, you're nervous, the expectation and anticipation, seeing the quality that we built today and tomorrow. Can't wait to put it together. So we start with a very challenging decision here at the top of the six tall steers. The steer that's probably a little more ready to show today. They're high shaded masses on class B steer, tremendously thick and boxy and stout. So they've got a good head and neck. The question is, what's this steer's antlers going to do up front? Maybe just a shot rigid in his pasture behind, but as his shoulder and knee standing, I think that's a real feasible look. I count a lot of things about it. Baldy in second. I really like this guy's extension. I like where his knee and front foot, that entire shoulder assembly, I really like. When I get him on a profile, he's a little round in his hip, and he's a little up underneath himself in terms of the posture to his hind leg. Great green immature steer. Got a good feedable look to him there in second. Steer in third, not maybe quite as hairy and boxy and stout as what our top pair is, I think his fundamental structure is quality. I think in terms of those big ring pieces and balance and uniqueness, he's the most efficient of the three. Great Class 1 Simmentals. My compliments to the exhibitors.
All right, Class 1 in the books. First place looks like McKenna Sontag with that big stout black calf. There we go.
Yes, that was a powerhouse to get the Beef Expo underway. A lot of beef in that one. Looks like we're going to have another 3-head class here in Class 2, Simmental steers.
You betcha. Hey, guess what? The class winner in this class is a Here I Am.
Oh, you're calling it, huh?
I'm going to go out on a limb and call it.
Risky.
Take grouping here, 904 pounds to 929 pounds. Good morning, everyone. Nice pen of 3 to take the cow show.
Looking ahead to Class 3, looks like you're also going to have a Here I Am class winner there.
Holy buckets.
Hard to believe. I think we talked about that last year, maybe the year before.
Yeah, it's
Probably one lines all that are well emotion. We like the way she arranges and flexes and gives sequence in this particular class. Every year that comes in.
sharp looking calf there. Turns the corner to start with. Pretty slick front for Simmental.
Yes, very attractive, Jeff.
Looks like the crowd's starting to filter in here. I suppose the weather outside is pushing them in. It was kind of empty here this morning. Now we're getting a nice crowd in the seats.
I'm sure by the time we get to those mini herps, the bleachers will be full.
Yes, that brings all the grandmas and grandpas in.
Racing for last, Charlie Everett for place. We ready. Class 2, Charlie Brady numbers.
All right. Appreciate those of you sending us some comments via text in terms of our audio. We're working on it. If it's better or worse, let us know. We are trying to get it turned up and make it where you guys at home can follow along
Good
easily.
trio here as we get into our second class of Simmental steers. And I think each and every one of these cattle has some pieces that a guy can tie into. Ultimately, the calf that we're going to start with just hit us with the most quality, just in terms of his lines, his shape. That one's angles and the way he goes off of either end of his skeleton just hit us the best long term, in our opinion. The steer that comes here in second, I love that one. And he probably holds an advantage just in terms of his center body, the shape to his lower forerib back through his flank. I think that calf too has some shape and just some stoutness there out of his hip. That guy never really wanted to settle in and just go quite good enough there off his rear leg. If he can get more comfortable with a little extra ring time there, I like that calf's just feedability in terms of his center body. Calf here in 3 is a big hipped one that's got some stifle and some punch there. We just got to relax him off of either ends of his skeleton, drop him down in terms of his lower body. Nice class of them here in Class 2. Let's give them a big hand.
Big hand, good class as we talked about. 3 calves, pretty similar. All right, looks like we're back on track here, getting some positive feedback in terms of our audio quality. Class 3 hitting the ring here. Simmental Steers 3 in this class again, as you alluded to, Ryan. All sired by the legendary Here I Am. Getting some cattle up in the 1,000-pound range now.
Looks like our first steer in the ring is named after somebody you see in the news quite a bit these days.
Oh, man.
Mr. P. Diddy.
Yikes. I don't watch the news for such reasons.
I can understand. Looks like we got a pretty stacked class
That's
here.
a good class of cattle there, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Well, once again, just thank everybody for listening online. Appreciate you guys tuning in and watching the steer show. Glad we can provide this opportunity for you that maybe couldn't make it to town today. I know Ryan and I are super thankful for this opportunity again. We have a lot of fun every year just watching the show and enjoying this. And thanks to the crew at the Iowa Beef Expo. Obviously, Mallory does a great job all week long. Jenny and Kim, appreciate all you guys do for the junior beef breeds and appreciate you inviting us back to town here this year.
Absolutely. It's a ton of fun to be here. And I know as you and I were pulling in this morning, we drove by a lot of tents. And I know from years past, there's a lot of people in the tents that are tuned into us as well so they can see where we're at in the show and get their animals prepped and ready to roll.
I don't know about you, but I'd much rather be sitting right here instead of out in a tent.
Yeah, I'd rather be here than crawling around the tent. I'm not
Funny
gonna
how
lie.
times change. When you're
That's right.
20 years old, you think there's nothing else in the world than fitting cattle. And you get to my age and you like to just sit here and watch somebody else do it.
So talking about earlier in the week at the Beef Expo, when I was scrolling through Facebook the other day, Noel, I noticed that they broke a record earlier in the week, if I'm not mistaken,
Oh,
and that was just happened to be in the Simmental breed.
yes.
So that was pretty cool.
Yes.
All-time record high-selling animal
That
at
was
the Beef
pretty
Expo.
awesome. Big red baldy bred heifer.
Did you get her bought?
Well, I was contending. We didn't quite couldn't get over the hump.
Sure like that black steer that just came down in front of us there.
It's a good class of cattle.
Yeah, three steers that definitely have plenty of power and muscle shape as the view we're at right now, but still attractive and profiling as well. So this will be interesting to see how this shakes out.
Probably just some slight differences in terms of stoutness and squareness and build with the structure versus prettiness from the side. All three high quality animals.
All right, they're going to keep them in the order that they came into the ring. Looks like they landed on that just pretty fault-free black steer to lead them off.
That's your brother there, P. Diddy, winning the class.
P.
Looks
Diddy.
like that's Addison Brugman going to win this particular class.
Well, I did see the other day one of his lawsuits against him were dropped. I'm sure there's still maybe a few others pending, but
Mr. Hogue waiting to give some comments here. I'm sure many of you know he just got back into town. He was judging the Fort Worth Market Steer Show last week. So,
wow,
man, I've been very busy
busy guy.
judging some big shows this week, last couple weeks. That's probably a little bit of a change of pace. You judging 1,500 pound fat steers to come
When you get a class of three of prospect steers,
yeah,
yep, a little different.
got to kind of reevaluate and
All right, they're just wrapping up that heifer class. We'll get you some comments from our judges here.
Here on the Simmental steer side, we caught another gear over here in terms of quality, and all three of these steers, I think, have tremendous feedability. They differ just a shade in terms of kind. In my opinion, we got a good built steer in second that needs more horsepower. We got a wicked horsepower steer in third that needs to be a little sounder. If you take those two cattle and blend their positives together, we have the class winner down here. And I tell you, this guy's stout where he needs to be. He's good looking where he needs to be. I sure think within the Simmental division, his foot and ankle is very, very acceptable. in terms of size and substance. Outside of that, beautiful shape, good looking, well balanced, high quality steer to start. Love the angles, the comfort, the depth of body that this steer has from a profile. You get on a 3/4 view and get in behind him. I want just a little more turn to his upper rib cage, just a shot more spread. He's not maybe quite the right hair cycle, same cycle as what our class winner is, so he's a little shorter haired, but I'd still like to amplify that steer when you get in behind him a shade, drop his twist. From the side, that calf's built really, really good. I love the rear view, the upper rib, and the shape down this steer in third's top line. On the stand, it's really close. When this steer gets in motion, he's not wanting to handle his hock and rear ankle is comfortable. If that settles, that steer's got a bright future. My compliments to all three exhibitors.
Well, there you have it. Mr. Hogue said we turned it up a gear. That was definitely a pretty salty class.
You betcha. Class 4 hitting the ring here. Looks like we'll have 4 entries. They will not all be here I am's.
We do have another name correlating rap, though. We got Snoop coming.
Oh, Snoopers? You got Snoop and Droop. Droopy Snoopy. We stepped up our game, looks like, in advertising as well. Looks like there's a lot of
banners.
new banners around the ring. Appreciate all the sponsors. We'll try to give you some shout outs throughout the day, but definitely appreciate everybody that does what they can to make this show a great event this weekend for all the kids showing.
No doubt about it. Without all the great sponsors, a lot of this would not be possible. On the other side of the ring, they're getting ready to select champion Charlet female.
A lot of new faces around the crowd here, and especially some of the people helping out, but a lot of familiar faces too as well. Seen some of our old friends here this morning already.
Yeah, it's kind of like stepping back in time for me now that I'm getting older. I get to see a lot of these people. You know, we talked about it before. I think you and me would just see a lot of these folks. We see them once a year here at the Beef Expo.
Right.
I still consider them all to be good friends and people we've known since we were little.
Class 4 semi-steers hitting the ring. Forehead here again.
Second steer, he's got some nice big white socks on him.
You betcha.
We were talking about Mr. Hogue there a little bit ago. He's obviously no stranger to the show ring and a multiple species judge. I don't know, you're very familiar with him and his family.
Yeah, I was a Black Hawk kid, so Dan the Man was my mentor, and we definitely spent some time with Mark as well. One year when I was a sophomore, I guess, my sophomore year, we on our Houston trip, Dan got the opportunity to judge the market hogs in Houston. So Mark actually took us on our venture that year.
Very cool.
So he kind of coached us well. His dad was doing the sorts down there, and it was a pretty fun trip, let's say that. I know I've never been a horseman, but that's where it was confirmed on my Houston trip that I know nothing about judging horses.
I am with you on that one.
Pretty much
Don't
took
know
me
much
out of the
about showing them either.
Well, I don't either. That pretty much took me out of that contest. I think that's in my career. That might be the only class I ever actually inverted, 100%.
All the way backwards.
All the way backwards. I wondered why all the cowboys I was giving reasons to were looking at me like I was an idiot.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah, huh? I was faking it all right.
All right, we got our 4 steers coming around. What do you think? It's gonna be the second one or the third one win the class? What do we got?
Well, I think.
Let's start making our picks.
All right, we're getting early in the day, but you're starting ready to start wagering. I think we're gonna go for the extra substance and body and just width and stuff. That baldy calf with the white legs. Sure like the look and the pretty design of the one right behind him, but it's kind of like that last class you talk about hip shape and rib shape and dimension. We'll see if we have a type and kind throughout the day or if we're going to go from class to class. See as that goes straight away from you there, that third place calf just needs a little more punch, looks like maybe.
Looks like it. Definitely a little give and take between those two, but I can see what you're saying there, especially when you put them into motion there. The extra mobility of the white sock steer is an advantage.
Yep. Speaking of putting them in motion, we did looks like I've got a really good ring surface here this year. I know last year we had just a few hiccups along the way, so I think we've corrected that. Got a little bit different type of bark and got her setting there pretty
It does
good.
seem
So
a
now
lot
your
better. You and I
footing,
walked
yep,
across there this morning to get over here, and we noticed it wasn't too bad at all.
yeah, footing's good. We're gonna have a good day here. Well, it's not too early in the day to start talking about sheep yet, is it?
Oh, it's never too early to start talking about sheep.
Big,
You know me.
big weekend here. A lot of open houses, a lot of sheep sales this weekend. So,
'Tis the season, you know. I guess talking about me feeling older and stuff. I remember when I was a young buck and I just started getting into the process of buying and reselling club lambs. I went out and bought a sheep at a farm privately right before the Iowa Beef Expo, which is the earliest I'd ever bought a sheep. And when I got down here and was telling people that I had bought a sheep, everyone thought I was crazy. They couldn't believe that I had bought a sheep middle of February. That was kind of unheard of. And now there's a lot of people that maybe are already done buying.
yeah, might be done shopping already.
Times have changed.
You got to get them for somebody else does.
That's right.
And it's getting that way with everything. Obviously, the goats and the hogs, and we start selling cattle sooner and sooner every year. Seems like a lot of years, as soon as they slap a steer at the state fair, you got your next one on the line already.
All right, here we go. Looks like Sox is our winner.
Yeah, we're 1 for 1.
Following in with that other steer that we talked about.
Got an awesome pair here on the top side of the Simmental class here in class 3, and I think it's really close, and both of these steers have trade-offs. Ultimately, it's going to be the genuineness, the feature, and just the ruggedness of the baldy sock steer that's going to start for us. If you study that guy at the surface and the base of his chest, his forearm, his front foot, that one's awfully stout. He opens up tremendous in terms of his forerib shape and the way that he ties there in terms of his underlying balance. I love that guy when you get on him from a dimensional view. Study his stifle, study his upper hip and his shape. I just love the genuineness of that cattle that leads us off. The kind of star-headed steer here in two. If you just catch this guy in motion or when he gets parked, that thing is absolutely striking from the side. He's the fresh one on the top side of his neck. He's incredible in terms of just his lines and his presence there from the side. That one's ultra high quality and will really, really give you an interesting look there from the side. When you get around the cattle in terms of a front 3/4 or a rear 3/4, I was concerned just a little bit. It'll take a little more management there in terms of just making sure that the base of his shoulder and everything blends quite good enough when we go to beef this guy up, give him a little more bulk there through his lower body, down through his stifle. But that's a pair of extremely high quality ones that are very, very good. Young lady there in third has a stout, practical calf that's wide and opened up. Maybe just didn't hit us with the same kind of build or quality there up through the front third of his body, but a really good feeding kind of cattle. And then the white flanked kind of baldy steer here coming out in four. Another one that's tremendous just in terms of his doability and his midrib. I like to just stouten him up there at the ground.
All right, old white legs there. That's Oscar. He's How Great Thou Art, showed by Andrew Matthias. Wins class 4 of the Simmentals. One class left here. Just a single entry. Another white-legged calf.
Another here I am weighing in at 1,124 pounds. That steer is maturing nicely.
He is. We think. We're not sure exactly when he was born.
It's a stout one. He is named Mac, like a Mack truck.
Oh, did you lose your purse, Ryan?
I don't think so. I still got it under the chair here. I'm good.
Okay.
Mr. Hope's just waiting for Bradley to
Quit running his gums.
close the lips up. He's kind of kicking the dirt.
They asked us this morning if we wanted to hear Brad on our feed, and I said absolutely not.
Here on the Simmental steer side, got a real stout power steer from his head back. Got a tremendous feature, bone density, and strength to him. I think a heavier weight steer that, as you look towards those earlier shows in the summer, I think's got that strong build about him. Be interesting when we get him back in the final drive, where his essence of lines and silhouette will set. But I sure think the basic fundamentals here in our class winner are covered very well in terms of muscularity, width, and stoutness.
Well, looks like he concurred with us. Very stout steer.
Very stout.
Maybe wasn't his pick of the litter, but admires the qualities that he has.
Yeah, wonders about his essence. There's going to be some very trendy terms I think we're going to get today. Essence is the
I
first
guess
one
so.
that's caught me.
Yeah, we should start a list. I'm always willing to have a new word or two in my pocket for when I get the microphone.
Expand your vocabulary a little. All right, here they come. All our class winners. Class 1, McKenna Sontag. Class 2 was Taylor Holverson. Class 3 was Addison Bruggeman. Class 4 was Andrew Mathias. And our last class, Class 5 of the day, was Addison Applehans. Getting ready to select our champion Simmental steer at the 2025 Iowa Beef Expo.
Very nice lineup.
Yeah,
Very impressive.
Good way to start here of the day. A good championship drive for this first breed. Not to discredit anything, but I think this is probably a little stronger lineup than the South Devons might have been.
I think you're probably right.
We need to get a South Devon in here, though. We need to talk to our buddy JVM. He's a South Devon breeder. We need to get the South Devon steers fired up for the 2026 Iowa Beef Expo.
There you go. You and your daughter could get that going. Start a trend.
There you go. Might be the best shot at getting a belt buckle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun to talk about the terms and have a little jest about the different words that people use to describe the livestock. And I know over the years of when you and I showed and up until today, the words have changed, the animals have changed in some degree to what the trends are and things. But at the end of the day, there's just still the good old fundamentals of judging livestock, no matter what words you're
Yeah.
use.
You can't buffalo people. I mean, you can try, and some people love whatever, but if you can't describe them accurately, it doesn't matter what words you're using.
But it is nice to try to keep up with those terms. When I judged this summer at a fair, I got accused of some '90s activities, and I hate to be lost back in the '90s. I better keep current.
Hey, the '90s is good era for me, man. That was my heyday.
Yeah, it's true.
Late '90s,
It was a
that's
good
some
time.
good stuff.
It's a good times. So as they're talking about these cattle, to me it looks like from where we're sitting, it's going to boil down to what, class 3 and 4.
I sure think so. I don't know. I like that white leg calf awful good. That class 3 is a dang good calf. He wants to run downhill and maybe just a nickel ever so slightly. Kind of caught him doing that 2 or 3 times, maybe.
Yeah, and the way he handles those back legs is just a little different. And I think Mark did mention that in class about his pasterns and things. Definitely some give and take between those two. But yeah, that white sock steer just
He's kind of got the things.
kind of hard to pick as big of a hole in him. And here
Caleb's going to tell us
find out.
all about it.
Absolutely incredible way to get us started off here this morning at the Iowa Beef Expo with the Simmental division here on the steer side and a set of class winners that represent quality cattle and a group of seconds here. There were a few close calls and all the way down the line. Really, really excited about this lineup. There was a pair of them out here that maybe just excelled just a little bit from a quality and just some extra standpoints. For us, there's one that just has a shot more presence, the right kind of uniqueness we're after. Young lady here out of class 3 will have our champion Simmental. Congratulations to her.
All right, so they did come out of class 3. That definitely has some unique parts. There's no
Put
doubt
me in
about
my place real early in the day, didn't he?
2020. Next one. Calls on that.
Bring that second in, and like we discussed there just a second ago, that was a good lineup over there in our second places, and he definitely fits the mold here on our front line. There was another one, pair of cattle that came out of a really good class. It was close, and we like this calf's just stoutness, his genuineness. Young man here out of class 4 with the body will have reserved. Congratulations to him.
All right,
Well,
so
we flipped a pair. That's all right. We can live with that.
nothing wrong with that.
Good steers. Congratulations to Addison Bergman and Andrew Mathias, champion in reserve. Simmental steers here this morning. Whoop, whoop. Got one's a little frisky.
He knows where the gate is.
He's mad because they put that white halter on him.
Yeah,
Got that damn white lead strap on the black calf. He didn't like it.
part of his head's white.
We've had this discussion for those of you at home listening that have listened for the last 2 or 3 years. I think y'all know my take on the white lead straps.
He's not a fan of those white lead straps. They are distracting. All right, looks like next up's going to be one of Noel's favorite breeds.
All right. They're all my favorite. What are you talking about?
Well, right now it's your favorite.
2 classes of Shorthorns. One in the first class here. Cinco. He's sired by Wakaru Marcus. 700 pounder.
Quite a drastic change from that last class of Simmentals to our 700 pounder.
Yep.
Just a little different stage in life. Mark confirming there's one hit.
Did you ever show a purebred Shorthorn?
Just an appendix. A couple of those.
Got an individual entry here in our Shorthorn steer drive, and I sure think a green, immature, kind of nice balanced steer as a young lady gets him propped up there and posed really, really nicely. Going to be interesting as you take him through his feeding curve where he will be in terms of feature and density of skeleton. But I sure think build and design and structure are setting him very, very well for the young lady. My compliments on a class winner here at the Iowa Beef Expo.
I'm aging myself again. I showed an appendix Shorthorn steer a couple times, and they don't even call
Oh,
it that
yeah.
anymore.
I still get dirty looks for saying that. We're a Shorthorn Plus.
my
Yeah.
goodness.
I remember you had the red one. What, did you have a blue roan one
Well,
time too?
yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't know if you remember the calf. It was a blue roan steer. I showed him down here. He made, if I remember right, he made the top 5 overall. And then after the show, we decided to sell him.
Cut bait. Take your money.
I believe Mr. Mike Martin from Missouri bought that calf from us following the Beef Expo. Yeah, he was champion appendix. I do know that.
Love the breed cattle. I exhibited some breed steers over the years. I don't know if we got any. Well, I think we're gonna miss out. Let's see here. Next breed Shorthorn after that to the Herefords. Yeah, no Solaire steers. Exhibited the champion Solaire steer here one year in the early '90s, as you have already alluded to. But so nothing wrong with good breed calf.
No, but I do know my dad got a little frustrated when I had that red steer that you mentioned there just a little bit ago, as he was
Wasn't the best eater in the world, was he?
Say be considered a Shorthorn Plus today, and that calf did a lot of winning through the summer at some early shows. A lot of people had pegged him as a favorite for the Iowa State Fair, and then the eating and the feed bunk turned into a problem, and it never came to light.
I remember last time I saw him, he was actually eating on a Grandpa Daryl's feed bunk. He
Yep.
lived over there for
Yep.
quite a while
He got
before he
transported from the show barn to the real world
straight to the
feed
feedlot
lot.
environment.
Yep.
Well, I give them all a fair chance, don't we?
Yeah, and that calf was actually raised by the Fabers, if I remember right.
I think you're
And
right.
I remember when Doc Faber saw us showing him at the Ida Grove show, which at that time was a pretty big show, and we did well that day. He had made some comments about wishing he hadn't sold that calf, that he might get beat by one of his own calves. But again, didn't turn out at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, take it when you can get them, right?
That's right. We had fun with him until we didn't.
Nice pair of shorthorn steers here in our second and final class of shorthorns. Got a little difference in terms of type and kind again, but both these young ladies doing a good job getting their calves presented this morning.
Yeah, steers that definitely have some look. They got some body shape into them. Can get out and move pretty well.
Got the really fresh, cool hair coat on that second place calf there with the white tail.
Yes, they do. Looks like they did a pretty nice job on that tail head. What do you think?
I like it. Not a big shark fin. I'm not a shark fin guy, you know that.
Right.
Mow 'em down.
But not too tight. There's also extremism that way.
Well, sure. Yeah, you don't want to Angus them. That's the thing. These Angus, especially in like the commercial world, you go torching bulls and clipping bulls, they just start at the bottom, go all the way to their pole, and it's all gone.
All right, here we go. Our judges being nice and efficient here this morning.
What did we end up doing here? Did we leave them in the same order, or we use the big calf?
I think he left them in order. Go with the lighter calf.
Gonna prioritize muscle shape and
Real good
pin
pair
set.
here in class 2 of our Shorthorns on the steer side, and fun to discuss with Hogue and where we project these cattle and what we see long term here, because while neither of them are perfect, both of them are quality Shorthorn steers and good kind of prospect cattle. Ultimately, kind of the white-sided, white four-rib calf that's going to start us off. Love that one for his breed, and Hogue doesn't like saying that, but where his mature size is, that one's stoutness and just upper pin width down through his stifle, squareness all the way to the surface is very good. His underline lays in him right. Just the way he blends in terms of his shoulder and the top side of his neck, he gives you a good kind of look there from the side. I love that calf, just what he represents from a proportionality and stoutness standpoint long term. Nice kind of steer to lead us off here in this Shorthorn class. And I compliment the young lady here in second, because this one's dressed as nice as a guy could want him. He's incredible in terms of his length of neck and just his look there from the side. He's a heads up, flat back kind of steer that's tremendous in terms of his mid body. He's a bold kind of rib cattle. That one for us just gets a shot frail at the surface. If he can get a bit more comfortable and kind of navigate his rear leg with a little more stability, I think that one's structure is actually really good in terms of angles. Bottom line, I just like to see him pried apart there in terms of his hip and his stifle. If he wants to bulk up and get just a shot more from behind, I think that's a very well managed, highly presented steer, and I commend the young lady.
Well, there you go, Noel. He complimented that fit job.
Yeah, the judges noticed too. Congratulations to that young lady and her crew for putting a whoop whoop on that calf. All right, we're gonna have our class 1 shorthorn steer enter the ring here. We're gonna have these three go head to head, figure out our champion purebred shorthorn. Let's say talked about the look and design and balance of that younger calf, but just his greenness and maturity, I'd say the two more aged advantage cattle might have an advantage. What do you think?
I'd say we're going to have Grand Reserve out of Class 2, and then we're going to be rolling into the non-Shorthorn appendix, but Shorthorn Plus.
Got the crew from Sullivan's Pulse set up right next to us here. Got their table set up. They're recording the results as these classes and champion drives come through. So if you are following along with us on the internet and you want to see a live picture or whatever, if we missed something, you can certainly catch all your results as well on the Pulse throughout the day of both rings.
Absolutely. You could have live auctions TV, of course, front and center, and then off to the side. You
Yeah,
could have another little window for your pulse. And just be rocking and
You
rolling.
can probably have your third window open so you can start bidding on sheep.
Yeah. Auctions on, boys. Speaking of that, one of our sponsors we'd like to thank. I can see the big banner up the corner there for SC or Show Circuit online sales.
Yes, sir. Appreciate what they do. They're going to have a big event here in this building coming up here in a month or so.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We'll be back. All right, the judges have definitely made up their mind. We'll see if they stay with Class 2 and
Waiting on the heifer judges to finish up with that class. They're going to give us their comments here on the Shorthorn.
Here on the Shorthorn steer side, we've got two class winners and a second place representative that basically represents the entire Shorthorn steer population that we judged today. Very, very pleased. I'll be honest with you folks, I was really having trouble trying to interpret and visualize what this new venue would look like in terms of the ring setup, the holding area. I've had the privilege to judge in the Coliseum down the road, and man, that the history in that building, I didn't know what I'd think when I settled in here. This is only our second breed, but it doesn't take very long to figure out that this environment is perfect for showing prospect steers on kind of a gloomy day like it is today. So the ring's awesome. It's easy to see the cattle. The cattle have been good in our first two breeds. Three good stock around here. We're going to keep the pair of heavies together. Young lady wins the heavier class is going to be champion. Young lady that's second is going to be reserve Shorthorn. Let's give all three young ladies that showed Shorthorns today a nice round of applause.
All right, back online here. Sorry about that. We had a little technical difficulties. But
okay.
we're fired up for your appendix Shorthorn steer division here, Ryan.
Now, Shorthorn Plus. Don't get it wrong. Either way, it's a representation of the Shorthorn breed, which has been a staple breed for a long time.
So, just to recap there, we saw the Shorthorns you saw in the background as we went silent there. But our champion Shorthorn steer is exhibited by Olivia Vonishin in reserve, also out of that Class 7, exhibited by Reese Rave, however we pronounce that. Congratulations to both those young ladies. And here we go. Class 1 of our Shorthorn Plus cattle. Lightweights, 3 head in the ring here. So we have a white calf there on the far left, as you can see, and a couple black steers here. Probably going to see some variation in color and color types and patterns here in the next few classes.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity, the Shorthorn Plus, to show how you can take that Shorthorn and mix and match it with some outcross and get even more quality a lot of times. But yeah, with that comes the variation of color pattern, no doubt about it. Our three entries in this class come from, and I'll go ahead and apologize in advance for screwing up people's names today. We got Ella Gady, or Gotti, I believe, Riggs Martin, and Kennedy Long.
Big class of key heifers across the road there.
It
As
is.
you can see in the background before they move the camera.
A lot of long necks,
Long noses, too.
flat shoulders, long noses.
Stubborn calf.
Yes, we do. There we go. A lot of times once you get them around that corner, then they will hopefully go. See some wide open real estate in front of them. Not always, though.
So you can see in the background, we're getting a pretty good crowd out back, too. It's, again, compliments to this venue for having such a nice area here to get the cattle in and out. The makeup area is definitely much improved over our previous pavilion experience. Just again, thanks to everybody that makes this happen and got us over here into this Jacobson Exhibition Center because it really makes for a good event this weekend.
It does. It's more enjoyable for everyone. I know the judges are just able to get a little better look at them, I think, too.
All right, I think we got our placings here. If we can get the cattle lined up, Caleb Bowden is going to give you some official reasonings.
Trio of lightweight plus steers over here on our steer side, and the white calf that's going to go ahead and win this class just does so based on lines and immaturity on the front side of his body. That's one that's got some shape. He's good on the top side of his neck. You know, if we could change him, we'd like to just see his front foot just a little better in terms of the shape. Maybe just drop him down there through his forerib, back through his flank. And I think that's where the black steer here in second holds advantage. That calf's got a real feedable look there in terms of his center body. He's got some shape out of the backside of his shoulder, and he actually probably goes just a bit better in terms of his rear pastern and rear foot. That guy's just maybe a shot dull in terms of his head and his neck. He's a little more pronounced there at the base of his shoulder, but nice kind of lightweight feed and Shorthorn plus for the young man. The young lady steer here in third. That one's got actually a surprisingly good shape there out of the backside of his blade. You know, he's just a bit raw in terms of his condition and his underline, but he's a groovy kind of big back steer in his own right. We just got to loosen him up. But nice way to start off our pluses. Let's give those kids a big hand.
All right, round of applause for Class 1 Shorthorn Steers. First place in that class was exhibited by Eligati. That's an In God We Trust sired calf as we watch Class 2 hit the ring, and here is an aforementioned Blue Roan calf.
There's the roan.
Start off this drive.
Love the roans.
900 pounders here. Got kind of a peachy roan coming next, and another Blue Roan.
Right. Entries in our class are from Alexis Francie, Hallie Wade, and Hazley Riley. Forrest, Busta, and Clyde.
Old Clyde. Clyde's a good name. You can be a dog named Clyde, just like the old song. We have a mule at our house named Clyde.
Clyde makes me think of Clyde the Glide Drexler.
Hey, there you go.
Famous basketball player. Aging myself again. Old nemesis of Michael Jordan that he destroyed like he did a lot of other folks.
Another calf here. Just want to be a little stubborn. Leading the drive. That's a soft-sided, deep-bodied
I
one.
was just going to mention that one leading things off is one soggy middle, sappy one.
He may come out with their own plumbing.
Might have.
That's one.
Not quite as masculine, but a lot of belly, a lot of softness.
A little more maternal looking, you might say.
Calf in second also has plenty of middle 1/3 as well, probably with just a little more power, a little more width.
See him as he turned the corner towards us here. Yeah, this square shape down the top side. You know me though. I'm always a sucker for a Blue Roan.
I know it. It is hard to overlook. It is pretty neat.
Especially this time of year and they're in good hair and
Neat,
fresh clipped.
neat when you clip on those, how the colors can change as you go each layer.
It's neat to see it when you're done. It's not always so fun while you're doing it.
Yeah.
Sometimes like clipping in a blizzard, kind of blinded. Not sure where you're going.
All right, looks like you got them stacked and racked already for us here.
Found the perfection calf.
Class 2 Shorthorn Pluses. I really, really like this calf that starts this class. Young lady does a great job of getting him shown out here. Really strong featured about his head. I like the calf at the foundation in terms of foot shape and bone. Get on top of him. He's got the muscle that you like to see in these kind of cattle. I think a real good place to start. We're going to let muscle sort 2 and 3. I think they're strong built cattle in terms of their body shape. I think the young lady in second, that steer just has more shape right out of his shoulder and maintains that advantage out of his hip down through his stifle. Got a real big bodied, growthy kind of looking steer out here. Start to measure proportionality, foot and bone relative to frame size and muscularity. This steer is probably the farthest behind right now in terms of shape and power, but a good line, good deep bodied steer. You like him from a side. 3 quality Shorthorn Plus steers.
Right, there you have it. Prioritizing the muscle in that particular lineup.
Yes, Class 9 Shorthorn Plus steers in the books. Congratulations to Haley Wade winning that class with her perfection sired calf. Coming in now, Class 10. 4 entries in this particular class. Looks like we're getting up into the higher 9-weight cattle. And here we go again with another different colored calf than we've seen.
And his name is Cash.
Cash money.
Cash only.
Got a nice cherry red calf there in behind him.
Stout.
And another one. Hey, there's a pair of red ones.
There's an extra shapely one there, that third calf.
Woofta.
Moderate and powerful. Exhibitors in our class include Ella Helen, Bristol Fallon, Emma Wason, and Madeline Howell. See, I had one of the jocks grabbing my foot there. Scared me.
Jocks are everywhere. I'd say this maybe is a really nice class, but maybe kind of breaks into 2 pairs.
Looks like it. Not just by color, but also by
Body type.
type and kind, quality.
I know we've talked about it many times over the years, but you and your red curse, maybe that Phoenix Shorthorn steer yours is what started that red curse for your.
Maybe. I don't know. You know me and the red cattle. Over the years, I tried hard on several red ones, and they just never went my way. So now I have just a little bad taste in my mouth. And I don't have anything against red cattle.
Just not your place.
Yep. Yeah. You gotta know your role. They're not for me, I guess. That being said, we've had discussions before about good red Angus cattle.
Right.
We talked about wanting to get our fingers on some of those, but those are pretty popular now.
The good ones are always popular.
It's true. Doesn't matter the breed or color. I think the associate judge said earlier, who doesn't like to talk about
For a
the
breed,
breed?
yeah.
Livestock's livestock, especially in a market show. But it's still fun to break them into the breeds and show them that way.
Here's my favorite part of the day is when these cattle come to the east end of the arena and turn towards us, and we get
we get the every angle
shape,
up close.
yeah, right down their
Got
top
the
line.
aerial view. Yep, that second calf is kind of just really solid, complete meat and potatoes kind, and then the third steer that we said earlier, he is moderate and he is stout. Maybe not quite as long necked, not quite as extended. Don't know which one of those 2 red steers they're going to go with. Any thoughts?
No, I'm not. I've already bet on the Simmental steers.
They flipped them on you, which is that's why we show them. Definitely, a little difference there between those 2. We'll see where the preference lands. We're going to start with the stout, moderate one. can't argue too much. I mean, for a calf that is that stout to still be pretty mobile.
Yeah, mobile and pretty flexible. Till we ask him to go, and then he wants to lock up.
Class there for Cody and I think it takes a little bit long, but boy, we definitely have some cleaning things.
Well, now we're gonna have to wait on those 10 classes, 10 head of key heifers to get done.
Yeah,
That's a cool birthmark on that heifer. Look at that.
that is cool. It's a Valentine's Day hurdle.
You betcha. A day late. Did you do good? Did you get your sweetie a nice Valentine? Or?
Well, I probably didn't do as good as some other guys out there did. We'll just leave it at that. But
I think we've had this discussion before too. You know, if you, at the risk of getting criticized from a lot of people right now, you know, if you buy flowers for your sweetie, then you're just expected to buy flowers every time, right? So if you set the bar real low,
that's right.
then there's, you know, they're happy.
I liked what I heard on the radio the other day. The guy, he was stressing it's a corporate holiday.
Oh yeah.
Don't sucker into it. And so I did. I followed his advice. I didn't sucker in.
There you go. Stand up for something.
For better, for worse. We're waiting our turn over here on this side. Our heifer judges, at least what I've noticed, have been really thorough on their explanations. They'll talk them all the way through, which is fine.
For sure. As we wait though here, just to give you an update, looks like our class winner is exhibitor 105. That's Emma Wason. A calf sired by DEJS, the outsider. And second place here with that other red calf is Bristol Fallen. It looks like he's a 1-0. So nice pair of red cattle here in our third class of Shorthorn Plus steers.
Yep, that second place steer, I've seen him before at one of my neighbor's house.
Oh, nice.
Video and a picture in the bowl for one of my neighbors. And got to look at that steer. He's a really nice, complete calf like we talked about.
We're down here on this east end of the arena next to the door, but it feels like it's cooling down just a little bit. I wonder what the temperature outside's doing.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not getting any warmer. Good Iowa winter is finally here.
Yeah.
But we can't really honestly complain too much about it.
It's been a good run so far, hasn't it?
It has. I don't even have the snowblower hooked up for my driveway, which I shouldn't talk about that.
Yeah, now you'll
when I get home, it's gonna
get buried.
Kicking up the heat over here on our steer side in the Shorthorn Plus division, and I think four cattle that all represent a good kind of cattle, and then we have a class winner that's absolutely functioning out of different gear. This thing is bold, he is stout, and he is impeccable in terms of his build. I'm truly impressed for moderate power cattle. That one's Blade. The way he goes down through his knee and his front foot is awesome. He's still fresh and gives you the right kind of look and presence there on the front side of his body, like that calf a good deal. Nothing to take away from the young lady's kind of cherry red one here that ends up in second, because that thing's got some really interesting pieces. That's a cocky-eared one that's huge in terms of his upper hip and just the shape out of the backside of his blade. I wish that everything just matched when we start working down through his lower skeleton. He's just a shot more refined and upright there on the other ends of his skeleton, but that one's got some real interesting pieces just in terms of shape and look there. I commend the young lady here that's in third. That's a really nice practical kind of steer that's big at the ground in terms of his true foot size. He's awesome in the length to his hip and the way he sits down there in terms of his rear leg compared to the two cattle just directly ahead of him. He's a bit more mature at the base of his shoulder. Didn't think he had near as much in terms of lower stifle and just stoutness. That's a good footed, good feeding kind of cattle there to round up in third. Young lady coming out here in four. That's still a nice one in his own right. He actually is really good in terms of his spread up high. He's got some substance and some feature. I just like to smooth him up and blend him just a little better there in some areas. That was a great class. Let's give all those kids a big hand.
There you have it. They sure like those two at the front there quite a bit.
Yeah, see what our fourth and final class of Shorthorn Plus steers brings to the ring, but I could definitely see those Those guys leaving up pair of steers together in that breed drive coming up here in a second.
Yep, they'll be tough to get around. And here we come with our next class.
Fourth and final class. Steers weighing 1030 to 1130 here, so about a 100-pound break. Got a chromed up red and white speckled calf, kind of a peachy colored red one, black and white, and a black one. So again, all colors of the rainbow.
Yes, variety. Variety is good. And let's see. Our 4 entries in this class come from Trevor Riesberg, Tucker Nelson, Henley Holdgrafer, and Luella Fisher, ranging from a little over 1,000 pounds up to 1,136 pounds. Original name on one of these is Shorthorn Plus.
There you go.
Straightforward.
Well, as we got a second here, just like to again take a chance to thank all our sponsors that make this week and especially this weekend go off so well. Obviously, as you look around the ring here, you know, the Sullivan Supply Crew, everything they do for the junior program here in Iowa, that's just exceptional. What they do, and appreciate all they do for this event. Looks like Sunglow Feeds is again a premium sponsor. The Showtimes magazine, Tice Show Cattle. Appreciate what those guys do, and many, many more we'll continue to talk about here throughout the day. All right, going to take a quick walk here, spin this group of steers. Got the black and white legged one there on the far end. You're going to circle and come into your picture here in a second. Again, this is the fourth and final class of appendix shorthorns, and then we'll bring our class winners back in here to pick our champion.
We'll see if those red steers can pull it off. Not that they don't have some competition. Nice classes all the way through.
Oop. Maybe a little closer decision here in this group. I'd say maybe not a clear-cut easy winner. Some choices to be made.
Yeah, definitely some closer decisions here.
Probably the one you like on the standstill's not as good on the motion, and vice versa.
Yeah, that's how it works sometimes.
Found the red calf.
Smooth looking.
Just the most complete in this particular drive.
In my opinion, judging prospect livestock shows are all about the word if. And so you get into this particular class and you've got to ask yourself if these cattle do a particular thing throughout their feeding curve, the end result can really be different. In my opinion, the question on our class winning steer is if he just maintains enough stoutness and muscularity and feature from behind. I think that's the good built, good bodied, smooth made one that is the most athletic out here. I like that steer to win pretty good. Steer in second, I love his hind leg. That is one big, fat, stout hind leg. Here's the challenge. If this steer's shoulder and knees stay in him, I think long term that's going to be a really interesting steer. Aggressive in his muscle shape, round in his rib design, huge hind leg. Today, just that we are a little concerned what he's going to do up front. I like the red and white steer here in third, and I sure think if this guy stays just attractive enough, he's compact, he's big-bodied, he's thick-ended. That steer, though, looks just a little jammed up out here relative to our top pair. Our final steer that we've got, a big, extended, long-bodied steer, he needs to start to slow down in terms of his linear height growing up and then just develop in terms of body and mass. Good line, good extension. We just need to make sure he doesn't continue to get taller than just open up in terms of body and muscle.
All right, so like he said, the real smooth, complete steer to lead things off pretty easily for him.
Looks like that was Henley Holdgraffer.
Now it's time. The time has come.
The time has come. Here comes our white calf from Class 1. That was Eligati. Gonna come down the ramp. A He's going to grab him and show him where to go. All right, Class 2 winner was Hallie Wade. Got the peach-necked roan there. Class 3 obviously was one of those red steers we talked about. That one's exhibited by Emma Wason. And our Class 4 exhibitor right here in front of us with the big peachy calf is Henley Holgraffer.
It's kind of a neat color.
Yes, he's kind of a. He's not red. He's not peach. He's kind of. I mean, he's kind of orange. Sherbety maybe.
Yeah.
But he's a little dark for that. I don't know. He's just a nice.
I'm gonna go. Yeah.
Copper.
Copper. Cross between a pumpkin and a penny. Something like
Yeah,
that.
he's kind of pumpkin spice looking, huh?
Yeah. Looks like that Emma Wason steer you mentioned is out of DJS, the Outsider. Definitely no stranger to Siren Good Ones, I believe.
Quality Shorthorn cattle. Think he left the world a little early. Cheap and Shorthorn Plus. Giving them the once over here. Whoa. Big red on the edge there. Got a little.
You mentioned you
from
like
little
to
kid.
see when they get close to the table, so you and I can get that kind of bird's eye view. And Mr. Hogue has that advantage just naturally. He's able to get that bird's eye
He
view with
is.
his height.
It's kind of interesting. And Caleb there with him, you don't normally see many guys that match up to Mark in terms of stature and frame size. So
Yeah,
those two are kind of peas in the pod.
they can definitely look each other in the eye. I don't know which one's taller. It's hard to tell with that lid on one of them.
Might weigh him down a little. Compress his spine.
Well, he's been putting a lot of miles on, as you mentioned, judging the big one down in Texas and been sorting a lot of cattle, so he's got the miles on him. Always fun to watch him sort and listen to his comments.
You betcha. So just to look down the road as these gentlemen study the cattle here one more time, as you alluded to earlier, excited for the next breed to hit the ring, the mini Herefords. Have three classes of those steers.
Yes, I expect phones to be out and cameras to be rolling at that time.
A lot of cuteness coming in the ring. Next breed. That's one thing that, I don't know, I have a daughter getting to that show age, and I keep getting lots of advice about getting a mini Hereford or whatever, but I'm not sure I'm going to cross that bridge.
Yeah, I guess there's some friends that you and I have, mutual friends who I know have kind of dipped their toe, or maybe more than their toe, into that realm, and now I think they're dried off on it a little. I guess.
Yeah,
Different.
it's a shelf life. If you're going to do it, I think you probably, in my estimation, show a steer. That way you don't have to keep him around. Like you said, some of our cohorts have bought mini Hereford heifers for their kids to show, and the next thing you know, they got them for a cow, and they have to try to commingle with the rest of the cow herd, and that doesn't always necessarily work out so well. But definitely a breed that has got a place and a purpose, and has been a well received and deservedly so addition to our lineup here in Iowa, and it's helped get a lot of kids involved and interested and keep them into this show cattle world.
Yeah, anytime we can get an exhibitor, a young person on the head of any kind of livestock, it's a good thing. Even a horse, I guess. I don't know. I mean,
Well, there's many ponies. Yeah, you've seen them all over. So I think we've got our decision made here. Looks like we are just waiting on the heifer guys to finish up with their comments. Then we're going to get our selection here in the Shorthorn Plus division. Caleb's going to take the mic this time.
Tremendous plus division over here on our steer side, and I think 4 calves over here on our front line that are a little different in terms of stages of maturity and where they're at size-wise. But as we work towards our heavier classes, I think a really, really high quality set of cattle. Some differences in terms of just structure and stoutness, but ultimately there was one for us that's a little hard to miss there in terms of just a sheer quality. Young lady out of class 3 is going to have our champion Shorthorn Plus. Let's congratulate her. We'll get a second in here, take one more look, and get your reserve.
No surprise there.
Yep.
They found our Class 3 red calf. That one is exhibited by, again, Emma Wason. Champion Shorthorn Plus here at the 2025 Iowa Beef Expo. Bristol Fallen pulling in the lineup, getting her calf set up. Judges taking a look at him. A few little comments back and forth. Eyeing that big pumpkin colored calf, too.
Yep, they're looking. Maybe not quite as clear cut as we thought it might be, but here we go.
Split them up. Congratulations, Reserve Champion Shorthorn Plus steer. Exhibited by Henley Holdgraffer. Sired by the immortal In God We Trust. Congratulations to all those Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. As we mentioned, next class in the ring will be the mini Hereford steers.
Let the fun begin.
Pretty safe to say that our Class 1 mini Herefords will probably be the lightest weight class in cattle we see all weekend.
I would hope so. Unless there's some malnourishment.
I remember there's been a time or two Class 1 of the crossbreds is maybe in question.
Yeah, there might have been a bone or two sticking out. I recall those.
Like you said earlier, though, this winter wasn't too tough, so hopefully we don't have anything too skinny.
Well, our judges are being very efficient today, and I know, in my opinion, that's a good thing. But at the same time, they're not rushing. Every calf's getting a look, and everybody's getting a fair shot.
Yep, everybody, all exhibitors here are getting their fair shake, and here we go with the mini Herefords. First cowboy in the ring is Jace Murphy. Brianna Shillman right behind him, and then Shay Chris. So nice class of little mini Hereford steers to start with.
I'll go ahead and admit I'm not real familiar with the sires on the page here. As I look across, I don't know a lot about my mini Herf genetics.
No, but it looks like there's at least some variety. We don't have apparently not a dominant sire in the mini Hereford breed at the moment, huh? In terms of steers.
Apparently not. A lot of variety. There's out of the whole division, there's 2 of them out of Can Do. That's all that I'm seeing for duplicate.
Well, we'll see if they rise to the top in their particular classes.
Bouncing Tigger. Now that's a unique bull name. I like that.
That's one thing about this breed. I think they're still pretty much into the pedigrees and registration side of the deal. So, I mean, we get some creative names. Speaking of which, first calf in the ring is named Trump.
He's back.
He's back. Boy, there's just an interesting view. As you can see it on your screen there. Like we just talked about the judges and their height and how tall they both are. Standing next to this
Pretty
class.
drastic next to these cattle.
Class 1, they run right between their legs.
Mr. Hogue might think he's back to Louisville judging the sheep show again with the size on these. So if you kept his son out of, I know Trump's a steer, but let's just pretend Trump's a bull. If Trump's a bull and you kept his son, would you name it Tariffs or what would you go with?
You'd have to name it Baron, wouldn't you?
Baron, yeah, that would work too. Maybe Tariffs by Trump, but a lot of options. A lot of options.
Tariffs by Trump. Oh, I love it. Send your comments and complaints to Ryan Habiger at 1-800.
Yeah, stop talking politics. Don't ever talk.
We get enough of that at Thanksgiving. We don't want to hear it. Oh, good stuff, good stuff. All right, we got them sorted here. What do we do? We start with Cowboy up front.
Class 1
Jay
mini
Screen?
Herefords. Young lady's got
Oh,
a
right
real
here.
nice class winner out
Okay.
here. I sure think dressed well, good structured calf. Get on top of him. Steer's got some shape out of his shoulder, and I think balance is pretty solid on the profile. I think 2 and 3 get close. I favor just the build and freshness and look up front of the little guy's steer here in second. This guy's got to be stout enough in terms of his feature and bone work. That's where I think the steer in third's really interesting. Ripped back, real stout ended kind of calf, got some bone to him, just a little coarse and mature at this stage in his development. Like to relax him just a shade on his hind leg. 3 quality calves to start with here in our mini Hereford division.
Congratulations to Shea Crest winning Class 1 in our mini Hereford division. Class 2 comes in. Here we go. This is what it's all about. Look at this young man.
Oh yeah.
He's about to enter your screen here on the right
Look
side.
at that. He's doing a great job.
He is getting after it. Looks like that calf's name, is that Rusty? Looks like it says in his tag.
Oh yeah, Rusty.
There's what we were talking about earlier. That's the reason to have mini Herefords. Oh, 4 pretty young showmen here in this particular drive. And there you wouldn't expect anything more than a little girl and a pretty bow in her hair showing a mini Hereford. Perfect.
Exhibitors in this class. Speaking of, we got Theo Coda, Ellie Henson, Avery Schuler, and Mason Cabela. Pretty neat to see all those youngsters out there.
Talking about comparisons and just other species. We talked a little bit about horses, the mini donkeys. Obviously we've got now the mini Southdown, the baby doll Southdowns in the sheep world. We did have one of those at one time when my daughter was just about 3 years old. We had one of those around. So lots of kid-friendly livestock, no matter what species you're into.
We call those what, gateway animals?
I think so.
Gateway into the showing.
Yep.
Gateway into something good.
There you go.
Something bad.
That's right. Keep them off the video games.
Right.
I don't know. Have you ever seen a mini? I guess there's small goats. Not so much meat animal type goats, but there's like pygmy goats.
Then you got the fainting goats.
Yeah.
I've never got to actually make one faint.
Oh, my neighbor has those, the myotonics. They're kind of fun. I don't know. What about pigs? I'm not a pig guy. That's not my realm. We'll have to rely on somebody else. Was there many pigs?
I
If
mean,
you're listening out there in pig land,
yeah, let us know. I'm curious on
shoot
that.
us up with a text.
I know some slices of bacon are more large than other slices
That's
of
true.
bacon. That's all I know.
Bacon we had for breakfast was good size.
It's not bad. Nice and crunchy.
Whoa, whoa. Got a key heifer acting up on her side of the ring, giving that young man some fits. Oh,
thank you for the ring help. Doing a great
yeah,
job.
look at Avery save the day
Yep.
there.
She knows what to do,
She
obviously.
grabbed hold of Rusty, help Theo there. Going to kind of get him around the corner. Props to our judges. I know we talk about this from time to time, but props to both of them and their attire today. I appreciate especially the footwear they both have on.
Yeah, they got their boots just like me.
Yeah.
I wore my boots today too.
No tennis shoes. That's a sore subject. I know we have that discussion several times throughout the year, but professionalism goes a long way still in my book because I'm, as I've said earlier, a 90s kid. A little different values and generational aspects, but
yes, there was no tennis shoes in the show ring when we were showing
that
that.
drives
for
me
sure.
nuts. I can't stand it. So we're getting them around the hoop here. We're going to get them lined up. And then we're going to start pulling them to the center. So a little bit of debate back and forth. Looks like they probably got a couple in their head. In terms of look and balance, you're going to find the young lady with the bow in her hair. Caleb's got the mic. Here we go.
Good class over here on our steer side, and it's a kind of a challenging trio here on our front side. And these cattle all have some differences. Young lady that's going to lead us off here does so just in terms of balance and comfort angles. When we set the cattle into motion, that cattle's just the most appropriate off of either ends of his skeleton. Young lady steer gives us a nice look there from the side. I appreciate just the added shape and substance and kind of the lighter colored steer here in second. He too is just a bit better in his foot shape than with the one that we lead off with. I just like to see that guy balance through his lower body ever so slightly. Young lady's doing a nice job. Young lady coming out here in three might have one that's just as bold bodied and big ribbed as any of them. He gets just a bit dull and plain there on the front side of his body. And then the young man that's going to round us out there with the red necked calf, that one's tremendous in terms of his foot shape. I like his immaturity. We just got to flesh him up and get him a shot stouter. Tremendous job by those young people. Let's give them a big hand.
Well, absolutely. All four exhibitors did a great job there and
You
kept their
betcha.
heads up all the way through.
Good job, kids. Congratulations to Maze and Cabela, or Kabbalah, I believe that is. Sorry. That's Milo wins that class, class 13, which is class 2 of the mini Herefords here today. Now entering the ring, we have a pair of steers that are our full third and final class in this here division.
Our two exhibitors in front of us here at the table, we've got Jack Murphy leading in first, and followed by McKenna Hovden. Here's steers that are about 650 pounds and 7 1/4.
So not so many mini Herefords.
Not quite.
That dude there, he's in good rig.
He's burly.
He's not missed many meals.
No, he has not.
Look at that one. As you see on the camera now, look at him coming in. Look at this, the spread and shape down his top. When you can clip a flat back and one like that on a mini Hereford, I think you got something.
That's something.
See Katina walking through the ring there. Appreciate her and everybody here that's taking pictures, getting some candids for families and these young kids, so when they get back home, they can hop online and get a memory from the 2025 Hour Beef Expo printed off and hang it on their wall.
Yes, those are awesome that they do that and have those available. Like you said, it makes good memories and something to look back on when you're older as well.
I don't know about you, there's certain times when I'm telling a story from back in the day that I kind of wish I had a picture to
I know
justify it.
I know it. They
have a picture in my mind, but it's not always the same as what it really was.
Right. I agree.
Here in our next class of miniature Herefords, I sure think a good kind of pair of cattle, and we kind of studied them coming in. The dominant steer in terms of feature and body and mass. Little girl's got here really, really strong build. And I like relative to the population we've judged today, I think his foot quality, I think his angles and structure read really good. Got a real pretty one here in second. Love the lines, love the levelness and look. This guy's you take him to the grounds, not as stout as foundation, not as strong there, but I sure think his quality lies when you step off to the profile and get you a big ring, big picture look of him. Quite nice. Good pair here in our mini Herf division.
Good pair there. Class winner, McKenna Hovden.
His name's Goodburger.
Good burger. I bet it'll be tasty someday. Interesting comment there from Mr. Hogue. I know we talked earlier about, he said, doesn't like to say, in relation to a breed or relative to a breed, but how did he word that there? Relative to his, he didn't say contemporaries, but something to that effect.
Probably
It's a little clever.
probably more of a size scale and size thought, perhaps.
I think in terms of what other cattle, yeah, were in this particular breed. It's kind of a clever way of saying what he didn't want to say, I think.
Well, there you go. Choosing his words like a politician, right?
That's right, aren't we all?
All right.
3 class winners hitting the ring here in the second places. Class winners, class 12, Shea Kress. Class 13, Mason Kabbalah. And our class 14 winner, McKenna Hovden.
Even though they're all minis, there's definitely some differences in terms of size amongst the group and
Yeah.
where they're at in life, but definitely a lot of quality all the way through.
And I don't know. I'd have to get enlightened by somebody that's a little more adverse than these than me, but I don't know in terms of age requirements if there's, I think you can show these things for more than one season, maybe. Kind of like buying a horse. You buy him, show him for 3 or 4 years. You don't have to get a new one every year, maybe. I don't know.
Get me more interested now. That's about more value
There you go.
And they don't eat as much feed. I mean, I'm getting interested.
That third one in the lineup, that reminds me of some pictures. Speaking of pictures that I see from my, looking back in photo books from both my grandpas, actually, on both sides of my lineage, that exhibited cattle that were similar to that back in the 40s and 50s.
Just missing the big bale of straw underneath.
Yeah, they don't have 6 foot of straw underneath of them, but clip jobs are a little bit different as well.
Yes.
Didn't just flathead their necks off and stripe down the top.
Different equipment, a little different hair care these days.
Yeah. I don't know the last time I've seen anybody use saddle soap.
It's been a while. I do see there are people though that still like the Orvis soap. I know it's different than saddle soap, but that's kind of one of those things that's been around a long time.
You get into buying, there's always saddle soap at Farm and Home or Tyson's or wherever. Or Orvis, excuse me, yeah. Not everybody uses Full Dimension, I guess.
I guess not. Tom doesn't get to have the whole market, just part of it.
That's right. They probably got good soap at their neighbors here from the Sullivan Supply as well, I bet.
I'm sure they do. Used plenty of their products as well.
And you got some of my other friends from Missouri that like to get their soap products at the local Dollar General store.
The old DG.
You betcha.
Fill the card up.
Shout out to Flip. He just sent me a Snapchat yesterday of his little shopping cart full of Palmolive, so. Whatever gets the job done, right?
Different soaps for different folks.
There you go.
What comes to mind?
Hey, I remember back in the day.
Division over here on our steer side and our mini Hereford division. I think 3 class winners and 3 seconds that all represent the breed very, very well. There was one for us that just overwhelming in terms of stoutness and presentation. Young lady's doing a real good job. Young lady out of class 3 will have our champion. Became just a shot closer between the second there and class 3 and our class 2 steer. Love the lines and just the presence of the steer in class 2. The class 3 steer is one that's awesome in terms of his structure. Just question him there if he's going to stouten up through the seat of his pants. Our next favorite was the young lady there in the blue bow. She'll go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations to her.
All right, so there you go. The stout, powerful steer was too much to handle in this division.
He was a good burger. Congratulations to McKenna Hovden. Reserve there, as he just said, with the young lady with the bow, is Miss Mazen Kabbalah, champion reserve in our mini Hereford division. Congratulations, those kiddos.
Absolutely. Also, a very nice steer there in reserve, just really complete, just not as far along today.
Yep. Got plenty of time in front of him. As I was saying there, for the judges jumped in, we're talking about soap a little bit. Back in the 90s, as we keep referencing, before we had all the fancy soaps we have now, from our supply companies with the additives and whatnot in them, I was kind of a Pantene Pro V guy. I always thought that kind of helped.
I think I know where you got that from, because your dad would come up, when he'd come up trim hooves, would preach to us about how we should be using Pantene Pro V, because
I use the Pantene.
He told us we weren't washing dishes, so why would we use dish soap?
That's right.
Which is a valid point.
All right, next breed. Hey, what have we been doing? We've been sleeping here. Look what's coming in the ring.
It's time for the Main-Anjou.
One of our favorite divisions every year at the Iowa Beef Expo. This one, along with the Keys and obviously the crossbreds, is usually as deep and good in terms of quality as we see.
Yes, guaranteed
Excited for this
to be
one.
some quality in here.
Class 1 here.
As we start the main division over here on the steer side, I really do like our individual entry here in our first class. That guy's really thin in terms of his neck. Get in behind him, and he has got a huge shape down his top. Big stout hip steer. Going to be interesting as you put him through his growth curve. If he stays just correct enough in terms of his ankle and rear foot, I think the rest of that steer's got a great feeding look, high quality, good presence from the side. Solid way to start our Main-Anjou division.
You betcha. Solid way to start this, what's sure to be a good division. Single entry there. Congratulations to Bailey Lillard. That calf says he's barmaid. Never heard of that bull, but there you go. Congratulations to her. Good calf. Has some quality, as Mark talked about. Great way to start that division. Looking forward to it, as I'm sure you are, Ryan.
Yes, and now we're going to move into Class 16. We're going to have 4 entries coming at you. In the 800-pound range here in this class. 829 up to about 900 pounds.
I know we've talked about it several times in the past, but seems like the main division, I know that, maybe they don't win the show at the end of the day, but it seems like a lot of times the very toughest class from top to bottom of the day is sometimes comes right out of the main division.
Yes, they're always in the hunt at the end when we're talking top 5 and making our guesses for who's going to slip in there. The mains are always ones that we talk about.
Absolutely. I remember last year, Miles Tonius was our judge, and there was that class. I think there was like 9 of them in that class actually, and it was. He even made that comment, like the one that was happened to round out that class was
Pretty
good
nice.
enough to win a lot of classes.
Yep, I remember that. That's what's been so fun about the Beef Expo here, especially in recent times, just the depth of quality that we see.
You betcha. Here we go in our next class, Class 16. 4 calves in this drive.
There's my buddy Garrett Cash rolling in. We've got entries from Madeline Schuler, Sydney Teat, Garrett Cash, and Keaton Dodge.
Got 3 of the 4 here so far. Maybe we had a scratch.
You were talking about pictures and memories earlier. Good thing you didn't have your camera last summer at one of the regional showdowns. Me and Mr. Cash here out in the ring were fitting and putting smoke on a goat together. I'm sure you
Oh
would have
boy.
enjoyed taking a picture of that, or at least
Yeah.
we thought we were, I should say.
Well, that's all that matters. It's what happens in your own mind, right?
When I was younger, I never imagined I'd be putting glue and combing and clipping on a goat, but here we are.
Here we are. Which is crazy as that sounds nowadays, these guys are doing it to pigs, huh?
Yeah, they're working the hair and it's crazy what they do with those now.
It's crazy to
Never
think
would
you
have
can
thought of that.
fit an animal you can't put a halter on.
You just need a snare and a pair of earplugs.
I
Be all right.
guess. All right, so we had 3 calves here in this class. Looks like we had 1 drop out. Nice trio of calves.
Yeah, I guess I gave false information there when I gave 4 names. There's only 3.
Well, looks like I think our second exhibitor, number 81, has dropped out of the competition.
Mr. Hook is plugging the liveauctions.tv feed to the crowd.
Absolutely. If you're following along at home or in the crowd, I've had a couple guys that have stopped by here and are sitting in the crowd actually listening. So pass the word along to any of your friends or family. Spread the word, spread the link. As many people as we can help see this steer show this weekend, that'd be great. Appreciate again all that Live Auctions does throughout the week and especially here on this weekend to make this available for those that can't make it to town.
Yes, thank you to Live Auctions. I know I personally, when I'm at home and not able to get to a lot of the shows, love being able to hop on and watch and
Absolutely.
listen.
We even use these guys. Kendra, appreciate all she does throughout the year, and then we have Live Auctions do our South Central Iowa Showdown, and we're getting great response with that as well in the summer. Because, as you well know, summer is just like winter. There's always something going on. And you got hay down, you got to make hay. You can't make it to town to watch a show, but you can watch it in your tractor cab.
Yeah, you can watch it from anywhere. And actually, speaking of your showdown, I remember I'm not necessarily the most savvy with computers and technology, but figured out how to get the YouTube pulled up on my smart TV in the living room, and we were literally sitting and watching the showdown from the living room that night. You guys had an excellent showdown.
Well, appreciate it. It's always fun. And Hey, look who just showed up. Miss Iowa Beef Expo herself, Jenny Studer. Oh, all right, perfect. We like lunch.
That's important stuff. All right, we got our orders in.
Got our orders in. Thank you, Jenny, for taking care of us. We appreciate again all you do for the kids throughout the week here, especially this weekend. I know it's challenging with the weather, but appreciate what you're doing.
Yes, has to be a long week for all those behind the scenes, and we all appreciate what they do.
And here we got our fourth calf showed up to the ring. So we did end up having a complete class. Looks like we're going to pull them into the order here.
Better late than never. You know, we've all been there.
Yeah, I've been there. It's no fun. Sometimes you rather just stay away.
Just another life learning lesson for the
Yeah.
youngsters, and things happen that are out of your control
Hey,
sometimes.
sometimes a heifer steps in the water bucket and you got no control about it. You probably did, but poor planning. Your dad puts the water bucket in the wrong spot. Your leg freezes. I mean, just part of Iowa Beef Expo. But I couldn't speak to that from experience anything, Mr. Jeff Spear, Mr. Tom Thompson. So it looks like we're going to land on the white-legged calf.
Nice looking steer. He's got the big hip,
They
the
got
big
him.
legs.
And he's got him cocked there, so we're pointing right at the camera. You can
Yep.
see the hip structure, hip shape in that dude.
See, he's wide between those dew claws on the camera there. That thing's got some foot size and some pipe as well.
Sure does. Hey, I know we're on the steer side, but as we wait, I just keep peeking across the heifer side. We've evolved over into the Hereford breed. I'm not sure if there's a breed in the last 10 years that has improved here in Iowa, especially as much as that breed. Holy buckets.
Especially through that front one.
Those cattle have gotten good.
Yes. It's neat to see how they've extended those fronts, cleaned them up, got that neck coming out a little more properly, you know, compared to the Herefords of the 90s.
Not the typical
talking
onion
about.
heads they used to be.
Yes. You had to be pretty strong to get those heads up in the past between the way they're built and the nature.
Yeah. Which again, we appreciate the attitude of a Hereford most generally, but yeah, hard to pep them up and really get them looking their best sometimes. Class winning steer here, white-legged calf closest to us. Is that? I think that's 318. Is that correct?
Nice setup over here on our main side and the steer division, and I think our class winner is really, really high quality. I wish he'd just settle in and work with the young lady a little better. And in terms of his foot, his foundation, and the way he's built in terms of his angles are absolutely impeccable. I love that guy in regards to his feature and just his balance. High quality kind of class winner there for the young lady. It gets close here between 2 and 3 because cattle that just represent different things and are maybe just a little different in terms of their kinds. Ultimately, we rolled with a young man steer. It's just blessed with a shot more hair and feature and bone. I think that guy's good in the way he ties into this loin edge out there at the top side of his hip. He's big and he's square. Maybe just a bit raw in terms of his underline. I'd like to just set him back up front. But if that guy just will feed and body up, I think one that's got a nice kind of look, a nice kind of shape there. I commend the young man here in 3 because he does an awfully good job showing and don't give up on this steer because I see better days ahead of him. I think this one could be just an absolutely tremendous kind of fat steer. His body type, his natural lines, and that thing actually shoots his neck high out of the top side of his shoulder. I think a very, very high quality kind of feeding calf with a lot of utility. He's just not blessed with the bone or the substance when we get right in behind the cattle, but I think one that'll be an awfully good feeding one. The gray calf that comes out here in 4 is a sharp neck, long body kind of steer that's got some extension. He's just a bit raw and immature in terms of his flesh today. We just got to give that guy a shot more substance. High quality set of them. Let's congratulate these young people.
Good job, Class 2 exhibitors.
All right, we turn the page. Class 17 is next. We're going to have 4 more Main-Anjou steers.
Main-Angelo's got a nice red steer coming down the ramp here, looks like.
Appropriately named Ginger.
Ginger. That's Taylor Rosenboom. Got Leah Hoffman here with the black calf. Stevie Wilmus coming to the ring, and Ermy Swallow.
Two Here I Ams this time, along with the Driving 80 and a Ginger. Well, again, we sure appreciate everybody that behind the scenes and out front here that helps to make this show happen. And of course, our sponsors that we've been talking about. We can't do it without them. I see some signs along the wall up here. We'll go through. We got the Diamond Bar E Genetics. That's a great sponsor. Safeguard. It's a good product, isn't it?
Yeah, keep the worms out, man.
I'm going to let you tell me about the one on the left.
Vitali, that's embryos services, flushing.
Okay.
So,
Well, thanks to all those sponsors. Great part of the industry. Great products and services.
nice class of steers here. A lot of quality in all those, it looks like.
Yes, looks like it'll be another one of those competitive classes to me where there's some close decisions on this set of 4. Get them into motion here and maybe start to separate themselves a little bit more. We watch them go out here. Definitely some differences as we study the muscle and structure combinations. Not sure where I'm putting my money on this one.
Yeah,
this
this is
a little,
a nice class,
little,
but again,
little
I don't
tight
think
on the
there's a
cuts.
clear forefront class winner. And again, I don't think there's one you can just grab and throw him right to the bottom either. I think that's just
Nope.
some give and take and some close decisions. Interesting to see where these guys will put their priorities, maybe even how long they sit and talk and discuss about it.
Yeah, one of those classes as a judge, you're probably happy to have your associate in these types of situations so you guys can have a little discussion and make sure you're comfortable.
You betcha.
All right. So I kind of wondered about that fourth steer, if he'd be the one or not. He's definitely on the stand still, the complete one of the lineup, no doubt about.
This class might have taken just a little more focus and studying because I don't see the extreme variation in kind and quality in here. I think they're all very, very consistent kind of steers that kind of hit that midpoint of where we're at. And so, you step back, I don't see radical muscle differences. I don't see radical structure differences. To me, you just step back and ask yourself which of these cattle put their pieces and their proportionality together the most effectively. And when I do that, I think the young lady in the sweater vest needs to start this class. I think his advantages over the red steer in second are the shape to his neck. I think in terms of just thinness, he's going to stay together just a little longer. And I like how this steer transitions down his top line. I think really a true hip steer reaches the ground very comfortable on both ends. I think that steer right there represents totals and basic proportionality the most effective. Like I said, the red steer's got the feature, got the strength and power. On the stand, I think it's close. When this guy gets in motion, he fights the halter a little bit. He'll come up on his toe, pull his hock in just a shade, and not be quite as square going right away as what our class winner is. 2 and 3, I like that the cattle in 3 in terms of his extension, his length of front, really an attractive look from a profile. This steer will get just a nickel flat and then just a little rigid and refined at his ankle behind. Want to strengthen him up. Steer that comes next has a shade advantage in terms of bone and feature, but you step back on the profile, study the depth to his neck relative to his body shape. I don't know as that steer is going to stay as true and strong in his forerib, back to his hip and stifle. I like the cattle at the ground in terms of feature. Just want to strengthen him in his forerib. Nice uniform set of 4 Main-Anjou steers.
Well, as you said, Ryan, just uniform, good group there. Congratulations there to Hermie Swallow. Little side note there, the young lady that just won that class is not to take any credit for that, but that's back in my hometown area there. Good family, known for a long time. Actually, one of my good feed customers. So congratulations to them.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yes, good class calves there. Taylor Rosenboom with that red steer ends up being second. Next class hitting the ring here. Here's one of the bigger classes we're going to see throughout the day, or so far yet. We got six of them in this one.
Steers ranging from 940 pounds up to 1,000 pounds in this class. We'll read off our exhibitors here. So in this class, we had Tenley Hinderaker, Evan Huberty, Wyatt Jensen, Jax Pryor, Barrett Manning, and Macy Jacobson. With some of those names, I'm sure we're going to see some quality, and here they come.
I would say so. Getting right after it here, aren't we?
I'd say so. Turning up the quality a few degrees here. This looks like a good, solid class. A lot of power, a lot of look, a lot of bone work.
A lot of here I am's again.
Yes.
Good class of black steers. Looks like just a lot of quality from the top to bottom. Interesting as we spin these around the ring here, as you can kind of see those dudes kind of from the rear shot. There's I'd say 2 or 3 that kind of sort themselves at the top, and you're gonna be interesting to see how these guys break them down, line them up for us.
Yeah, that steer that came in last, he's closest to us. We're looking at him. He is really wide all the way from his hip and carries that width all the way up through his head. I mean, that thing's stout.
And he's got a cocky, cool look to him too. Big old fluffy ears.
Yes, big ears, and they are far apart from each other with that natural width that he has. Steer on the other side of him, closest to us, is very attractive. Good in his build. This will be a fun class to watch.
Showed a mean steer too in your day, didn't you?
Yeah, kind of got into several different breeds, and that last year shown there, I was fortunate enough to have, let's see, I can test my memory. Reserve champion Maine at the Iowa State Fair, and that was right when they started doing top 5, and he was in the top. We made the top 5, and then I won the Exarban with that same steer. Of course, Exarban doesn't have breeds, but
Right.
that was the same steer that we won the Exarban with. So yeah, He was Maine.
Is that the Troy Thomas year?
Nope,
That
that
was
was
a different
different year. Yep. But last year, who was the judge? I thought. Man, you're testing me now. But that was that jazz steer. Remember
I
him?
remember him, yeah. Got some.
Oh no, wait, maybe yeah. I'm sorry, it was Trey Thomas year. You're right.
Because you had the
Yep,
Blaze face and the
yep, yep. The
crossbreds.
Bronco that
Yeah.
was at third in the tough cut. Yep, you're right. Yep, we were sniffing the roses.
1, 2, 3. Calf down right in front of us there. A
That's
little
pretty cool.
white-footed calf.
Easy to remember.
Got a nice look. Oh, panned out there. We can see the whole ring of cattle now. Kind of updated our cameras this year instead of
Yeah, we're getting some
being,
multiple views.
yeah, personally manned. We've got some automated cameras I think can run remote control. So appreciate the crew there at Live Auctions covering the ring for us here, showing off these kids and the cattle and the hard work they're putting in.
It's awesome to have those different views so you guys can get a good look from home. Awfully nice cattle coming around the corner in front of us. Those cameras are almost as good as at Super Bowl to get those good views of watching those Chiefs get beat down.
Yeah, you betcha. We loved it, didn't we?
I did. I didn't even really watch the game, but I was a happy camper.
I don't think a lot of people tuned out in the second half, sounds like.
No, your wife wouldn't like us talking about that, but
Well, she's had a few good years, so one
yeah, I
bad
can't
year
really
ain't
feel
gonna.
sorry for the
Yeah.
Chiefs fans. I really can't.
Hey, the good news is though, I mean, only 3 teams beat the Chiefs this year, and our Broncos were one of them.
Yeah, that's
So
right. Broncos are starting to show some promise, so we're happy about that.
judges getting dialed in here. You can see taking a little extra time scouring over, especially this trio closest to us on the east end of the ring. Just extra
Yes, all
quality.
three of those, just when they hit the ring, you knew this was going to be a good class.
I can smell. I can smell the black paint.
Yep, it's fresh. They use plenty of it. Those cattle are not brown at all. They are black. A lot of high level fitting going on here. Definitely some different ways to talk about these cattle, but this one on the far end is hard to deny the power that he has.
It's a little extra everywhere, isn't he?
Yes, it is.
You can even see here from our monitor. I mean, just from the super bird's eye view way up top, you can just see the spread and the hip shape that dude's got.
Natural base width, but like you mentioned, he's still cool looking. Not to take away from the others, that two steers right in front of him are also extremely high quality. Judges are hashing it out here.
For those of you following along at home here, the one on the far right, Caleb's pulling in now. That's Macy Jacobson. Right in front of her is Barrett Manning. In front of her is Mr. Jax Pryor. One in front of that is Wyatt Jensen. Evan Huberty in front, and then at the far end is Tenley Henriker. Looks like the Jacobson calf finds his way to the top in this trio we kind of talked about, keeping those together.
Yep.
So Mr. Adam Pryor's crew out there showing the third place calf, but probably not going to take.
As we get a little deeper
lot of
here in this
exception.
main division, an absolute incredible set here on the top end. And the first thing that Mark said to me when he looked at me before these calves rode in, he said, hey, we've been rolling on the dirt track here. We're about to get into the NASCAR. And he was dang sure right, because these top three, even down into four, are extremely, extremely high quality. The calf that wins this particular class does so based on sheer just uniqueness and extras. That thing is as crazy crazy and ripped up in terms of his shape up high. He's as stout and big backed and big ended as any of them. And then Hogue made a great point to be that clean in terms of his hock joint, yet stout and bell bottoms there in terms of his rear leg. I love those things about that calf. His neck shoots high out of the top side of his shoulder. He's got a stout and just attractive shape to his skull. If I could just modify him, I would maybe just lay his shoulder onto his forerib just a shot nicer, but that's a lot of extras on a very, very high quality one. Young man coming here in second. 2 and 3 was very, very close for us. Love just the posture of this calf's rear leg from the side. This guy absolutely gets out and gets with it. And when he collects himself, I like the way that his shoulder blends on to the backside of his blade. I think this guy's really good in terms of the utility to his body. He's a loose constructed kind of cattle there from the side. Couple little things just kind of get him. He's a bit more mature on the top side of his neck. That guy doesn't come with near the genuine shape and just freshness in terms of muscularity as the calf that precedes him. And then he wants to get just a little there on the edge, hip hock to ground as you study him down through his hock and rear foot. Love, love, love what this calf represents here in 3. He's an attractive, fresh kind of steer with the right kind of shape. And the thing that I like the most about this kind of cattle is his brighter days are ahead of him. He's going to get better with time. There's nothing majorly glaring messed up with this calf's basic function and his structure. He's got a quality look. In this particular setting today, he's maybe just a little raw and immature back through his flank. He doesn't quite have the feature and the foundation as the 2 that are ahead of him, but I think an extremely, extremely high quality trio cattle in this particular class. Steer here that comes out in 4 is big at the surface. He's stout there in terms of his bone. Compliment the young lady and the extras that she's getting done on this guy. He's maybe just a bit easier there in terms of his top line. He doesn't come with the same kind of stoutness of jaw and just power as the cattle precede him, but good kind of feeding, big featured, safe structured one there. And 4, painted up calf coming out in 5. That one's got some extras. He's a long necked and flat back. He's got some shape up high. That one just gets a bit more vertical. Take him just a shot longer to soften there. I just like to relax him off of either end. Steer that comes out next here, the white flank calf. That one's got some length aside, and he's relatively good there in terms of his angles and his structure. We just got to stouten him up compared to cattle ahead of him. Let's give all those young people a big round of applause. Tremendous class of mains.
All right, so some good analysis there from our associate judge. Nice breakdown.
Yeah.
All the way through. Again,
Got from the
compliment.
dirt track to the NASCAR
Yeah,
race we said
that's
there.
right.
So just to break down there, class winner there, class 18, Macy Jacobson, second place to Barrett Manning. Third place goes to Jax Pryor. Probably, tough class like that, you're a little disappointed, but little fun fact there, the Pryor family that goes third in that class actually raised the calf of Macy's that wins the class. So a little bittersweet. You showed the calf as third, but it's fun to know that you raised the one that wins the class. It's probably going to be pretty tough in the champion lineup here in this particular breed.
Yeah, definitely be a proud moment there. That's a nice one.
Another deep class coming in the ring here. Big Satagi dudes.
Yes,
5 head in
very
this
powerful
class.
again.
Class 19 Main-Anjou steers. 1,006 to 1,058 pounds. 5 young ladies here doing a nice job. We have Emma Norman, Hallie Fitzgerald, Chandler Ludwig, Lily Schillenberg, and McKenna Burmeister.
2 here I ams in this class as we kind of been keeping tabs on that.
Yeah, just a little more different. Here we got a Simplicity, good as it gets, and a Chosen One. Need cattle not lined up as well. We got to get them in line, kids. Come on now. Beth McDermott would not stand for that.
She would not. A lot of power in this class, it appears from. You guys can see on the camera there some big ended show steers in the ring.
Stout square.
The term our associate judge used earlier, I believe, was seat of their pants.
Seat of their pants, sir. Full and fresh in the seat of their pants here in this class. By the way, he talked that last class, he liked that class runner quite a little, I'd say.
Yeah, and I mean, I agreed with what the thoughts were on him. If you're going to change him from where we're sitting, maybe lay that shoulder in just a little better. But when they're that stout and wide, you're going to have a little.
They say you gotta have a engine to pull the caboose, right?
That's right.
So we get him on the circle here, taking a spin. The judge is gonna watch, see what we can cover ground in terms of flexibility and functionality in these big stout steers.
Yes, a class like this, you get them on the move, can help you sort them and make you find those differences.
Say this is one of those classes again where just the variation from first to last is pretty tight.
Yes, you're gonna have some low cuts if you were in the judging contest. Steer that end of the line there, though, was it the Burmeister steer? Definitely a stout and powerful critter. Still
Yes,
smooth made.
looks like when you come around the corner there, looked like the tag said Ferguson on it.
Okay.
So we got them lined up head to tail, and again we panned out so you can kind of see these things from the top down, just in terms of quality. And look at the consistency. Look at these 5 cattle there, Ryan. Really can see how they're uniform and and their type and kindness, the quality. Again, this exemplifies the
Yes.
not a lot of differences in here. It's going to be fun just to watch these guys break them down and hear what they have to say about them.
And yes, very similar all the way through, like you said. Just gonna be those little minor differences at the end of the day, like it
Fine.
always is.
Finite details. The little things make a big difference, right?
That's right. Getting a few text messages here from some of the people I know. Hello to Brad White. He would like us to liven it up a little bit. He said, I mean, I don't
Oh,
know how.
geez
I mean,
Louise.
it's not even noon yet, Brad. We need to.
Pick it up. Well, I got scolded earlier for telling stories, so I was gonna just
All
try to
right, we had some
tone it
feedback.
down.
We had some feedback earlier. Certain people didn't like to hear the stories, but
Hey,
they,
you
you know,
can't you can't please everybody, can you?
it cannot. You know what? They got a mute button and a volume button,
There you
so
go.
there is the possibility
I
for those
mean,
who don't like to listen to us,
you
you
could
could
always,
turn the sound on.
yeah, you could always listen to Brad Hook instead.
There you go. Wouldn't it?
So we found McKenna's calf to win this particular drive. Got him placed here, coming around the corner.
Got a
Here's
really
Mr.
nice
Hogue.
class out here, and I sure think 1 and 2 it's a great example of good cattle come in different shapes and sizes. And our steer that wins this class got a really interesting look. That first impression when he comes through that gate, that guy is really attractive up front. This is a genuine muscle steer in terms of his width to the center part of his body. Down his top line is tremendous in terms of shape, and I think this guy's body design. He's a good prospect steer. He hits me like a real good fat steer.
I was contacted here. We got on that mini Hereford steer that we were referring to as Good Burger, is what my sheet says. Apparently, his name is Rocky. So I want to get that corrected. McKenna Hovden, she had that champion. We'll see him later tomorrow. Again, his name's Rocky, daughter of Kai Knutson. Congratulations again to that family.
Yes, apologize for the error. I guess we just had a misprint in the catalog. So she probably just didn't want to think about that calf becoming a.
Well, that's not the. Yes, I can totally get that. I remember those days.
Although he did look tasty.
He did. A lot of beef. A lot of beef, especially for his stature.
Right. So here we go. Class number
20.
20. There you go. We're in the teens now.
Yes, moving
5
along.
head of stout mains again.
How many here I am? 2.
Dos.
Also, how great thou art. I-80. Oh, there we go. I-80. And told you so.
Yeah, I told you that.
Yeah.
So it looks like from left to right, we're not quite. Oh, we had a little glitch in the screen here. It looks like, but if you're following along at home, your video might not be up to date, but the audio, we are lined up and ready to go here, left to right. Tyler Conover, Elise Badger, Colton Finley, Taylor Thomas, and Mallard Kane. 5 steers in Class 20 Main-Anjous. This is the 5th class of Main-Anjou steers. We have one class after this, and then we will be selecting our champion Main-Anjou steer. There we go. The live stream is up to date in terms of video quality. You can just see again, looking at those cattle from behind, I think it's when some of the priorities these guys are putting on them today. And again, just at the ground up, base width, and natural width of structure can kind of help sort some of these things because they're all so good from the side.
Yes, it's nice to see. It seems like the trend over the last several years have been to see more muscle and shape and emphasis on that, where for a while the industry maybe got away from that.
Yeah. Well, back in the 90s, we had so much power and shape towards the end that we kind of sacrificed some structure. So I think we put a lot of emphasis again in structure right again and kind of went away from some muscling. And now we're trying to get all the good things at the same time.
Yeah, it's nice when you don't have to teach the kids about snapping the halter to get those knees rocked back in.
I remember, I'm not going to name any names, but I remember in Iowa Beef Expo where there was a steer in the champion lineup that was pretty much smooth bucked over, and the young zibber kicked him in the knee, getting propped back up.
Well, when the judge isn't looking,
That's
he's
right.
got to time it
Hey,
right.
guess what? He made the top 5 too. I do remember that. So good stuff. Luckily, we don't have to deal with that anymore for the most part.
Not too much.
Well, times have changed. I mean, things have always been whatever, but it costs so much nowadays, not only just the calf itself, but to travel and get here and feed them and do things properly that we've kind of weeded out there's no sense in trying to turn an average one into a great one. And people have learned that there's no sense in messing with the marginal ones. So we set our sights higher and try to do better, right?
Yes.
Another big set of fluffy ears around in the corner there. Young lady here in the yellow shirt looks like she's got a Gretzky tag in her calf. Looks like that might be another Ferguson tag here, and the young lady in the brown shirt coming to a stop.
High quality, highly presented.
We're gonna circle these again. Here we go. We're getting down to the nitty
Fine
gritty.
points.
That's right. Want to see another loop and see what we can do in terms of mobility and flexibility at the ground. Nice group of calves here again.
Very good. I suppose at this time, as the judges are analyzing, it'd be a good time for some shameless plugs.
Shameless plugs. Who are we going to plug now?
Well, we're going to plug our own cattle show, which is the
Excellent.
Kent Habiger Memorial Classic, of course, named after my late father. And the show this year is April 5th.
Perfect.
I believe. April 5th. It's in Webster City, Iowa on Saturday. And of course, the day after, another great show by the cattlemen's there.
Hamilton County Cattlemen's.
Yep, they do a great job with their show as well. So anyway, shameless plug for you folks.
Fun weekend.
We would love to see you come up and participate in our show. It's kind of really been good the last few years. Our numbers have been really high.
Better. Well, you guys got a pretty good reputation for giving good prizes and just making it a fun family event. So
yeah, I can't take any credit for the prizes. Deanna Holmes does an amazing job with those, and her family helps her with that side of it, and we enjoy doing it. And we're gonna be excited. Hopefully, you guys can make it. We just got our judge hired recently. I know maybe we're a little late to the game, but
better late than never, huh?
sometimes you gotta do some convincing and things. But we did get our judge hired. So
Probably we're in contract disputes or something.
Right.
Wait down to the last minute.
Well, yeah, we're happy to announce our show judge for this year at the Kent Habiger Memorial Classic is the guy sitting right next to me, Mr. Nollers.
Oh my goodness! Don't say that. Nobody will show up.
Well, I think it'll be fine.
They're all going to wait till the next day when you're judging it.
Well, that's the rumor. That's a rumor. That's a rumor. We don't know for sure. too
Nah,
much, but
nah, it'll be a fun weekend. It
yeah,
always is, and guaranteed to have good weather this year. I'm promising that. Let's put that out there.
yeah. Let's hope.
Good vibes. So our judge and associate judge taking a little extra look here and taking a little extra time on this tough, stout set of Maine steers. Again, just those finite details that taking it all in. Again, as we watch these cattle go around the ring, we stop me and set up here. Just the little things in terms of head shape and design and structure, kind of cool to just sit and break down
Yeah,
when you got
really,
cattle of this quality and
really close
caliber.
close decisions here, obviously, and the judges taking the time to converse with each other, and that's again neat that they started having the associate judge, and then you can get a little bit of that back and forth, and maybe get the opinion of something you didn't think of.
Right. Be interesting to see. I know they've been going back and forth, but a class like this is one you'd sure like to see Hogue maybe take the lead on and talk about. Still debating.
As we mentioned earlier, our judges have been very efficient and worked through these classes, but they've, you know, when they need to slow down and take a little more time, they sure do, and
Sure.
that's the right way to do it.
And I don't know, I haven't got the official numbers for the weekend yet here, but just as we've talked about, some of the classes, definitely a lot of quality, but, maybe not the numbers in terms of a lot of 4 and 5s. I don't, haven't had a lot of 8 and 10 head classes. So maybe the weather's kind of deterred some people. I know it's been not just this weekend, has been a tough week to probably try to prep
It was a
cattle.
tough week. It would be hard
You're
to get
home,
motivated.
you're at home calving cows and trying to get your chores done and get things lined up to leave for the weekend. I know it makes it challenging. So unfortunately, the weather may have affected our numbers a little bit, but definitely doesn't look like the quality has let up much, especially here in this main division.
Definitely.
So you're going to go out on a limb here? I'm not going to. I'm going to play it safe. I've been burned already, but what are you feeling here? Anything particular?
I do not have an opinion on it.
Okay, we're going to take him for another
But I'll
drive.
tell you what, they're gonna go one more time. I'm gonna dig in here.
Big spaces, he says. Get to the outside, Mr. Hogue says. Want to see these cattle get out and roam. You know, obviously well versed in all livestock species, but pig guy by nature and by heart. Be fun to just see one of these times this guy just say, "Let them go. Let's watch them walk around loose. See what they look like."
That would be something.
Actually, I did have that happen one time at the Missouri State Fair in the goat show. My wife at the time was just not my wife yet, but showing a goat against her better wishes, but I sweet talked her into it. And we were showing these goats, and the judge this was back in the early days of the boar goats. He was from South Africa, an official licensed American boar goat judge, and he did just that. He looked at him a little bit, and he just said, "Let him go." And the ones he wanted to see were the ones that ran over to the fence and jumped up on the fence with their front legs, because in South Africa, that's how they grow and get fat, is jumping up on trees and eating leaves. So
Oh my goodness,
he
that's
wanted
an
to see the ones
interesting
that could
analysis.
jump up on their hind end and really show some flexibility. So you see it all.
This one's gonna be too close to call.
Yeah.
I don't know. When they were going around in the
I
middle,
saw you take a little extra
I
look too. You were really leaning in there.
I was kind of eyeing the third steer right in the middle, but then I questioned a couple things when he got closer to the table.
Well, that's the thing about it. You never know till you're down there with them, and we can think we see things up here, but till you're the guy in the middle of the ring right there, eye
Mhm.
level with them, it really changes a lot of things. Again, that's just a testament, though. This is tremendous quality here in this particular class. I'd say, a couple classes ago we had 3 really good ones. I'd say this one here, we're probably 4 deep.
Yep, for at least maybe just the whole class. I mean, it's very
Yeah,
good.
right. And again, appreciate the guys just taking some time, breaking them down, and talking it over so they know what they're comfortable with. And obviously, a decision like this plays pretty heavy, not just in this breed, but at the end of the day, tomorrow, whatever happens in the main breed is, it's probably going to have some sort of effect on the grand drive and the top 5 at the end of the day.
Yes, and then just to set that tone of what you're looking for and keep that consistency rolling in through the crossbreds tomorrow. A lot of cussing and discussing going on right now.
Mostly cussing.
Maybe we can't hear them. Sometimes they cover their mouth just like a
Yeah.
football coach on TV.
Don't want to spill the beans. And any Spygate action going on. Okay, I think we're going to be confident, maybe, or at least know what we're doing. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we're getting lined up here, and then we will kind of let you know how it looks.
Well, again, the show. I missed on that one. The steer I was eyeing, but again, that's tough class.
Tough class. Looks like exhibitor 210 is going to wind up taking this one. That is Mallory Kane. Second, looks like it'll be Elise Badger. Third place is going to go to Taylor Thomas. Fourth is Colton Finley, and fifth will be Tyler Conover. Man, that's a good class of steers. I mean, they're just as impressive when they turn in faces as they are when they're going away from us. Like you said,
not the most powerful steer at the top, but I'm sure we're going to hear him talk about his build and his structure.
Yep,
You know, the
just
steer I was
his-
looking at, the more he moved, the less I liked him.
Right. This one's flexibility and parts and pieces are pretty unique.
Well, the track is getting awful fast over here on the steer side, and incredible set of them. Even the young man down here on the end has a very, very high quality kind of calf. Our class winner for us, in my opinion, in terms of the essence of presence and show steer proportions and just balance. This thing does it all to the high degree. He's a flat backed one that projects his neck high. He's good at the base of his chest. He's tremendous in just in terms of his lines and his angles. I absolutely love this calf's just lower body balance, the flatness and give he has to his spine and motion. I think his angles are incredible. Maybe not just the most extreme in terms of lower stifle, but I love that guy's shape out of the backside of his blade. That's a very, very high quality, tremendous built kind of cattle to go ahead and win this particular class. Maybe as extreme in terms of just foot size and feature and true bone as any of them is the young lady's steer here in two. I absolutely love that one and just what he represents from a ruggedness and a power standpoint and in terms of his skeleton. I think that calf is great in terms of his mid body as well. I like that guy in terms of his angles there when we get him in motion. He's a long necked calf. He's maybe just a bit mature in the shape to his head and the top side of his neck, maybe just a bit more pronounced there down through the base of his chest. But I'll tell you, it's hard to get that much bone and just structure on one, still have the right kind of balance and just build. I think another one that's awfully, awfully close. It was close for us between 2, 3, and 4 here, and I love some pieces about this calf here in 4. He's a moderate steer that's right in terms of his length of body. When this guy wants to, and he'll pick his head up out of his shoulder, he gives you an awfully sharp look. He's a fresh, immature steer, and in terms of the shape to his neck, I project him with tons of quality and just feedability from a shape and a loin edge upper hip standpoint. Of the initial 4, he's just the most refined in terms of his ankle, probably just not as big there when we take him to the ground. But I think one with loads of quality and a bright, bright future. Young man, Mark Hogue described this calf best. He's high risk, high reward, and if this thing gets right, he could just push any of them. His length of neck, his presence is absolutely incredible. He's great down his top line, and I told Hogue, when you truly step in behind the cattle and study him, he is as big in terms of his upper pin down through his stifle and just pronounced and bold in terms of muscularity as any of them. You can study him right here. He's just right there on the edge. A guy's going to have to moderate or just kind of watch him in terms of his structure. He becomes just a little bigger and coarser there in his hock, maybe not as stout in terms of his rear foot size. And then I just want to loosen him up as he goes ever so slightly. But if that calf comes to body, loosens up, he's got some very, very intriguing high-end pieces. Nothing wrong with a basic build and just utility of the steer here in 5. I like that one's shape. I like his muscularity, maybe just lacking there in terms of feature and uniqueness on the front side of his body relative to an extremely high quality set of them. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for a great class.
Well, absolutely, really a competitive class all the way through that. They
Very
talked a lot.
competitive.
They talked a lot about that fourth place steer that I mentioned. They said he was the high risk, high reward.
Well, the fifth place, yeah, they know the fourth place one. Yeah, you're right. Just again, and we just had some sidebars here with some guys standing around the ring as those guys were talking, and you get a lot of people with different opinions, especially a class like that. You can line them up a lot of different ways. I think the breakdown for me is what I saw, especially as those cattle were exiting the ring. The calf that wins, I mean, he's to me the show steer of that group. I mean, all these parts and pieces fit
Yes.
together really uniquely. Not the stoutest, not the craziest in terms of muscle, as they said, especially down low, but his mobility and just his cool look, and again, just a true show steer look. I think really unique type of calf there. Congratulations to Mallory Kane.
Yes, very good in his build and really good profile and steer.
Yeah. So, not to be outdone here, we're going to have our last class of mains, and again, three really good ones hit the ring. We got Stella Amthauer, Claire Shanks, and Alexis Reese. You know, these three young ladies, all very, very competitive, and they've all had a great career and have a good reputation for bringing high quality cattle to the ring. So, again, not letting off any in terms of quality, and just again the fast pace that Caleb just talked about in the last class here in the main division.
Really,
So this is class three, the biggest class of the day.
Looks like a little size variation out here in the ring.
Size, you know, these probably aren't as more as uniform in terms of their structure and stature relative to their weight. You know, maybe one's a little more moderate and chubbier, and maybe one's a little more extreme and leaner. But you know, not a, what's there, 18 pounds difference.
Yeah.
And it sure doesn't. You know, again, just the difference in frame and maturity probably is where it's going to come to the table when they hit the scales. So
Not as many in this class, but definitely some good ones again.
yep, those especially the first two come around the corner there really catch your eye. And
Good looking.
there's a
Again,
nice big steer again. You know, probably do just a little different gear in that one, but definitely quality.
that shank steer is tremendously wide from the rear view.
Apologize here for the dead air. I was getting some text messages. I know you were too.
Yeah, I'm getting some
Good.
messages too,
This
everybody.
this time of the day, things get hot and heavy, and
Yep.
everybody's trying to get their props in here. So again, main class 21, last class in the mains here. We got the 1100 pounders, three really high quality ones. Again, you know, I think those two on the far side, your guys is left of the screen, maybe ones that they're going to kind of analyze and compare and contrast between.
Yeah, definitely some give and take there. I think that steer that came in first has definitely got a little more youthfulness to him, not quite as far along. The one behind him is just a powerhouse.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I mean, just the weight says whatever, but they just appears to be maybe the calf out of class one. Looks like he could have maybe fit in a class or two ahead of this. Doesn't quite come as burly and stout and masculine as the two that stand right behind him.
Yeah, I'd say a 2-horse race. It's just a matter of which way they're going to flip it. That's the fun part of these livestock shows, and this is just a prospect show, as Mark said earlier. And these cattle obviously are going to change as they continue to put weight on and develop towards
Right.
their ultimate goals, which are probably more July, August range, a lot of them.
Sure. Well, and that's becomes the thing. So obviously we talked about, you know, Mark just judging Fort Worth, where that's the end of the day. The one that wins gets slapped, and we're going to hang him up. And it's pretty cut and dry. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And you know, at this level, there's several months ahead of these guys, and 400 or 500 pounds left to go. So you know, it's fun to judge them both, but just different way of putting different priorities together. Again, we talked about the efficiency these guys have had throughout the day, but we got to this main division, and this is what about the third or maybe fourth class where we
We had
walked
the old rewalk.
walked them again, just to make sure we see what we need to see.
Deservingly so. These
Oh,
cattle obviously
absolutely.
are high quality. There's been a lot of blood, sweat, tears, and hours and hours spent on these things. So appreciate the judges taking the time to get them the way they want them. Probably nothing more frustrating as an exhibitor or a family being on the outside watching in, and you just never felt like your animal
Never got a chance.
much of
Never
a
got a
look.
fair look. Yep.
Yeah, that's a frustration. Even if you don't deserve to be at the top, but you feel like you didn't even have a chance to be, that's when you get frustrated.
Yep. Yeah, there's not to name any names, but there's several judges, unfortunately, like that nowadays that just kind of race through things and trying to just go through the motions. And had this talk with somebody yesterday actually about judges, and there's a lot of judges that seem to just try to impress the crowd, and not actually evaluate the livestock.
Yeah, I've seen that a time or two. Again, we won't name any names or any places.
Really enjoying my time with Bowden out here, Caleb, visiting about the cattle and just what we've got out here. And I think it's important to keep in mind that the show happens in the ring, and we can think we got everything solved in the back of the barn or at home, but then we get to the ring and things got to make sense. I personally struggle with this pair of cattle at the upper end of this class. Today, the one that's intimidating in terms of body shape and width and mass and probably has just a little nicer posture from his loin into his hip and hind leg is our class winning steer out here. I think that steer really blends extreme width with a very functional hip and hind leg. Be the first to admit I'd like to change just his neck and shoulder alignment just a little. And this is where I keep telling myself, hey, the skinny green one that's going to be a wicked state fair steer is just one the girls got in second. Not wanting to cooperate with the girl the best. And I love this steer in motion. His neck and his shoulder and his front foot with a stout, strong head reads just unique feedability to me. When he gets nervous out here on the stand, he'll tend to look just a little shorter in his hip and not tie his lines together quite as well. But in motion, I love that steer. I like him today. I love him long term. Steer that comes in third, big, stout, hipped one up high. This steer, in terms of his build and angles on both ends, isn't quite as unique. He's just a little more vertical on both sides of his framework. Change that, then he's got the shape, muscle, and power to go.
All right, you heard it there from Mr. Hogue about what he thought of that trio. Good class of cattle. Again, we get ready to select our champion. And I don't know, as we just talked here, Ryan, just analyze it. That pair of cattle is very good, but they contrast and, a little different. It's interesting, as we just look at where those cattle come from. Looks like they're both Wade Rogers calves. It makes you wonder if they plan to ride together in this big class, or did we maybe want to split them up a little bit in a different weight
Yeah,
range?
it's tough to always get that right, but definitely two steers that are different stages. You heard Mr. Hogue mention, he really likes the steer that wins the class today, obviously, but he loves the steer in second for the future. So just going
Right.
back to what we were talking about prospect show and projecting them out. All right, here we go. We're getting back. I think we had 7 classes of mains. Does that sound
Seven
right?
classes, you got it.
7 classes of smoke. And we're bringing them back for that championship. Some of those classes were so competitive, but at the end of the day, what do you think? Is there one that's going to kind of float on up?
Well, I think we get to those last 2 or 3 classes, but it's at class 4 or so there, and then from there on out, sure gets competitive. We'll just try to give you a little brief synopsis here as these cattle enter the ring. We'll give you a breakdown here. We'll get them all in here and we'll go through the exhibitors. But yeah, again, like we talked about before the first class even came, we expected to see, again, that next level competition and just superb quality in this division. I don't think it's let us down yet. What do
Yeah,
you think?
no disappointment there. A lot of stout cattle that are still good looking and sound on the move.
So as we get them lined up here, we're going to follow along the camera. As you can see from right to left, our class winners. Out of class 15, first place Main-Anjou steer was Bailey Lillard. Class 2 with the white-legged one there right behind her, Madeline Schuler. When our camera moves, the young lady there at a class 3, there was a really good calf, I think, again, where it kind of turned up the heat in terms of quality and look. Ermi Swalla with that class winner there. Here I am on a class 17. Class 18 behind her, Macy Jacobson, where we're getting a big swarm here. Just so you guys can follow along, I was waiting for these guys to kind of line up again so we can see where we're at. Right there in the center of your shot there, that's class 19 winner McKenna Burmeister. Right behind her, the young lady in the brown shirt, Mallory Kane, circling her calf out of class 20. And then out of class 21, we just saw Claire Shanks win that last class with her 1,130-pound steer. So tremendous lineup here in the mains. Interesting to see what these guys do and the two that they ultimately line up and fall with and how they fit together and where they just put their priorities, what they want to do here throughout the day and ultimately at the end of the day tomorrow.
Yes, an excellent lineup out here. This is going to be fun to watch them analyze and then hear the breakdown.
Not to put you on the spot of trying to predict a winner, but just from our bird's eye view here where we sit, you have a quote unquote favorite of just of your own. Again, not a prediction, but just maybe a.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
As you know.
Okay, well that's why I asked. You gonna lay it on us, or what are you gonna do?
Yes, I just want to make sure I identify it properly. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Looking through my sheet. Stay tuned. I'll get back to you.
Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. He's a pharmacist, and he's always well organized, just not on the weekends.
Oh yeah, you gotta have a break from all that sometimes.
So we got a little bit of clutter and confusion here. I know these, big division. Whoops, we got a
Don't do
steer got tired on us.
Good catch.
Get a lot of cattle in the ring, and then we get to circling. It's hard to keep our line straight, but super happy and proud of our ring help here today. Appreciate them all volunteering their time and their services to help these young kids and try to keep our ring flowing smoothly. It's been a very good, efficient show as we've talked about yet here to this point. So. The audience is patiently awaiting Mr. Habiger.
Well, you said it was going to be the last few classes, but I'm going to reach down to earlier. I'm going to go with the Jacobson steer.
Class 4. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, few doesn't necessarily mean 3. It just means handful.
Right. That's the one.
Like I said, actually, when they came in, I think the show starts. I mean, nothing against Class 1, even Class 2. A white leg calf's nice. He's just not there yet. The look and design that we're starting to see, you can see it in Class 3 there. And he's not where he needs to be yet either. But, from there on back, we're getting pretty salty.
Then that's when he started talking about NASCAR races, I think,
Right.
instead of dirt track. And
yeah,
dirt tracks are fun too. I mean, not that I drive a race car.
Well, me neither, but you and I were going to pit crew a time or two back in the young days.
Yes.
So
dirt tracks are fun.
Yeah. I think the most unique one in the lineup for me is what's that class 246 down there? Is that the Kane steer that's got that awesome cool show steer look to him? Well, maybe as they said, not as
unique. He's
not as punchy as some of them other ones, but boy,
from where we're standing or sitting, you can still see he doesn't have the natural base width of some of the others. But if he's got enough, he's got enough. It's kind of
just a true show steer, and I think there was a calf or two like that last year. I know William Thorpe, if you remember that calf, he had that awesome, crazy, cocky racehorse look to him. Just elite in his look from the side in this main division, and then just not quite punchy enough. But again, to each their own. Can't really go wrong with any of these cattle. This is a tremendously good lineup. Compliments to these kids and all their families and the crews that putting them together, because you send a group like this to the ring and you ought to be awfully proud of them. So.
Yes, just really impressive.
We come to the close of our main show, and man, Bone's like, "Hey, you're going to talk these," and I said, "Well, it's kind of your turn." He goes, "No, you could talk these," and so this is what's going through our minds. And you got to keep in mind when a guy goes through a show like this of this magnitude, it's staggering to me that this is closed to one state. And as we go through today and tomorrow, told the heifer judges, I said, "Hey, you better be ready because they will come strong on both sides of the ring." the state of Iowa. You folks can show cattle, feed cattle as well as any. We start out nice class 1 winner. I really like this little girl's white-legged one. He's showing better than he did in class. Maybe not the wild look up front today, but I really like that one long term. Good basic calf that was non-threatening, wins class 3. We turn up the gas when we go to class 4. This steer's length of his shoulder and where it sets on him, it matches his framework. It's going to be interesting to take him through his feeding curve. I think he is a major player out here because he's as wild and does as many different unique things as one. Got to trust his shoulder long term. Got one here that I think is a great feeding steer. I don't know what it is about him. He's meant to be in a big ring. I like that about him. His body shape, his cutability and composition long term with that look up front says, welcome to Des Moines in August. Take him to the ground today. He just doesn't have as much ankle hair or just a circumference of ankle, but up high. I love that one a good deal. This one I told Bowden, I said, man, everything about this steer represents a good haired steer. He is good looking. He is problem free. He is flexible in every part of his body. When I get in behind him, I got to trust he's got enough stifle. I want cattle that, hey, if you hit a button and all their hair shucked today immediately, what's he going to look like in terms of his base width going away? Not at the ground as much at the base of his quarter and twist. Other than that, that thing's built for speed. You come down here, and I don't know what this steer looks like from the outside. I like this pair out of the last class, and it is hard to deny this guy. He is the widest, he is the stoutest, he is the boldest, and still handles it tremendously well. And I don't think he's the widest, stoutest, and boldest because he's the heaviest. I just think he's got that much horsepower. Still a great look up front, and I think it's admirable that this steer handles his hind leg as well as he does because he has got a giant hiney out here. So tremendous set out here. My compliments. The seconds, we could talk about him. I don't like to waste much time talking about seconds, but I do think there was some close calls, particularly as we crescendo to the heavier weight cattle out here. My compliments to everybody. Your champion, Main-Anjou, wins the last class. Let's give that young lady a nice round of applause.
Well, no surprise there. Congratulations to the Shanks family. That's a awfully good calf there. And again, that was a tight pair of cattle in that last class. That again,
Yeah. Second
very
place
good.
steer is definitely going to be in contention
Yeah,
here
he's
the way
in
they
the
talk.
differences in terms of type and kind, but very close in terms of quality and build. Fun lineup to work through here.
Yeah, it's just really competitive. And mentioned on that Jacobson steer, you got to trust that shoulder all the way through. And that's what we talked about on him. But time will tell.
Looks like the calf there at class 6. Just got to trust he's got enough umph, and maybe today he doesn't. So we're going to walk him, or are we going to be okay with what we're doing, you think?
I think we're just talking. I don't know.
Take one step forward, reset him, he says. So we're working through the mains here. We got our champion again. Congratulations to Claire Shanks coming in out of that lineup with Stella Amthauer second in our last class of the day, which is class 21. Looks like he's right in the mix. They're eyeing that calf pretty good. I think that one and the calf maybe 2 in front of him. I know Mark was pretty high on, talking about just a calf that's destined for the big ring. My co-partner fell asleep.
I like what Bowden said. Hey, you do what you want because I am supposed to be the lead judge today. So if you don't like how things shake down today or tomorrow on the steer side of things, blame me. He's got a lot of future. I'm just kind of a weird old guy that's out here just enjoying my time. Here's my problem. This guy right here, a little dainty. This guy needs more stifle. This guy doesn't want to show for this girl, but there's something about that steer that gives me the warm and fuzzies in terms of if I had one of my children with one of these calves, I would love to have any of them. But if I could, in terms of feedability, angles, and function, when that steer gets broke to show for that girl right there, that's a nice picture. That one's my second favorite main. Give that girl in the blue shirt a nice round of applause.
There you go.
Well,
Congratulations to Lamthauer.
I didn't fall asleep. Full disclosure, I was
You-
just
you were locked
analyzing.
in.
I was analyzing along with him, and I just wondered if he wasn't going to go that way. The way that he started talking, and I could just tell that steer's been one that he isn't going to forget about.
Hey, not to get too far down the road, but a lot of good mains in those classes, but class 21, our last class of the day, or last class of the mains, champion reserve.
Yeah,
So
there's only 3 calves in
we,
that class.
well, yeah, but we have a trend here at the Iowa Beef Expo the last couple of years. You remember where the champion steer ends up, where you're coming from, last class of the day.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I think it's just like the Chiefs. It's gonna be hard to pull a three-peat.
Yep.
I'd bet against it, but
And it's not over till it's over.
it's never over till it's
another
over. But
part to learn from that because we might have thought we knew which one was going to win, and nope.
yeah. So, but again, just terms of, obviously those cattle, as he said, he thinks that's the best one, not just because he's the biggest one, but when you're the heaviest one and you have more natural mass and substance and power,
It's
that's
an
just
advantage.
definitely is an
I mean,
advantage.
maturity wins a lot of times.
Yeah.
You hear it said, and
Well,
some of these.
you just broke the ice there, so now we start talking about when are these cattle born, or we start,
Well, that's what that's the new trend too. We're
yeah,
raising them older and older. As you know, at your house, I think you started Kevin earlier than you used to.
yeah, sure did.
Not the only one.
That's what I was talking to a guy the other day. I said, "How's Kevin going?" He's like, "Oh, it's good. I'm done."
Yeah, and that's carries into other species as well.
Yeah.
It's a trend in goat, sheep.
Well, it's all those things. We used to have seasons.
Yep.
And then now it's just like a year-round
Just
thing. But hey,
year-round cycle.
that's what we love. That's what we do. So embrace it wholeheartedly. So we graduated out of the mains, and we still have those on our brains, and we don't want to definitely take anything away from Julianne Deemer here. She has
Single entry.
the limousine
Have us
steer in the
presenting a
ring.
single
Limousines.
entry in our limousine division, and I think a calf that represents very well. He's pliable and bold there in his center body. He's loose and just tremendous in terms of his build and his structure. I think a calf that has a lot of utility just in terms of his basics. Let's congratulate this young lady on having a division winner at the Iowa Beef Expo.
Congratulations to Julianne Deemer. Champion Limousine Steer, sired by Jumpstart. So congratulations.
Breed winner at the Iowa Beef Expo.
You betcha. It's not always easy.
Nope.
Next coming in, we have our full-size Hereford steers. Class 1 will be a single entry again, 690 pounds. Luke Bryan is coming on in.
Luke Bryan. Mr. Luke Bryan, it says. Very good performer.
Shown by Reagan Robinson. See, I got on you there for falling asleep on me, and then your energy drink shows
Well,
up.
yeah, my crew just brought me what I needed, some energy. Normally by this time of the day, Noel, I would have had at least 3/4 of a pot of coffee in me, and today I've
Yep.
only had 1 cup, so
Uh-oh.
we're gonna break out the heavy duty artillery.
So, I like to stop at Casey's, my little Casey's every day, and get me a giant glass of cold iced tea. But it always shocks me, like, 5, 6 years ago, you walk into Casey's and there's 8 cooler doors there, and it was, one's got water and the other 7 have pop or soda, whatever you want to call it. Nowadays, there's like only one with pop, 6 of them with all these damn energy drinks.
Right.
These damn energy drinks.
Right.
I don't understand it.
And I don't drink them that often, but when I do, I need it.
My dad partakes in the energy drinks.
Yes, he does. He loves them. Yep. Not something you want to be in the habit of drinking all the time as a healthcare worker. I would
Yeah.
tell you not to do that very often, but when you need it, just moderation's key, like everything.
That's right. Well, we got our class-winning Hereford steer here. I was not sure where we're at on the other side of the ring. What do you think we're on over there? Maintainers, maybe? Limousines? Not sure.
I'm not gonna say because I would be wrong.
Did the pulled Herefords, the Limplex? Maybe we're into the Limmies.
Breeds are getting so similar nowadays, you just can't tell by looking at them.
Well, that's, Mr. Business Breed yourself there.
Oh, yeah.
Your Angus cattle have infiltrated all the other breeds.
Proud of it. Speaking of the business breed, yesterday I got reached out to from both of our good friends in Minnesota in the milk house.
Oh, the Benson boys.
Yes, the Mitness family reached out and they wanted to know if you and I are going to be on the horn today. And I said, yeah, it's getting to be a regular thing. And They said, well, we're excited because we love listening to it. We're up here calving. They're still calving. They're not done yet, like
That's
some
cool.
folks. And we're shout out to those guys.
Awesome. Well,
hope the calving's going well.
yep. Well, Mark, Ryan, Randy, hope you guys are listening. Hope the weather's good for you up there.
We always look forward to our trips to the milk house.
Yeah.
Good
Top-
cattle and
Top-notch hospitality.
good hospitality. All of the above.
So, single entry here in Hereford. Start this class when we get a chance. Caleb's going to talk about her. And then we have 2 other classes. Get through our Hereford division. And then we're going to get back on the NASCAR Speedway and start our Kia division.
Yes, those will be a lot of keys. That's good. After the key division, then we will roll into the Charlet.
Single entry here to get us rolling on our Hereford side on the steer show, and a nice kind of calf here, immature and sharp there in terms of his lines and his look. I like his hind leg and the way he can get out and reach. I think a calf with a lot of upside. Let's congratulate this young lady on a class winner.
All right. Moving on, we will have class 24.
Class 24. Congratulations to Regan Robinson on class 23. Class 24 coming in the ring. Brooks Miller and again, Ermi Swalla.
Yes, we've seen
So,
her already.
yes, we have. She had that really nice main steer. So, you and your shameless plugs earlier, I'm going to go ahead and take advantage the same way. So, you were plugging your shows. I'm going to take one here for the team. My nephew is a member of the Northwest Missouri State Block and Bridle Club, and they have a calf show coming up here. I believe it's March 2nd that weekend. They do theirs at Union County Fairgrounds there in Afton. We're gonna have a big weekend there. I believe there's 4 shows, 2 days, 4 shows. So lots of opportunities to get some points in.
What's the date on that again?
March 2nd and March 1st. I guess March 1st is the first one. They have like a Spartan cattle battle. I think that is the local community college there um, in Creston. I think that's Swick. I think Mr. Deppy is in charge of that program now. That's on the 1st. They'll have a 2-ring show. Mr. Matt Johnson from South Dakota, our buddy's judging 1 ring,
Nice.
and Judd Swanton is judging the other ring. And then on Sunday is the Block and Bridle and the Green and Gold Classic. My nephew's helping with. They have Ryan Rash and one of my favorite judges of all time, Mr. Jack Ward, going to be officiating those 2 shows. So another big weekend there. Great facilities, 4 opportunities to get some points in a short weekend. So if you have
Very
the
cool.
opportunity, head to Afton, Iowa, the first weekend of March.
That sounds awesome. Mr. Ward, someone who can appreciate a good Hereford.
Sure can. Nice pair of Hereford steers here. Probably a little difference in terms of foot size and bone work.
I think we got a real close pair of Herefords out here. I'm going to leave them stand the way they are. I think the little guy's steers just got a more genuine turn right on the back of his shoulder, down his top line, and I sure think his hip and stifle read like a market cattle should. A good, clean-bodied steer. Be the first to admit his front feet could maybe use just a little hoof trimming, and he's not the stoutest bone thing we've seen all day, but I trust his head and just feedability through his front end design, a little more strength than what we've got in our second place calf. Our second place calf got a little more jazz to him, a little more length and neck. This guy, though, in terms of his cage and his body design, just a nickel more flat. And then I want him to just relax out here in the show ring, get a little better look at him. Nice pair here in our Hereford steer division.
Okay, sweet.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
Noel, you called it on that one. He talked about not quite as much footwork and bone, but sure liked everything else.
Perfect. And there's our Warren County resident Irma Swalla winning that class. Yeah, look at it. I mean, her Hereford, you can sure appreciate just the foot size and bone work under that dude. Rugged design. It's like gonna be a fun one to feed all summer long.
Did she win?
I don't know.
I think.
I
Well,
was talking. You're supposed to be in charge.
I think it was the other one, but
So, okay.
we'll find out when they're walking back in. We were getting a little feedback from the live auctions crew on the sound.
Working again on our technical difficulties. Oops, my microphone's in the wrong spot. Yeah, I saw him go out to ring, I guess. I didn't see where we talked about him.
That's all right.
We're going to get fired here one of these days. We just
Well,
keep dicking around.
it's hard to multitask, you know. I do it every day at my job, but it's still not easy. It doesn't
Yeah.
make it easy just because you do it all the time.
That's right. So here we go. Class 1 was 1 calf. Class 2 was 2 calves. Class 3 in the Hereford division, 3 calves in this particular drive. Colton Davison, Emma Davison, and Weston Jensen. Our winner of this class will come back and compete against our other 2 class winners, and we will have a champion Hereford.
And then after that, move into that nice big key division.
China time.
Then followed by the Charlet division. We'll see some beef in those classes. Then the business breed follows that.
Yahoo! And then we're at the end of the alphabet.
Then we go to the different.
Our favorite class of the day.
Yes, the market heifers.
Hold a special place in our hearts.
Different gender. A lot of quality, I'm sure, will be in there. No doubt.
Yep, never disappointing here in this state. So we're going to take a spin here with the Hereford calves. You'd ever got on the end of a Hereford steer?
No, not that I can recall.
No.
Nothing against them. We reached into several breeds, but not that one.
My sister showed a Hereford steer one year at the Grand Champion steer, Hereford steer at the Iowa Field Day, the Iowa Hereford Field Day.
Nice.
That was in Independence, Iowa that summer.
Not that we didn't have Herefords in Burt, because as you know, one of my dad's probably most successful bulls was a purebred Hereford.
Still selling semen on him, I bet.
Yeah, Mr. Grand Slam probably still in some of the bloodlines out there, I know.
Yeah, I know the guys down south still like him.
My dad owned and promoted him, raised by Donnie Bagolka. And he was a line bred before line breeding was as cool as it is now, probably.
Yep. He was the difference between line bred and inbred.
Yes.
He was the good kind, so he was line bred.
It's like Iowa versus Missouri.
I'm going to put a plug in right now. Let's get Donnie Bagolka to judge the Iowa Beef Expo next year. What do you think?
I think that'd be great. Donnie B. Put my vote in.
You betcha.
I told Bowden when he got back from the restroom, I said, hey, we got us a real nice class, and we're going to leave them as they stand. And I said, this is the struggle that I have as a judge, that you stand out here and you're like, man, I like structure, I like structure, I like structure. Well, our class-winning steer, the young man's got, is not maybe the most utopian in terms of his hock when he gets in motion. It's just a nickel calculated. Outside of that, this is a high-end, high-quality Hereford show steer. Got the look, got the shape, got the posture. Beautiful on the stand. Very acceptable in terms of his hind leg motion, particularly relative to his counterparts. Very nice class winner. I like the body shape, I like the hip, and I really like the hind leg of this steer in second. As I consider the breed background that these cattle are, I don't see him feeding quite as fresh and staying quite as nice up to his neck and chest as what I do our class winner. Steer in third, extra good in terms of his length of stride. We talk about those show ring aesthetics in terms of proportionality, balance, and look. This steer's the most efficient that we've got within this particular group of 3.
All right. Noel, I see you add another word to your list.
Yeah, making notes here. We didn't quite get to Hereford Utopia, but the class winner is
Utopian.
Utopian, not quite utopian.
Not utopian. Yes.
And then, of course, again, talking about, you don't ever want to say Fort Angus or Fort Hereford, but when we talk about our contemporaries and our breed background, he's
kind of doing it.
Yeah.
Roundabout way.
Yeah. Flirting with the edges, dancing around the topic. But again, a good class there. And I can, again, we just talk about, differences in type and kind. And like he said, there's one that sure grabs your attention, you want to draw to, and then one that maybe gives you some pause. But at the end of the day, you got to go with what you know. So good job of discussing the differences there and lining those cattle up in this Hereford division. Here we come now with our lightweight steer down the ramp. We'll get ready to line them up and pick a champion in this lineup. Class 1 winner, Regan Robinson. Class 2 winner, Brooks Miller. And our Class 3 winner is Colton Davison.
Nice group of Hereford steers.
Yeah, that calf there out of Class 3, really impressive here when he comes to the side of the rail here in front of us, for his extra shape and substance. Again, for his breed background, very, very impressive.
There you go. Definitely like to change that rear leg a little bit.
Not to take anything away from these steers, but I remember last year, we've sat here for a few years now, but I remember one of the calves we really, really liked last year and even had a discussion about maybe, his chances of making the top 5 was that Hereford steer last year was extra, extra good.
Yes, he was. He was in the discussion.
All right, we are talking the Herefords here. Had the microphone out, now we put it back away. Again, some differences in terms of type and kind. You go with mass and substance of the sure thing, or you kind of hedge your bets on the future of one that maybe's got a little more look and eye appeal, maybe a little more flexible in terms of structure.
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out.
3 classes over here of division winner or class winners in our Hereford division and a pair of seconds there. I think all the way from our lightweight there to our last class. Very, very high quality set of Hereford steers. There's one out here just in terms of substance, mass, feature, and muscularity that just kind of is a man amongst the rest of them. Young man out of our 3rd class will have our champion Hereford. As we bring that second in, Mark talked him there. Structure is incredible. Good there in terms of his foot shape and just his bone. Maybe not just as extreme in terms of his shape within the breed as the one that just went directly ahead of him. He's still our 2nd favorite. He'll go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations to those young people. Let's go ahead and congratulate them.
All right, no surprise there. Sticking with the pair out of Class 3.
Yeah, back going with those heavyweight cattle again.
All right, time to turn the page.
Turn the page.
Kia Nina.
All right, what do we got here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At least 8 classes.
A lot of them.
Yes, bring it on.
Well, it doesn't take as much to make a key, does it?
Well, if your neighbor has a key bull,
That's right.
that's all you need, right?
It's nice to have that option.
For sure. Class 26 key steers. Hitting the ring right now.
There's a walks alone in this class.
Hey, that's old school good. Heads up, walks alone.
Exhibitors in this class include Ellery Hinrichsen, Charlotte Flinker, and Bella Johnson.
£800 class of key steers here.
Again, we do apologize if we mispronounce any names. Hinrichsen. I can, my last name is Habiger, and I can feel the pain of having to spell that out for folks, I'm sure, at times. How do you spell that?
Try putting an A in Ernst. Or somebody else tries to do. Or an extra E, an extra vowel. Throw an extra vowel in my name.
I've seen
Everybody
your
else tries
name put out as Ernest
Oh, yeah.
times. Ernst gets to Ernest.
And I got a double on deal because, most people can't spell my first name properly, let alone my last name.
Right.
Everybody thinks I'm a Christmas song. Noel, Noel.
Your first name helps carry on the family tradition from our mom's side, which
That's
is
right.
pretty cool.
Yep. Grandpa Daryl didn't do so good siring any boys, did he?
Nope. He got some grandsons.
Young lady here, the second hole, got the cool looking scarf there,
That's neat.
dolled up. Doing a nice job showing her calf. Got his head propped up. All three young ladies doing a nice job here. Hey, we got it nice in here in the Jacobson Arena, like we talk about. If you're out back in the tent, out in the cold, shoot us a text. What's the weather like? Is it snowing? Is it raining? What's it doing? We're in our comfy climate control, but just want to keep an update on the weather.
Yeah, give
So
us
if you're
a
out,
report
if you're outside,
from the
give us
choppers so
yeah,
we can report
give us the weather report.
how's the sidewalk, how's the
Yeah.
We're
how's the
going to leave them
ground.
as they are 1, 2, 3. So you can kind of come around. Young lady, as we start the keys, got herself, particularly on the stand, a class winner, fresh headed, good neck, good body shape, really, really good turn and muscularity. Watch this guy at the surface, and he's maybe a little quick stepping on both ends. But big picture, that's the highest quality, most muscular steer we've got. Young lady here doing an excellent job of getting this steer drove in second. I like this steer better in terms of his hock and rear foot alignment, just a shade better than I do our class winner. He too has got muscle. He's got the right kind of body shape to feed. Step off to the profile, and he just not quite as attractive where his neck sets on his shoulder, nor the shape to his neck is what our class winner is. But a real high quality, well shown calf by the young lady. The red steer coming in 3, got the big pieces in terms of bone and length and grow, and just tremendously long neck. Today, his pieces don't want to transition from one region of his body to the next quite as comfortably. He's not as just comfortable in the ring, and as a result, he'll be just a little piecey. Good class of keys, a nice way to start.
You betcha. Nice way to start. First place in that class is Ellery Henriksen. Class 27 now, coming down the ramp.
They liked how fresh that class winner was, but he was just a little quick stepping.
Yep. He thinks he's on the NASCAR track.
That's right. A little bigger class coming in next. 2 here I am's in the next class
Two
for
here I
the
ams.
tally marks, and then we got a IGWT and Mr. Clean. That's surely
How about
probably
that?
not the Mr. Clean I know, and then One
Probably
Oak
not.
and another IGWT.
Yeah. Well, while we're waiting for those cows to come down the ring here, just again take a quick moment here to introduce our two judges. Obviously, our lead judge is Dr. Mark Oak, world renowned in all aspects and all species of livestock evaluation. Needs no introduction, but he comes to us, from Western Illinois University over there. He's got his wife Katie and his sons Carter and Nolan and his daughter Nora Grace. So appreciate him being here today. And then he's brought his associate with him, Mr. Caleb Bowden. He is from Virginia originally here, and my notes say, looks like. Now he resides in Macomb, Illinois as well, where he is an assistant coach there with Mr. Hogue at Western Illinois. All right, steers hitting the ring. Smoky Calf, orange tag number 12, first one in. Looks like that is Jensen Lichter. Abigail Schmidt behind him. Look at little Hendrick Wilson here. He's
Mr.
getting it done.
Hendricks.
Cole Weiner after that. William Thorpe with the calf, and then Tyson Moore. 6 calves in this key class. Tag 100. That's enticing there.
A lot of hair, a lot of flair.
A lot of hair. That little boy's getting after it. Speaking of hair and flair, Mr. William Thorpe with his patented mullet. Looking sharp as ever.
Business in the front.
That's right. Boy, talk about party in the back. Look at that calf's bonzos. That dude's wide and stout.
Yes, he is.
So we didn't even really have to wait till the third or fourth class to turn up the heat in the key division.
No, it's here now.
Got a couple colored calves. Got some black calves. I think you went through this, what? And you already talked about the sires here while I was.
I did. I
not paying
mentioned them.
attention. Yeah, Din Gods and the Here I Ams and whatnot. Mr. Cleans. Yep.
You know, we got our little Here I Am tabulator. It seems
Tabulator. Beep, 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 beep. One of these days we'll just have there'll be a scanner at the edge of the ring, and as you walk in, it'll scan your calf and it'll just tell you what it is. It'll be like DNA verification. So Whether you say it's a here I am or not, it'll tell you what it really is.
Be handy sometimes.
Yeah.
That'd be really handy when you're out shopping for calves.
Artificial, yeah, there you go. Artificial intelligence will take care of that for us. Good class of steers here. Looks like there's a pair of black ones kind of in the middle of the ring. That little extra woofy, a little extra dense. Mr. Bruce Jones.
Hey, Bruce, how are you doing? Good to see Bruce on the sidelines. Never too far away at one of these cattle shows.
Yep. Making a circle here. Mr. Hogue steps in, gets a little rear view. Going to try to get this young man to make a bigger circle. See these calves. Well, what are you taking them bets on the age of that young man there in third? Hendricks. Is he
I was
4?
just gonna ask, do you know how old he is? Because man, look at that little guy.
He's getting after it.
Getting after it.
He didn't need a mini Hereford.
He's all business. I know he's all business. I got his dad on Snapchat. I see him in a story or two, and he's usually getting after it.
There's proud dad right there on the side of the ring.
Mr. Roger Olson.
Thank you, sir. Keeping us hydrated here. Good class of key steers here as you see them line up from left to right. Again, some color variation.
Glad he brought us those waters. My legs started cramping up.
Uh-oh.
That doesn't usually happen to me, but, you know, dangers of sitting.
Yeah.
Need a little pickle juice like an athlete.
Speaking of pickle juice, I saw a deal on Snapchat yesterday. They were basically boiling peanuts in pickle juice.
What in the world?
It's like a bar snack.
Huh.
Figured I might have to try that someday.
I say it sounds good. Just never heard of it. I consume a lot of pickles in my house.
My 9-year-old daughter loves the pickles.
Does she have a preference on a brand? Is she picky or?
Yeah, she is, but I don't even know what brand it is. Mom's in charge of getting that one, but she doesn't like the ones I like, whatever that's worth to you.
And they gotta be crunchy for me.
Oh yeah, I don't like the soft ones.
And I do not like a cucumber, but I do
No,
love
those are terrible. No sense eating cucumbers. So, looks like our initial lineup here. Hendricks Wilson is going to lead off this class, followed by William Thorpe. Those are the two big square back stout-ended black cattle.
Yes.
You're going to get a little bit of talking here from Caleb about the minor differences, I think, probably in structure, looks like to me. What do you think?
I would say that would be the difference.
Really a good class over here on our steer side as we work through these keys, and a calf that wins this particular class, I think, does a lot of things right. And I told Hogue some things that really just defy logic and nature. If you look at that thing and how fresh and tidy and just chiseled in there in terms of his neck while still having some substance to his jaw, you know, cattle typically like that are a little closed up underneath. I got in front of this guy, and man, he is broad and right in terms of his sternum, his forearm, and his front foot. His shoulder lays on his cage tremendously well, and that thing opens up. Stout, powerful, shapely. I think a really, really intriguing kind of steer to go ahead and win this particular class. The black steer that comes here in second, I love this guy just in what he represents for me in a practical kind of fed cattle. He's right in his rib design. He's got a good shape and the right kind of just substance when you get up on him. He's maybe just a bit off in terms of his angles up front. Wants to affect him there out of the backside of his blade when you set him in motion. For me and Hogue as well, his just added substance in the center portion of his body gave him a advantage over the gray steer here in third. When this young man collects this calf, that thing really has a striking look. He ties high out of the top side of his shoulder. He's good and level and long out through his hip and his pin. I like that calf on the standstill quite a bit. You get this guy in motion, and not only does he want to kind of close up and taper to the surface, he wants to just get a little off there in his loin, a little more forward there there in his blade. The white calf coming out next is just a wide, thick, chunky one that's tremendous in terms of his rib design. He's really, really good in terms of just his spread up high. He wants to just get a bit more mature on the front side of his body, a bit more deep there through his neck and his blade relative to the shape he has in his hip down through his stifle. But I think a really moderate, boxy built kind of calf that'll be a nice speeding one for the young man. The gray calf coming out next is incredible in terms of just his structure.
All right, another nice breakdown all the way through there.
Yep, good evaluation there, and that was a lot of differences in that class. Probably one that looks like it's fun to talk because there was a lot of differences, a lot of variation. Next class in the ring, class 28. First one in is this smoky steer, shown by Tyler Wallace, tag 77. Next in, Bella Demmer. Oh, that one's Chubbs is his name. Asher Henson. Then Miss Macy Jacobson again. And Knox Richardson. 5 head of key steers. 960 to 969. Little tight group there in terms of weight.
And out of the 5 steers for our tabulator, 3 are Here I Am. So
there you go.
Back to the majority.
Majority rules. I think that was even a bull's name, wasn't it?
There was a majority rules bull.
May have been a off breed. Stout-legged, white-legged calf there.
Very stout.
Again, another young showman. Happy to see that. Getting the next generation worked up here and getting some miles in and some extra practice at the Iowa Beef Expo. A lot of miles left in front of that young man, but he's doing a tremendously good job.
Yeah, it's some of those young kids, they act like they've been doing it for so long, but they haven't.
Right.
They're so young.
You, I don't know about you, but I never had a calf that nice when I was that young.
I don't think I did either. Not at the beginning.
Didn't I had a nice calf, but didn't look like that. Let's put it that way.
Right.
We didn't have them stout, chubby ones like that. My very first calf I showed was actually a heifer, and my dad took her to Denver, showed her in the open key show at Denver. She won her division. I showed her at the Iowa Beef Expo. She won her class and was reserve key at the Iowa Beef Expo. And then I went to like 2 other jackpots. Some went better than others, but about April, somebody called and was needing a heifer, and she got the wheels put underneath her. So I got my very first show calf sold out from underneath me.
Well, money talks, Dad,
Hey.
Dad had to keep things flowing.
That's right. Tell you what, times have changed now, but $4,500 back in 1989 was a fair bit of change.
That's
so
still a lot of money, but back then even
right.
more. That's right.
So, and that was a good lesson.
Yep.
Appreciate what you got when you got it.
Told this story before, but the very first show calf I had was a steer, and I just, we all know as youngsters it's hard to part with that steer at the end of the season, but my calf luckily got sold to somebody in Canada across the border.
Yeah, extended his life a little bit.
A little easier for me to accept than taking him to some other options.
Yeah, then put him right on the truck. So I'd say again some differences here in terms of type and kind. I'd say structure's going to make a pretty good sort on this.
Yeah, you get these into motion and you kind of can sort them pretty quick.
Yep.
Pretty quick like. Probably some mobility concerns on several of them.
It's like a pair of good cows to slide to the first the top 3, I guess, but at least especially the top 2, I think, and then some differences from there on down. Starting to fill up here in the stands.
Yes, I've been getting some messages from some folks that were not here at 8, but they have been making their way to town to switch from online to live viewing.
We get a show this magnitude and this size, you don't want to be showing here at 8, 9 o'clock at night. I remember we actually did that one time, but so you got to get going. But I mean, it'd be nice if we didn't have to start till 10 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm sure the exhibitors that are in those first classes would really appreciate that even more than you and me there.
Well, even me, it's Saturday, it's the weekend. I don't even be getting up earlier on the weekend, right?
Get after it. Early trips to the wash tracks for a lot of kids this morning.
Yeah, and I imagine the wash rack situation. I know there's people that are pretty creative in how they get your cattle clean, but I saw some Snapchats yesterday. I don't know if you did of the line over there to the heated wash rack in the main barn, and that was
Pretty long.
yeah. So I know we got some heated tents, and we looks like there's a lot of water running down some of the side streets. So if you can find the water,
Find some water and a
it'll be
warm
good use.
spot to get them dry.
Yep, get your. You know, Orvis works better when it's a little warm. If it gets cold, it gets a little stiff.
That's right. Can hear Jay Bradley Hook giving a nice shout out to one of our main sponsors, Vermeer, and we're definitely thankful to them.
Yep.
They have lots of signage in here promoting their company. They got some quotes from a lot of industry leaders that use their products every day.
Yep, absolutely. And as you can see here, if you're following along to the far left-hand side of your screen, we have a couple implements in here. In that far left corner there, you can see they got a tub grinder. One of the cool things they have here, and they also have a big round hay baler in here. So appreciate.
Bowden and I, we probably debate on these two just a little bit. But I told Bowden, I said, hey, man, the market cattle of the pair, in terms of body shape, spread, hip and hind leg, just genuine horsepower. I think the black calf's pretty dominating in here relative to his counterparts. He's not maybe as fresh build on the top side of his neck down through his chest, but I think that is one opened up, wide skeleton, round bodied one that has a market animal kind of build. The gray one, if you're going to be gray, I told him, I said, you got to have some twist, you got to have some chest and forerib. This is a jazzy looking sound, really soft structured show steer in second. But when I get on top of him, consider his color pattern, I need a little more body shape and just strength to the lower part of his skeleton. Awesome built, good looking, jazzy, just a little flat bodied for me, a little closed up underneath. This little guy here has got him a bear paw, big furry stout one, really, really moderate and easy doing and shows good for the boy. This guy's just a little pug headed for me. Gets in motion. He'll be a little rounder in his rump, get up on his toe behind. But I mean, tell you, a great, great built, nice dressed one. Looks good from the side. The final two are close. They both have structure limitations, but the steer I thought was just a little smoother built was the young man's calf. He's a little refined, and that's where I think the Baldy has advantages in terms of width and muscle. But when this old Baldy gets in motion, just a little too off in terms of his hind leg structure long term, so he'll close a competitive class.
All right, there you go. A little learning time there. Mark talking about the debate they had there between themselves, and that's what makes it fun. But
That's
decided
right.
ultimately to go with that market product.
That's right, because Mark is the president, Caleb's the vice president, so he's got final say. Class 29 hitting the ring. Coming down the ramp in her pink shirt, that's Miss Abby Tlack. She is here to defend her championship. She had the grand champion of the whole show last year. Pretty sharp looking calf there to start this class.
Very nice.
Right behind her, Drew Totemeyer, Carter Firk, and Jack Wason.
Here we go. The quality just keeps coming again.
Ratchet her up.
As we knew it would.
Abby is one of my neighbors down there in Southern Iowa in Warren County, too. That's a calf that she got from Jared Arthur, or Lucky Strike, just like the calf they had here last year.
It's quite an accomplishment for her last year to have top honors down here.
Yep, won the Iowa Beef Expo, kept the throttle up, and took him out, and won Exarban as well. So one that could win at the beginning and at the end
Wire
of the
to
day.
wire.
Good quality here in this class. And again, I mean, not to take anything away from any of these cattle, but as we just watch these classes come in, it seems like last year we had a lot of 8, 9 head classes, and I just don't think we have maybe the numbers that we did last year. Definitely quality's still there, especially on the top end, but I feel like we maybe don't have quite the numbers.
Smaller classes than we're used to, but as we saw in the one division there was only 3 steers in that one class, and Grain Reserve came right out of there. So again, yeah, quality very high.
Circling here, coming into focus. There's Abby's calf. I think he's a made to order.
He's a sharp looking dude. He's just got that extra look. And
yep, here I am, the Drew Sean. Next calf there, Mr. Firk. That's a How Great. And then Jack's calf there at the end's a Here I Am.
They're coming in front of us at the table here. That second steer, man, he's wide and powerful all the way down his top line. We can see that from the table, starting at his shoulder blade. And then that fur calf is also big ended and stout.
Yep. Maybe not quite the foot and paw size of those two in front of him, but definitely got a lot of muscles. Again, we alluded to it a little bit earlier, but I think we did a nice job here. Credit to whoever got the surface in here right. Clinton and his crew here at the Iowa State Fair did a nice job. This haven't had any problems with the ring. Looks like the cattle move around comfortably and everybody's got good footing.
Haven't seen any cattle struggling or tripping or anything. They got a nice thick layer of the bedding and they
Yep.
got it packed in and
Yep.
they've got it
It
smooth.
still has a little cushion, a little give, and a soft surface at the top. So
even meets our. I think you and me are pretty picky on that. It looks pretty level. I don't really
there's no holes
fault,
or anything. Yeah, they did a nice job. We're gonna have to, got something to strive for at your Webster City show now.
Another really nice class on our key side and a high-end kind of class winner here to go ahead and lead us off, man. Two things kind of come to mind when you talk about this steer, and that's build and proportionality. And when you study this guy from the side, he's incredible in terms of his lines. Everything blends and fits on this guy. He's fresh on the front side of his body. He's right there in terms of his underline and his body type. I think that calf is incredible in terms of his angles. When you study him down through his shoulder, his knee, all the way to the surface, and that thing's got an absolutely incredible rear leg when you get him out in motion. The muscle calf, actually, in terms of just sheer shape, dimension, and spread up high, actually kind of favors the calf we have here in second. That thing is groovy and ripped up out of the backside of his shoulder. He's stout in his pin and big in his stifle. I like all those things about him. He's just got to settle in and find himself in terms of his rear leg just soften there and his ankle become just a bit more comfortable. Doesn't quite have the underline and just sheer quality in terms of look as the one that goes ahead and leads us off, but definitely a nice kind of shape steer. Young man steer coming out here in 3 is a big practical kind of calf that I actually like in terms of his hip and his rear leg. I think that guy's got a lot of utility, maybe just a bit dull in terms of the depth to his neck down through his chest relative to the two there in front of him, but I think a real good feeding calf for the young man. One that's fresh and good on the top side of his neck, stout in terms of his upper pin, comes out here in 4. I just got to loosen that guy up and how he's hinged off of either ends of his skeleton. Tremendous class of them. Let's give all those kids a big hand.
Well, they sure liked your neighbor's calf there. Appreciated how unique he was. Definitely one as we watched him come out of the ring here. To me, just so soft on his ankles and his joints. It's hard to.
Yeah, with the flexibility and the soundness and all the extra bells and whistles and freshness I talked about, this is a really nice place to start. I'd say, again, in the NASCAR track, that's a good class key cattle here, and I expect to see some more. Look at
Here, look at that first one in the ring there. Oh,
show steer alert. All right, coming in the ring here, as we just talked about, Abby Tlacklin's Class 29, Class 30 hitting the ring. Hannah Noonan, Haley Robinson, Emma Moorfield, and Kai Kern. Couple black calves, got a smoky, and then a peach-colored calf.
Sires represented. How great thou art. Here I am. In God we trust. And another in God we trust. Think you can tell which two those are, maybe?
I'm guessing so.
Yeah, when that first steer walked in, he sure drew my eye.
He's got the neck up there high and tight on the top side of his shoulder. But just as we stop and get them all set up here, let's a lot of cattle.
Quality. That third steer, man, look at his pose.
Yeah.
He's really attractive out of his neck and shoulder.
Black steer in second looks like he might have a slight advantage in terms of frame size compared to the rest of them in here, but
yeah, and he's powered up. Well, just to what you were talking about before, not big classes, but good ones.
That's
There's
right.
4 good ones out here.
Wouldn't expect much less in the key division.
Steer closest to us here, that white one, he's got some serious pipe under him.
Big legs. That's Mr. Kern. I'm Sarah's boy.
This is going to be one of those classes where somebody's going to walk out in fourth and not feel great, but they're going to have a nice calf to work on
Yeah.
because it's all four pretty good.
Be a long year ahead of you still. The guy judging next week might think a little different. I'd say, again, a lot of.
Still frozen on our computer screen. We apologize if that's what you're seeing at home, but really high quality class here.
Yeah, good class of key steers here again. This is class 30. We're going to have 33 classes in total, so 3 more after this.
Yes, class 33 rounds out our division before we move into the Charlet division. All right, looks like Big Legs is going to go.
Yep, we're going to start with the big legs. We're going to go up to the black calf.
Yep.
Then the peach steer.
Yep.
Really a good class over here in the Keys, and you guys can get fired up how you want to come to the microphone and introduce these two cattle at the top end of this class. And bottom line, they're different types of cattle, but this gray one that starts, I mean, where things are cool and trendy, he is cool and trendy. Those are some big fat pipes that handles himself real well, and just a balanced, flexible calf. And Bowden and I said, hey, take him to the next level. Will he have just enough punch when you step in behind him? And I sure think so. The boy does a good job, and I think everything fits on that steer uniquely well. Flexible sound, hits a wide cross section of judges, in my opinion. The one in second is a thoroughbred. I mean, that is a rope neck, rip back, big hipped one that is high cut ability, and he will be a lean, mean fight machine when it's all said and done. And I like that about him. We got to make sure that his angles stay with him because he rides the line in terms of vertical on both ends, just a nickel. But man, that guy is uniquely built. His neck comes right out of the top of his shoulder, and his back is big. Got a nice orange one here in terms of basic comfort, build, and body. This guy reads a little plain shouldered for me long term in terms of the shape to the top of his neck as it fits into his shoulder. But utility at the ground is good, width and spread and volume sure good. The steer that comes next, I like this steer's shape down his top line. When this guy's in motion, he has the least to his mid body, and I don't trust his front end maybe quite as well as I do the other three, but you love the oopty shape he's got down his top to his hip and quarter. Good class here in our Keys.
All right, Mr. Hogue was excited on that one. He liked those big pipes and how he managed himself.
Yeah. And even on the last calf here that rounds out, he liked the oopty shape that one had. That's a new one for me.
Another
little oopty oop.
Add to the bank.
You betcha. So again, class 30, class winners Kai Curran. In God We Trust. I'm assuming that comes from Mr. Tracy Gretzka. Class 31 hitting the ring. 4 calves in this class again. Smoky Steer to start the drive. Got a Bronco face calf here. Alexa Fitzgerald, Logan Croc, Ada Lund, and Riley Steffes.
More powerful steers coming in front of us. Look at the
Woofed
top
up.
on that third steer. That is
Yikes.
wide.
Look at his ears.
Grande. Yeah,
Grande.
big fluffy ears.
I think he'd eat Thanksgiving dinner off that dude's back.
You can see they just clipped some fresh hairs on the back and they're still sitting there on him. Must have the old cordless clippers out.
I suppose. I doubt it was the Silver Andes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're good. All right, lunch has arrived. I'm not even hungry watching these key division, man.
Makes you. Who was the third one? I missed the.
Coming in here? Ada Lund. I'm thinking that's a Joe Hare calf.
Okay, I was just gonna ask if you had any backstory on it. Well, interesting calf.
He is. So we have a In God We Trust, one oak. We did not disclose the sire
not
of
available.
that big stout calf.
Mystery. talking to a good friend of mine the other day about a sire that he had not named yet. And I said, "What are you going to name him?" And he said, "No clue." So then I've just ever since been calling him No Clue.
No clue.
I said, "Oh, I thought that was his name." I said, "Just run with it."
Circling here, we got our live feedback up in the video. You guys can see Smoky Calf starting there. The calf in third that we were talking about, the big fluffy ears, that's Ada Lund. Again, big pipes, just big everywhere.
He's stout everywhere. Calf right in front of him has some unique markings for you, Mr. Ernst.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to get a nice, good look at these calves in front of the table here. I'm excited to watch these come by. Not too many hairs out of place on that calf.
Not very many at all. And he's got a lot of them.
A lot of hairs, a lot of squareness. He appears to be
Hey, check this out.
athletic.
Young lady here at the
Yeah.
end, she's got a pink tag in her calf to match her shirt. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
I've never seen a pink ear tag, or I mean, not one like that anyway.
Yeah,
Gray with a pink
it's unique
print on it. That's pretty cool. So we got them lined up here. Young people got them set up, showing them off to the judges, doing a little back and forth. Mr. Hogue and
got our nice
Caleb
wide
Bowden.
view for you guys on the camera. I think you can see that third steer is awfully stout, even from that wide pan.
Yeah, even through the fence, you can see his legs. Look at the hip. I mean, that's like salt
He's
ball.
got the big hip bones.
He does.
They're
and
wide and high.
square.
I couldn't, when he walked by, I questioned how much does he have down low with all that hair, but it's when their hip is that big,
Right.
it's hard to match it. Definitely appears to get out nice and sound.
Another good class of them over here in the key division on the steer side, and a good set of cattle all the way through. I thought 2 and 3 was very, very close with some trade-offs. Our class winner is just dominant in terms of feature and substance. That guy opens up so big out of the backside of his blade. He's stout there when you get him behind the cattle. And then relatively to the two that stand directly behind him, I think his angles and the way he gets out and goes is probably as good as any of them. Now, we could definitely just tone him back in terms of maturity and his head shape and the top side of his neck, but that's still a calf that gives you a nice balanced look there from the side. The silver calf and the black calf here in 2 and 3 were real close for us, and the gray one here has just got a shot more. He's a shot further along in terms of his forerib and the shape to his underline. That guy spans big up high and is still stout and dimensional when you get a 3/4 view on him there. One we'd like to just tone back and lay him back on both ends of his body, but I do like that calf and what he represents from a feedability and stoutness standpoint. The young lady steer here in 3 has got tremendous upside. That one is good at the base of his chest. He's fresh on the top side of his neck. That's a flat-backed one with the right kind of shape, and he's only going to get better with some flesh and some substance there in terms of his forerib and his flank. I like that guy and what he represents down the road. He too is just a little further forward and angles on both ends. We just got to give him a shot more substance today. Brockle calf that's going to round us out. I think one who's good there in the angle to his shoulder. He's got a shot more extension, just maybe not the substance and muscularity as the cattle that precede him. Another good set of them. Let's congratulate those young people.
Congratulations to that group of kids. Again, winning that class, Ada Lund with her calf Chubbs. I did get some confirmation, Ryan. I talked to Mr. Joe Hayers. He walked behind us here. That calf is a Here I Am out of an Unstoppable cow. I can see the Unstoppable there.
I was just going to say, I can also see the stubble and the hair and the softness.
Yep.
Very neat.
Yep, good calf there to win that class, class 31. Hitting the ring now, class 32. We have 5 head. First one in the ring, Everett Ryan. Logan Knowles following him here with this yellow snip nose calf. That's a cool marked calf. Coming down the ramp is Shay Rogers. Got a smoky peach calf behind her. Copper actually is his name, so we're going to call him Copper Colored. That's Hunter Siebel and Hannah Comer here with Rico.
I think we're back into the NASCAR again.
You betcha. Speed Demons.
That third steer that walked in,
A
it
lot
looked
of here
like
I
he
am's.
probably in the NASCAR league.
Well, you wouldn't expect much if, you got elite NASCAR drivers. Her dad's as elite in this show cattle business as any of them, so wouldn't expect much less.
For our tabulations, 4 here I am's, 1 Fu Manchu.
Yeah, two peach calves and none of them are ingots. How about that?
Maybe on the bottom side.
Could be.
They're starting to get into production, aren't
Yeah,
they?
oh yeah. A lot of them are pretty good. So, just again, good looking cattle there.
Yes.
I'd say the top 3 or 4, pretty salty. Young man down on the far end, Everett Ryan. That's a good looking steer.
Yes, really good profile.
Got the quote unquote rope neck that Mark Hogue was talking about earlier. Okay, we're going to spin him around here. Coming into your screen there. Everett Ryan. It is Here I Am. I like the color of this second.
It's pretty unique. It's kind of got the lighter color in all the right places to
Yeah,
kind of
cool strip face.
show that dimension off.
You know the one thing wrong with that calf though? It's not even the calf's fault.
I know what you're going to say. It's going to have something to do with that lead equipment.
Lead.
You don't like those white wire halters, do you?
I don't love it.
It does give a little bit of a old school vibe and perhaps a dairy cattle vibe. I don't know why, but white
You and I
pants.
have spent too many times at the Minnesota State Fair watching the dairy show
That's
across the
right.
way
It's
from the beef
always
show.
going on at the same time. Kind of fun to look at these up close. That third steer, really impressive how he's able to move with the width that he has. I assume they're going to snap him up to the front. I guess we'll find out.
Yep, I think they like him pretty well. I think maybe the real horse race is second and third, but you never know. We're not the ones out there today.
You never know.
Yellow calf maybe just gives up a little on the seat of his pants, as we talked about earlier. Those judges keep saying that.
And
Good up top, and then just wants to funnel a little bit.
most are probably aware, but we do have 2 judges in the ring. It's not a panel system. We just, Mr. Hoag's the lead judge and he has his associate judge. So, not a voting system in this case like it is for the Denver Faster Show.
So get the nod for second place to the yellow calf.
Yes, bang, bang, bang. Be fun to hear how they describe this lineup.
Dude, that's going to win this class. Big legs, but maybe his foot size doesn't match exactly perfect because to his diameter bone, but awfully, as you said, sound and flexible.
Well, I like how that thing can move
Yeah.
for how stout he is. That's hard to find. Like in our last class, that steer that was second, man, he was woofy, but he just didn't quite handle those back legs the way that the class winner did.
Here we go.
Here on the key steer side, we have an absolute hammer to start with out here. This young lady's got in the black steer. This guy functions at a very, very high level. Whether he's on the stand or in motion, you like just about every view you get of him. That is a high quality creature to start. Now, 2 and 3, I think get real, real close. And I told Bowden, we got the muscle steer in second. You got to trust his knee. We got the build steer in third that you got to just trust he's going to get enough horsepower long term. Moral of the story is I encourage both these young men not to give up on your project, because this guy right here, you get in behind him, his body shape, his hip and stifle with a great look, tremendous at the ground. We just got to go nice and easy and make sure he stays together. I want a little stronger front view in this steer in third. big hind leg, capably shown, good back, flexible kind of build to him. Just need to open him up a shot. I think that's close. We let just body and mass sort the orange over the black. I think this guy's a little plain built, but I like his shape and muscle. Got a black steer that's got the frame and the grow and extension. Study his head, neck, and underline. It's just not as current in terms of his look in the ring that we're hunting today. Pretty basic, though, in terms of utility and feedability. Very high quality class here in the key steer division.
Once again, excuse me, once again, there, just again, Judge is talking about the high quality and making the comments, especially on the top end of the quality in there. And the cab that wins, I think so, did pretty easy for those guys. Mark just went out and, said, there's a hammer of a class winner to start a really strong group of steers. Class winner there in class 32, Shay Rogers with the Here I Am. Class 33 hitting the ring now. Reese Rave, Shelby Johnston, Katie Johnson, Carly Kinsel, and Riker Giroux. This is class 33, 1,126 pounds to 1,150 pounds. This will be the final class of key steers today. Then we'll bring our first and second places back in here, select our champion in the key division. 4 black calves, and then Riker just hit the ring here with his cherry red steer. We're going to come into your view here in a second. Good group of cattle here again in this key division as we expected. Again, tremendous quality here in this particular class. Just show steer look and quality all the way through in this particular group. Looks like we got a couple Here I Ams, 3 Here I Ams, and some Hen God no, How Great Thou Art. So 3 Here I Ams, 2 How Great Thou Arts. Some more Rogers Bulls represented here in this heavyweight class of key steers. Yep.
What did I miss?
Not much. Oh, wait, you did. This is another awesome class of key steers. Just hit the ring here. You heard the judge in the last classes, those they left the ring. You heard him call the one a hammer, obviously.
Hammer time.
Hammer time. And again here, just a lot of good steers. We'd like that calf and fourth there, Carly Kinsel steer. I mean, he's just got the look and the eye appeal, the way his head, neck, and shoulder assembly is next level, I guess. And we'll just see what they look like here as we get them in motion, put them around the corner. But another really, really good group of Keenan steers here. This is our heavyweight class, our last class in the key division. And we'll bring our class winners back out.
For the tabulator, we have 3 Here I Am. So
I covered that for you.
okay, good. I appreciate it.
Yeah, didn't want to let you down.
Majority again.
That's right. Majority rules. Another big old fluffy-eared calf here to start the group here. Reese Rave has.
Oh boy, that's a big smooth top. Bringing them around in front of us. Yep, you're right. Another salty lineup.
Look at the neck on these two right here.
Yikes.
Especially
You know,
this
I
one.
like that.
This one here is what gets me. I think that is that Nolan Ferguson tag looks like. And then nothing wrong with this old red steer here either.
No, that's a good gift. Just ran into a buzzsaw of a class, but
I think he's still going to be. He's got enough power and stuff, I think, to stay right in the
give him
mix.
a run.
Yep. I think our calf up front, as we just get this view of him, maybe runs out of horsepower, even with his cool look.
Maybe a nickel on those back wheels. Just a little more narrow at the ground.
Even just his pin set and his hip shape. I don't want to throw the A word out, but he's just a nickel business breed looking. But tremendously good class here again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a heck of a division. He's whoever walks out of this division is going to be a strong contender tomorrow, obviously.
Well, we'll see if we start pulling them as they talk here. We are circling again one time, maybe, or we're just gonna start pulling. These guys are pretty vocal. We can hear some of the comments they're saying as they just talk to each other. I like this. I didn't like this.
We should have got them mic'd up.
Yeah, hard knock style. Yeah, here we go. We're gonna go for a walk.
Spin them. Well, the one nice thing with the smaller class is these cattle have plenty of room out here at
Yep.
this large ring to move and
Yep.
operate. We don't have a situation where you have the ring so full you can't get them in a good pace.
No, for sure.
Might not be the story come tomorrow afternoon, but we bring them all together.
Second calf there maybe got just a little hitch in his get along the way he kind of rolls out his hip a little or something. Or
Yeah, there's something different there about his rear legs on the go. He tucks them under a little bit extra.
yeah, something. I think that's why we probably put him in motion again here. The second and third place calf again. Those two that you talked about, the extra power and shape, maybe just not as loose in terms of their structure.
Hard to have it all.
That's a fact. Boy, look at that dude though. That's a wide calf.
That's a wide one. Maybe just wants to get up in his top a little bit with all that power. One that comes behind him, say, just doesn't track quite as wide
Yeah.
naturally. He still packs some punch.
Now he just wants to close up a little.
He almost wants to not cross those back legs, but he wants to keep them close.
Good thing they wet the ring down pretty heavy this morning.
Well, I don't know if he's going to start a brush fire.
No, it's all in good fun here. We're not being critical of anything because these are elite cattle. He still has enough punch to go ahead and win this
He's
particular
going to get the
class.
nod.
Yep.
Good set of them over here on our steer side in the key division. And I think all five of these cattle have value and have some pieces that a guy could tie into. One thing's for sure that was never a discrepancy between Mark and I is this calf was our class winner. He's high quality. He's good in terms of his build. He's memorable there in his look. I think a very, very nice place to start. Young lady here in second, it was extremely close for us between 2, 3, and 4. There's some pieces, like I said, in each and every one of these cattle a guy could tie into, and then there's some areas a guy could hyperfixate on and get critical. On the standstill for us in terms of freshness of neck, true shape, and just genuine muscularity while still having the right kind of balance, standing still, was the young lady here in the blue shirt for us. Now, that calf is just a little odd in the way he goes in his elbow and his shoulder. He wants to just tuck up there in terms of his back and drop his pin ever so slightly. But when you get him standing still, he was the next highest quality for us. The black steer coming out here in 3, if you just want to get behind him or study him in terms of a 3/4 view, he could go second for sure because that one is big back, he's big hipped, and he's opened up. I think that calf is just a bit mature on the front side of his body. He's a little lower set there in terms of his shoulder, wanted to get outside of himself from behind ever so slightly. But I like that guy and what he represents from just in terms of moderation and substance. Hogue really liked pieces about the red steer, and I'd agree with him in terms of just true foot size, the way that guy goes out of his rear leg, and just levelness in terms of his hip. He might be the second best one in this particular set of them. He's just a bit more mature on the front side of his body, a bit more vertical there through his shoulder. I didn't read him as husky out of the backside of his shoulder. Young man does a good job getting him shown. I like that one's rear skeleton and just his added feature. Young lady does a nice job with this black calf coming out here in 5. That one's tremendous in terms of just his freshness, his immaturity, while still having the right kind of body type to be a good feeding one. We just got to have a shot more foundation, have him settle down there in terms of his rear ankle as he goes. Congratulations to a very high quality set on our key division.
All right, really impressive all the way through there as we rounded out that class.
Yep, Carly Kinsel wins class 33, her last class of keys of the day. Going to go out and re-rack them here and bring our class winners back in for what I'm sure is going to be an exceptional lineup in the key division.
A showdown. It's going to be a good one. All we're going to be missing in comparison to an action showdown is music.
Yeah, well, that's what we're here for, right?
I guess. I'm not going to sing, though.
Oh, darn. All right, hitting the ring right now.
8 classes.
Class 1, which was 26, Ellery Henriksen. Our Class 2 key steers was, winner was Hendricks Wilson. Young man there, it's getting after it. Class 3, Macy Jacobson. That's where we kind of had the swap at the end. Class 4, Abby Tulak had that really nice class winner that Caleb talked about. Class 5, the next class, which is Class 30, Kai Curran, the big-legged white steer. Class 31, that was Ada Lund with the big fluffy-eared Here I Am from Joe Hare. Class 32, Shay Rogers with the hammer. And Class 33 just entered the ring. Again, Carly Kinsel. Here I Am calf there out of that last class. Really tough class again. They talked about, about 4 cattle deep. They were really, really impressed with.
Yes, what a lineup as you talked about them and we watched them come through. Just a lot of quality. Every one of these class winners brought the heat and the seconds.
Yeah, and they were all a lot of good, strong classes. I don't think any of these that, some good cattle here, but, none of them, some of them did win their class maybe easily, but nothing that was like a cakewalk, I guess. Let's put it that way.
No, they all got pushed.
Yeah. Good group here. I think it's going to begin just kind of like the mains, just kind of be where you want to put your preferences and what you want to stand for.
Yeah, you could definitely go a few ways and argue it and be right. Ultimately, they're just looking for the one that puts the most things together they're looking for.
Yep. And what you see today versus what you see down the road.
Yeah, that's the fine line you walk when you're judging a prospect show, right? You're obviously want them to look good in front of you today, but you're also partially trying to predict the future they have in front of them, how they're going to develop.
Yep. I know in years past we've kind of thought the main division was maybe class for class as stout as ever. I think even class 1 of the keys here set the tone maybe just a nickel higher in the way they set the bar all the way through than any division we've seen yet today.
I agree. I think whatever wins this division might win the show.
Oh yeah, they'll definitely be in the discussion.
I mean, we have a lot of cattle we haven't seen, but it's possible.
Well, it's happened before. So the question will be, we're going to pick the heavyweight. This gives us the heavyweight, or that's where the trend has
I think
been.
the trend's going to be broken on this line.
Sure.
Nothing against that calf. That's a nice one.
Right.
I think there's a few that are a little closer to us that are going to get the nod.
Yeah, and probably a little closer to what they've been after throughout the day. Especially as we look back to the main division, I think there's maybe a calf or two that's more similar in terms of silhouette and style in this lineup.
Yes, and one that has the mobility that they're looking for as well.
So again, as we kind of pan through here, if you're following along on the video feed, just give you a quick recap down there. Class 1 winner, just circling there in the green shirt, that's Ellery Henriksen. Right behind her, the young man.
It's my turn, so I'll come to the microphone. And obviously, as Caleb and I have worked through the steer side this morning, I sure think the Main-Anjous had a lot of quality, and there was some close calls in terms of what you want to do. We get out here in the key division, and man, I tell you, these class winners are impressive, and I compliment the reserves. I think things fit together with logic for us. We tried to explain the differences to you. In my opinion, that there's a paramount here. The champion to me is pretty non-negotiable, and then what's interesting is to do well at a show, the toughest thing to do is to win your class, but then you've got to continue to hit the judge every time you come back in with kind and quality, kind and quality. And what separates the good ones from the really good ones at the Iowa Beef Expo is an essence of uniqueness or memorability, the ability to remember those cattle long term. And so, with that stated, my compliments to all of the exhibitors out here. The one that come and hit us tremendously hard, still going to be your champion key, young lady out of the second to last class. Let's give her a nice round of applause, if you would. For reserve, we could start down. There's a little guy down there, class 2. Nothing against class 1, but I tell you what, I thought Bowden did a great job of talking the class 2 winner. I think that one's very, very unique long term. Definitely a player. I think class 3 winner. This is a cattle that I really like because he is a genuinely wide skeletoned animal that's right in his body shape. Shoulder might get him today, but that's a good one there. The next two, you want to talk about panther and bare feet and big hairs and all the above. The black one and the gray one. These are major contenders out here, just if they got enough shape and muscle. Get down to a real stout, big, burly one that's just a little mature headed, but those are some giant appendages. Our second place steer, good looking, good shape, just a little dainty build at the ground, a little bit straight. You get down to this one down here, wins the last class. That steer right there looks like he came to the Iowa Beef Expo to get a shot and to get a piece of a division. So with that stated, without a doubt, our reserve wins the last class. Let's give that young lady a great round of applause.
All right, well, there you go. The hammer was dropped with the hammer steer, and then he did go to that last class for
Yep,
reserve.
last class,
Can't get away from it.
Awesome group there in the key division. I mean, there's 3 or 4 in there that real tough to get around.
Yeah, a lot of those steers will be heard from again that didn't get the nod there, no doubt. But ultimately today, that one that won is non-negotiable, he said.
Non-negotiable. Shea Rogers, congratulations. Champion key steer. That one came out of class 32. Reserve was class 33 winner. Carly Kenso with the Here I Am as well. So we're going to turn the page, switch up our color pattern a little bit, get into the Charlies.
Not that we haven't seen heavy muscled cattle so far, but we expect to see some more in this division.
Angus is the business breed. This is the power breed.
That's right. 4 classes of Charolais steers coming soon.
It's been a few years since I've had a Charolais bull. I was kind of toying with the idea the other day of going to be buying another one.
Well, the one you had sure did a lot of good for you.
Yeah, he was a good one.
Our first class of Charolais steers, we're going to get rolling here, just has 2 entries. We have Alexa Reese, Tyler Conover. We've got 2 steers sired by In God We Trust.
111.
Yep. See, 3 1s in the first tag.
Hey, I like the young man there at second. He's got his cable halter on, but he didn't use the big ugly
He did
white
not
strap.
use white. He went with black, less distracting. His calf is stout. Speaking of muscle, he's got some. A little difference here in this pair.
Yeah, kind of a smooth made, attractive one, kind of a square, stouter one. Both of them are pretty attractive, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, you get that second steer
Just-
parked and get his head up. He
Just maybe a little
balances up pretty well.
quicker in terms of the way he reads, in terms of his length and extension, forearm, and
All right. He's going to move him out. I think we're going to go 2-1 on replacing.
going to save some steps.
Yep. Going to go with that stout round calf to win, and we're going to go with the long-necked, a little flatter-sided one perhaps for second.
Incredible way to get us kicked off here in our Charolais division. And I think a pair of cattle that are different, but both high quality. Ultimately, the young man's kind of gray smoke steer is going to win this class. And I think that one kind has some very, very unique pieces. That thing shoots his neck high out of the top side of his shoulder. And to be so good there in terms of his length of body, that thing is tremendous in terms of his rib design, the shape he has to the bottom side of his forerib there. I like that calf a good deal, combining presence, muscularity, and build. Young lady's calf that's going to come out here in two. I think one that's just tremendous in terms of his utility and his kind. He's good there in his mid body, really good in terms of his structure and his foot quality. I think another one that's awfully good feeding for the young lady. Let's give both of those exhibitors a big hand on a nice pair of Charolais.
Congratulations to both those exhibitors. Class 1 Charolais winners, Tyler Conover. Class 35, class number 2 in the Charolais division, hitting the ring now. Big class here, 6 head. First down the ramp, Jack Ireland, Claire Schonbacher, Colton Huseman, Taylor Thomas, Madison Fry, and Nora Minson. There they are. We get our camera panned over.
There's a stout one coming right in front of us at the table.
You betcha. There's one that got a little too close to the black calf. Might
Got a
run in the
little
blower.
black. Got a little black on him, but still looks highly presented.
It's like the third calf here that I've seen with tag 111 in there. That's just the tag for the year, huh?
Number 1 3 times, I guess.
There you go. So we have a little bit of variation there again. No here I am's in this particular class, but next man up, In God We Trust. Some various crossbred bulls, it says. So
Yeah, I'd say some of those might just be non-AI sire, AI name brand sires, but nothing wrong with that. Judges are getting that rear view. Gonna check out the front and we'll give them a spin.
you betcha. You can see the extra power here again, like you talked about in this particular breed. All right, we're going to take him for a spin here. I never showed a Charolais. How about you?
No, it didn't show a Charolais.
They really weren't as popular back in our day, were they?
No, they didn't have hair.
They did not.
And that was kind
That was, I mean, I don't remember what year we incorporated the quote unquote composite or half bloods in the steer side, but it wasn't until well into the, I don't know, mid 2000s, I guess, before they kind of became of popularity. Some of the southern stuff kind of moved its way north. But yeah, in our day, they were all, whether they were purebred or not, they looked like purebreds.
And then there was the terror, run of terror almost of the Monopoly Charolais cross. For Monopoly Charolais were winning.
Well, they won steer shows and the heifer shows.
Yes, I mean, that was quite a combination of club calf genetics and with that Charolais breed.
Absolutely. Yep, one of the most dominating sires in his time. Definitely on the Mount Rushmore of bulls.
Yes, he is. You still see him pop up today as well.
Yeah, I still got a little in my tank.
On the bottom side of the pedigree as well.
There's a cool yellow Baltic calf.
Yeah, definitely. Neat markings on him. He's a little stubborn in front of the table here.
He's mad about that white halter they got on him.
Right. He doesn't like it. He's embarrassed.
Let's pull one around him, maybe.
There we go. Got him past that spot in the corner.
Saw his shadow.
Yeah. Did the groundhog see his shadow?
I don't know. 6 more weeks of winter, though, it looks like, because we got the snow now and it's going to be cold. It's not going anywhere.
I figured because it just kind of started late, so I figured it lasts a little longer.
So we talked, we made some decisions, and we started pulling them, lining up this class of Charolais steers. Smooth made, attractive one to start with.
Yep, one of them get out and move, and the steer in second is super powerful, maybe not quite as attractive.
Right, yep, not he's the power one, not the shapely one. Then again, probably a prettier one that comes third. That's again just gives up a little power and shape and substance and foot size.
All right, we're gonna get to comments.
I just told Bowden when these colored cattle come in, I feel like I'm at a mini Fort Worth in terms of size. I like the style of cattle that are out here. I think their kind and quality represent really, really good show cattle, really good fed cattle. In my opinion, didn't take long to start with our class winner out here. That steer does a lot of things really, really well, in my opinion, in terms of shape, muscle, look, and then agility-wise favors him over the steer in second. On the parked, on the stand, I think you can, make an argument that this steer in second, really good shape, good in terms of his hip and hind leg, just a little deeper in terms of his throat line. This steer gets in motion. He's not quite as athletic. I think 3 and 4 are close. I let width and mass and muscle sort him. I like the gold calves, just power of body design and really, really good down his top line. Steer will get just a little stabby off of his rear too, open up at the base of his shoulder. Big, pretty, long-bodied, and extended are all adjectives that describe the steer in fourth. Relative to his frame size, I got to trust he's going to stop growing taller and just open up in terms of width and mass. If he does, that steer's build's tremendously good. Thought the red baldy was just a little sounder than our our white calf. Red baldy needs more muscle. White steer here, thick, chunky, wide, and moderate. Just a little unorthodox in terms of how he handles his rear too. Great, great class of Charolais out here on the steer side of the ring.
Good class of Charolais there, as he said. Really just a nice one. Like we kind of thought to go ahead and start that class. Let's put all the pieces of the puzzle together for him.
Yep, really complete individual. And just had all the good parts they're looking for, and then after that, they let muscle do some deciding.
Jack Ireland, class winner in class 35 Charolais steers. Next class in class 36, 3 head here. Brody Neeson, Scout Lock, and Carson Litcher. We have 2 In God We Trust and 1 not available.
Not available. Starting to see him pop up a few times.
He's
today.
becoming, he's getting some more ticks on the lists. A little more notches in his belt.
We've cracked the 1,000-pound mark here in this class. Just over 1,000 pounds on each of these entries. Looks like another nice group of steers. Looks like they're all going to be the kind that are easy to feed and have some production to them.
That's the nice part about Charlie cattle. They're just good doing, easy feeding.
All right, Mark's ready to see him go.
Yeah, as you said earlier, very efficient. That's one thing about Mark. If you've seen him and watched him judge before, you know he's not going to waste much time. Likes to keep the ball rolling, keep things moving, and keep his attention.
Yep, he's done it enough times. He knows what he's looking for. But like we said earlier, when it was time to slow down and take a few extra looks, they sure did that as well.
Right. Good class here. Long skinny necked one here at the front of the lineup, circling. Stout, made, smooth one. Extra power coming next.
Yes, a lot of power in that second calf. He's definitely got the advantage.
Yeah, look at his rib and mid body. I'd say that's to go out on a limb. I've kind of kept my mouth shut since the semi division, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and put my money on the second one.
You got her. Deep twisted too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at the rear view there.
Went ahead and use the two smoky calves. Caleb's gonna talk 'em.
Another dominant class winner here in our Charlet division, and I think a calf that's got just a load of quality, and just if you study him on an individual standpoint, I think has got a really, really good and big rear leg. Everything reads right in terms of his body type and his muscularity. I like his added length and just extension up front. You know, if we're gonna get ultra critical on him, he just got a shot more crest there on the top side of his neck, but I think everything fits on that steer. One that's extremely high quality. Great one coming out here in two. We've talked about it all day. Good kind of cattle in terms of his body type, just his added length and his feedability. That guy's got some freshness actually and some look there on the front side of his body. He just doesn't come with the muscularity and just the true hip and stifle rear leg size as the calf that precedes him. Gold calf coming out here in three. That's a long bodied steer that's extremely long there in terms of his neck and his pattern. We just got to stouten him up at the surface, flesh him up there, and get him a shot more muscularity. Nice trio of them. Let's give all those kids a big hand.
There you go. Trio of good Charlet steers there again. First place in that class, exhibited by Scout Lock. Entering the ring now, class 37 Charlet steers. This will be the third and final class.
Last class, 5 entries, and we got them coming from Bryn Kinsel, Kinley Johnston, Gary Lawrence, Kentley Lonikin, and Bria Bowl.
Oh, Bria Bell.
Hey, we were just talking about Monopoly. There's Monopoly in this class. Monopoly
Hey, all
Charlotte.
right.
Imagine that.
Gronk.
Third one in. The first one in the ring, man, he's got some cool looking fit job on him. He's got a lot of expression, good body shape.
Yep. Last one ain't no slouch either.
No, he's not. Nice group all the way through.
Looks to me like, again, another good class, but I think when we circle these and put them in motion, I think that's where some choices are going to be made.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say, just the ones that can hold themselves together and put those legs down correctly are going to float on up.
Yep, ones be comfortable. I think obviously we got some color in here with this breed. I think it's just maybe the calf at the front. Don't know where he's going to line up, but when you're the only white one and a bunch of red copper ones, I think it kind of right, wrong, and different. This is an optical illusion.
Yeah, it definitely is noticeable, the difference. All right, we're going to get them into motion. Find out how they move. It looks like that first calf gets out pretty comfortably with the power that he has.
Says he's an AG. I'm not sure what that is. Anything goes, maybe? We're going to
Maybe.
you go with that.
Sounds good.
Give our local Iowa boys a little credit. Dude, sounding smooth, isn't he?
He is. That's what I was just impressed with, how smooth he blends. And you can see that expression to the seat of his pants when he walks. Second steer, definitely attractive. Maybe not quite as powerful. They're coming around in front of us here. The third steer definitely has that monopoly body.
Yep.
Fourth steer is cool looking, just a little greener in condition, probably maturity. That last steer you talked about when he came in, he's definitely got the pipe and got the shape and the power.
Yeah, a good class here. I think, again, just where you want to put your preferences. And I don't know, as you watch them walk, I'm watching them walk. I think we're going to have some decisions made on just comfortability and flexibility when we put them in motion.
Yeah, I'd say that steer at the front of the line is going to be
It'll be tough to get around.
tough to get around.
There we go. Pretty quick draw from Mr. Hogan's cowboy hat.
Oh, we just found out what your AG was. Got a text. Amazing Grace.
Oh, there you go. See,
Yep.
I tried to help you.
Thank you for the update there. Amazing Grace on that calf that we think is he at the front now? Is he
Yeah.
good looking show steer.
Got a real good class of Charolais steers here as we're trying to pull them in. A steer here that's going to be third, chocolate on the end, or gray's four. Steer that there at the end's five. I love the presentation and the wow factor that this class-winning steer has out here. Good bodied, good in terms of his shape, and you get on top of him, and I really like his rear view. I think it's genuine. I think it's right. I think it's correct in terms of how it's laid on his skeleton. Study him at the ground. I think he's more relaxed in his rear foot than the steer is in second. Study his front feet, and I think they're acceptable. Maybe on occasion he'll get to throw in his front left out ever so slightly, but I tell you, big picture, that one's fun to study and needs to win. Steer in second, if I could make him just a little more comfortable on this ring surface off of his rear feet, I think this is really an interesting steer to study. He's a good prospect steer, but I read him continuing to get better. That's a strong head, a long neck that ties high to the top side of his shoulder, and from a profile, that's really a good balance cattle. Today, I just don't read him as comfortable at the ground. Blade back, this steer comes in third. Huge hind leg, huge hip, big, broad back in him, and I like that. Steer's neck shoulder reads a little mature to me, then tilts a little farther forward on his knee than maybe ideal. The gray one on the stand can run with these top three cattle above him. This guy gets in motion, and he's just a little rigid and calculated out of his hock and rear pastern, front 2/3. I like the body shape. I like the mass and muscularity that steer's got. Our final steer, extra long bodied, extra long necked, and still big in his body, broad in his view. But in terms of that essence of balance and eye appeal, didn't hit us quite as strong as what those cattle did that precede him in class. Another very strong set of Charolais steers.
All right, there you have it. A nice breakdown again of those steers.
You bet.
All the way through. Really nice group.
Yep. And kind of like we alluded to, or what we thought, maybe, find the one that's cool looking and still sound and mobile, and go ahead and grab him. I think, as he described, I think he was a fairly easy place to start for those guys. So, congratulations to Bryn Kinsel. She's going to win class 37 in a Charolais division. That's the last class of Charolais steers. We had 4 classes. Our class winners coming back in here now. You can see the young man there in the vest, Tyler Conover. Young man behind him in the blue vest, Jack Ireland, out of Class 2. Class 3 winner was Scout Locke. She's bringing her smoky calf down the ramp there. And then white calf, we just talked about, Bryn Kinsel, out of our last class, Class 37 in the Charolais steer division. 4 class winners here, and we get ready to select our champion.
And as we'd expect, all these steers coming out are stout and powerful and shapely, but again, they're soft bodied and have some look, so definitely a lot of quality.
Right. Well, you got a horse in this race?
Well, I know you keep talking about how the last class is hard to beat, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet.
I like the 2 white calves together. I'm not sure which way you go. I think they're the 2 that are a little smoother and just a little more flexible. I don't know. I like the Class 4 winner.
Yeah,
He's kind of deceiving. Like, he doesn't look so stout and wide necessarily till you get right on him or watch him come at you or leave you. He's awful burly.
He's definitely powerful. He's got that awesome body shape. He's got lots of product as you
Yep.
study him from behind.
Big old top shape in
I
him.
don't know. I think the Class 1 winner is dark horse for me.
I think that's an awful good calf, and they, sure appreciate his look combined with all the power he has. I'm just not sure in terms of maturity and, frame size down the road where that one ends
Yeah,
up.
I agree. He might not get big enough, but
Reads just a little quick.
he's definitely got some unique parts that
He's
they've been talking about with
yep.
this
He's got
quarter
some.
shape, and his head comes out nice and high.
Yep. Well, especially for again, like they talked about in class, amount of power he's got from his shoulder back. It's hard to usually tie their neck in that well.
That fourth steer is obviously in contention. They did pick on him for his front feet coming out, and you can see that a little bit. But he is, again, like you said, just pure power and shape, but still smooth, and they got the high presentation on him. But and those two steers in the middle are also high quality. So just a
Yeah, no,
testament
it's a
to
good
the
lineup all the way
just
through.
a
Yep.
testament to the quality all the way through, and it's fun to have different types and kinds out there that are quality
Yep.
to discuss.
Yeah, and not to take anything away from these Charlotte steers, maybe not the numbers we saw in the key and the main show, but these cattle will hang right in there with them. I know last year even the champion Charlotte was knocking on the door of doing some things at the end of the day we thought too. So definitely a lot of quality here in this particular steer drive. I like this little calf of yours,
Yeah,
don't they?
he's a nice one. One thing that's interesting about that, Kev, we've talked about, you commented a few times that cattle come in. Look at how those big hairy ears, and I've noticed that calf out of the first class, he does not have the big hairy
He
ears.
does not. He does
Sometimes
not.
they just go through stages where they lose
Nope.
their ear hair, but not that that's anything wrong with it, but he just does not have the big bushy ears.
That's probably to his advantage, though, because you get a calf that size and stature. If he had big fluffy ears, you'd probably really call him late maturing. I think the lack of ear hair probably lends to his youthful look a little
Yeah,
bit,
he
honestly.
could. He's in contention. They keep looking at him and talking about it.
So once again, as you can see, or if you can see here, we're cattle in here, right to left, class winners. Class 1 winners, Tyler Conover. Class 2, Jack Ireland. Class 3 was Skylock. And Class 4 there in the pink shirt, Bryn Kinsel. So I think we're getting closer to decision here.
Kids have really brought some good ones. Congratulations to all of them.
Mark's chirping in his ear, saying, hey. Kind of waiting for the cattle to settle in and show themselves off. I know that's what's frustrating when you're trying to make your final decision and the cows circle and circle and circle.
Here we go.
Incredible division over here on our Charlet side in the steer ring. And I think each and every one of these class winners and seconds, like Hogue mentioned earlier, with this breed influence has been tremendous in the show ring. And not only that, but in real world stock and the cattle world, I think is absolutely incredible. We started off with our lightweight down here, kind of a gray calf. That one hit me real good. Whether he's in the hair or even if you take him to a different part of the world and shear that thing, his quality, his shape, his body type, and just his natural lines are absolutely impeccable with that kind of presence. Now, maybe as Hogue points out, not as big and burly there in terms of his front foot and his forearm as maybe one other calf out here, but I think one that hits me real good, very high quality kind of steer. The white calf that comes out of class 2, maybe in terms of just feature and bone relative to body type and just substance, maybe as good of a proportioning cattle as anything out here. I love that guy in terms of his length of hip and his look. I think one where everything fits and balances very well. The young lady steer that won class 3, maybe as big in terms of a rear leg as any of them. That thing is stout in terms of his bone, and I love that about him. He's good in terms of just his shape and his dimension for me. And when I talked to Hogue there just momentarily, he's maybe just not as creasy and just as athletic in terms of his his body type, and then you study him on the front side of his body, he's just got a shot more crest over there on the top side of his neck. But that's an awfully high quality one that looks like a good feeding kind of cattle. Young lady that won that fourth class, I really, really love some things about that series. Fresh and fresh where he needs to be. He's good there in terms of his progression of width and just his substance up high. If you want to nitpick on him there ever so slightly, he's maybe not as big there in terms of his feature at the ground. But more importantly, I'd like to just smooth him up there in his shoulder, tie him in a little neater there into his forearm and the base of his chest. For us, when Hogue left me, he said, hey, we got one that's non-negotiable. Young man that won class 2 will go ahead and be our champion. Bring that second in, and I thought another really, really high quality one. We had some seconds down the line there that were very, very good as well. There was another one that hit me extremely hard, really, really good, whether he's in the hair or he's slicked. I think just quality kind of livestock. Young man that won that first class will have our reserve.
All right. There we go.
There you have it. So our champion came out of Class 2, Jack Ireland. Reserve comes out of Class 1, Tyler Conover. Those steers, probably in terms of pairing them up, probably differ as much in terms of type and kind. But again, the things they talked about in quality and build, those are the two that they ended up landing on.
Yep, and we've talked about that in years past. They don't always have to pair up. It's nicer if they do, but
Yep,
it doesn't always have to happen. You know what time it is now?
business breed, baby.
It's time for the business breed. I didn't bring my hat, but I do have a nice hat the Mitness family did give me.
Well, you can't wear that till tomorrow. You only wear it on Sundays, don't you?
Well, yeah, I do save it for special occasions. Class 38 coming in the ring. We've got 2 entries. One from Hadley Brown, sired by Good Times. Second entry from Callie Jensen, sired by PVF Fugitive.
I showed an Angus steer too in my day. Throw back to what would it have been oh shucks, I can't even tell you. 90, probably 2000, I think. Year 2000.
Okay.
I had the champion Angus steer at the IJBBA Expo. Sired by Herring Ranch Maximilian. Raised by Jared Sliff and the crew at Tree Lane Farms in El Paso, Illinois. So shout out
That
to
had
those
to have been
guys.
towards the end of your
Yeah, I was
showing days.
I was a freshman in college. Yep,
Okay,
I was
I
out of
gonna
high
say,
school, freshman in college.
Y2K.
Yep. So
Did you turn your computer off before midnight that year?
well, I didn't really have to because I don't know if you knew me back in those days. Did not have a
No computer to turn off. Yeah, well, fair enough.
No,
Didn't have to worry about
I
it.
did not. Didn't have an iPad. Didn't have a computer.
Did you at least empty the bank account out?
No. I think I grabbed my penny jar and held on to it just in case. I do remember though that was funny because we were actually staying at Grandma's house that night playing cards till the wee hours of the morning. Watched the clock strike midnight, and everybody was worried that
The world was going to end.
Grandpa Darrell was worried the lights were going to go off because the Y2K was coming.
Here on the Angus steer side, we're going to let these folks come right down here and stop head to tail the way they are. I told Bowden initially this is a high quality pair of Angus steers. They're both fresh and attractive. They both are good in their body shape. The one that does it with just a little more unique presence is the young lady that wins our class. Really, really a good calf in motion, and that steer gets his neck popped up. I like his shape out of his shoulder. I think that's a pretty show steer in the Angus population. That's chest is going to stay right, but yet you get on top of him and you're impressed with his muscularity. Good bodied, practical steer. You can see his balance and essence of proportionality isn't quite as unique as our class winner, but his basic utility in terms of width, the skeleton, body shape, and muscularity setting him real well. Both ends of his framework aren't built quite as unique as what our class winner. 2 good steers in our Angus division.
All right. Nice pair of cattle there. And big smile on that young lady's face. Congratulations to Hadley Brown for winning her class here today in the Angus Steer Show. Again, as you said, that calf sired by Good Times. Nice pair of steers, as they said, to go ahead start this breed. Class 39 coming in the ring next. 4 head here. Caleb Cruzy, Parker Long, Anson Swalla, and Callie Jensen again. So
Sires represented in this class include Vegas, Walk the Line, Brigadier, and Good Times again. Let's let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. We're definitely having good times here today, enjoying the show. The quality of the livestock has been really outstanding and really fun to watch so far.
Yeah, we haven't been disappointed much yet, have we?
No, thanks to everyone who's joined us, those that are not here, and we know some people that are here still joined us, which is cool.
Thanks. Yeah, appreciate you listening home. Thanks for your feedback, good, bad, and ugly. We've got plenty of that from
Yes, we've got some feedback, and
both
that's
sides.
fine with us. We're open-minded individuals and
we
always
got
looking for critiques.
we got big shoulders.
We'll be back with you again tomorrow, and the show tomorrow starts again at 8 a.m. So Noel, you'll have to get up, get that coffee going.
Yeah, I'll get up, get some coffee going for you. You're a coffee connoisseur. Have you tried this Crockett coffee? I've heard about that on the radio. You heard about
I
that?
don't know about that one. Is that what is it? Tell me
Well, I
more.
don't really know. I just heard about it the other day, but they said they named it after Davy Crockett. So I don't know what
I'm
that
gonna have to
means.
investigate it now. You got my attention. I don't get into the fancy coffees, but I do enjoy
Not a Starbucks
good coffee.
partaker.
No.
You still get your coffee at McDonald's in the morning, or
No, most time it's just made at home or at work. We have a pot going there. Actually, at work we have a pot of coffee, but it's McDonald's coffee.
oh my.
I do like the McDonald's coffee, but we usually just make it at work.
Well, as I said earlier, I'm an iced tea guy, not a coffee guy, but I see Casey's is hyping the coffee all of a sudden. There, you tried that? Is that worth the hoot? Or
Well, I'm not an expert at it, but the fresh ground coffee, of course, is always going to be better than the stuff you scoop out of a can. But I have had a few of those fresh ground coffees from Hy-Vee, and they are good. And Algona, got the big upgrade lately. We got a scooters now, and I don't go through there much, but we do have one available.
we have in Indianola, there's a Starbucks in the Hy-Vee, so you have to like get out of your car and
Well, they got to get you in the store.
Well, that's a great idea, but yeah, but now I think they're shooting themselves in the foot. Now they're building one where you just drive through Starbucks.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's going to hurt the walking traffic. But what do I know about business, right?
Well, we all have our theories, but
Here's what I know about the business breed. The big pretty calf that's got style, eye appeal, and balance. Still has some muscles. Going to win the heavyweight
gonna win.
class.
Good times.
So we know the champion Angus steer at the 2025 Out Beef Expo will be sired by Good Times. How about that?
Perfect. Hey, speaking of the business breed, when I talked to Mr. Mitness yesterday, he told me they got 2 full sibs to that good. Remember that good Angus heifer I bought from him?
Yep.
2 years ago? 2 full sibs.
There you go.
I'm excited to see them.
Waiting on the heifer ring to finish up here, but you can see in your ring those two steers to win first and second. A lot of eye appeal, just a lot of cool parts and pieces in those dudes.
Yes, they
Balance and
up really
design.
good. Yep.
Yep.
They've had bigger heifer classes, so it takes them just a nickel longer to get through the reasons.
I'd say we're into some sort of Main-Angelos over there.
Looks like it.
All right, Angus.
Nice pair of them over here on our Angus side in the steer division. I think a pair of cattle that actually really complement each other and do so with some strengths in different areas. The steer that we're going to lead off with, love that guy just in terms of his natural lines and his length of hip. He comes with as much just forearm and bone as any of them. And then you study him in motion, and he's probably just the most appropriate in terms of the way he's built off of either end of his skeleton. Now, the young man with the steer here here in second, I can encourage you to keep feeding on this guy because his look, his freshness, the way that one just is built down his top line out through his hip is very, very good. He just wants to pull his hock ever so slightly when we get him behind the cattle. I didn't read him with near as much just true foot and forearm as the calf that precedes him. But I love that guy's build, his immaturity, the way them cattle kind of feed, in my opinion. That thing's got a lot of upside this summer. Young man that comes out here in 3 brings us a high-performing, big-bodied one that's real, real good just in terms of his midrib. One we just like to change there in his foot shape, have him go better off of his rear leg ever so slightly. Young man coming out here in 4 brings us a nice moderate. Young man brings us a nice moderate built kind of calf. Just needs a shot more bone and feature there to go ahead and play with those 3 ahead of him.
All right.
A little playful there at the end of the
Yeah,
Angus class.
he's feeling frisky. He got some air under him on
He
that
did.
jump.
He had some ups.
Wow.
That was like it's true vertical too, because he came to stop and then he went straight up.
Yeah, you don't usually see him get that high without something strapped under their flank.
Well, got our young ladies out here in the ring, getting the ring fixed up. He kind of pawed up a few potholes, but we got that patched up here. So
They
we're
got you
gonna be,
captured. Everybody's fine.
yeah, we're gonna be good to go, ready for the champion drive in the Angus division. Class 1 winner was Hadley Brown
Good
with the good times. You got it. And Class 2 winner, also with the good times, Callie Jensen. So congratulations to those young ladies and good luck here as they duel it out in their black sweaters.
Yes. Competitive. They're similar type of cattle.
They're very. I'd say there's the biggest difference in those 2 steers is their age.
Yep. 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 Same calf, pretty much. Obviously, they're brothers. So, is it going to be the larger animal that wins, as the trend has been?
Well, it was. That's how we were leaning that trend. And then we got Charlize and they
Blazed it.
blew that right out of the water.
Didn't quite follow that.
I mean, we can sure like the front end design and the front third of the lighter calf there, and but you know, the bigger calf, he's a lot punchier, sappier. I'd say you could have a toss up. It's tough to beat the bigger
Are we
calf.
going to
Isn't
keep
it?
them together? How about
Well, I'd say
keep them together?
that's a foregone conclusion to me.
Okay. The good times are going to roll together, he
Let the
says.
good times roll.
Can't argue with that.
I'd say here in let's say 45 days, I think the little calf wins. But today the big
We
one.
come to the close of our Angus steer show, and really a quality representation out here with 2 first-place cattle, 2 second-place cattle. We've talked them in class. We've talked them as a set. And so my compliments to me, the most interesting Angus steer that we have that hit me hard initially, and I still think does when the young lady brings her back in. Young lady that wins our first class will be your champion Angus steer. Let's give her a nice round of applause. For second, the young lady owns both of them and has a young man helping her with the second place lightweight steer. I like that steer's body shape. You know, in my opinion, he'll get just a little rounder in terms of his pattern. We think one that fits very, very well that we like a good deal is the heavyweight class winner. Let's help congratulate the young lady in the black sweater on 2 good Angus steers here within this division. She'll be reserved with the heavyweight.
All right, there we go.
So they did keep them together. It's a pair switch on us, but that's all right.
Yeah.
We like to put the emphasis on quality.
Just got a text from one of our listeners out there, Noel. He says, I don't care what anybody says. You two have faces for the radio. LOL. Can't argue with that. He said, I also said, I'm enjoying listening to your commentary. Keep up the good work.
Well, sure appreciate it.
Thanks for the shout out. We're not going to argue about our faces.
No, definitely not. Are you going to read the comments where the other people tell us we're dummies and they hope we never come back?
Oh no.
We're not going to
Not sharing
publicize those.
No.
All right, we're on to your favorite division. Class 1, market heifers. Class 40, 2, 4, 6 entries. First one in the ring, Kaylee Larson, followed by Abe Krukow, Jackson Allen, Dixon Fry, Harper Rathke, and Cade Knopp. 6 head, start our market heifer division, 600 pounds to 700 pounds.
I only got to click once for my tally mark, so I'll hit one here. I am.
Click, click.
All right, looks like some eye appealing heifers to get started with the lightweights.
These are always the fun classes or interesting classes because there's what you would consider some tweeners that aren't powerful enough yet, that don't weigh enough, and then some that are probably vertically challenged, maybe. So,
Yeah.
again, finding your place to lay your priorities. So, we're going to have 3 classes in our first division of market heifers, 3 classes in our second division of market heifers, and 3 classes in our third division of market heifers.
All right.
So 3 classes, 3, that's 9 classes.
Yep.
I don't. Do you have a better memory than me? I was thinking, do we have four divisions last year?
There was more.
I thought there was
more. Getting back to your numbers thing, but I'm sure the quality won't
We had
disappoint.
such a good winter coming up to this last week, and I feel bad for kids if they didn't make it or just couldn't make it work with the weather this week because it's been a mild winter. It's probably been less challenging to work on your cattle than most winters have
There's
been.
parts of the winter where you might have worried about them
Yeah,
sloughing some
shucking.
hair because
Yep.
it's so darn nice
Up and
out.
down and whatnot. Yep. Anyhow, we have what we have, and we're darn proud of them, and these kids ought to be as well. And so far, we haven't been disappointed by any quality, even though maybe the numbers aren't quite what they have been in the past. So we hopefully rectify that next year. But market heifers starting here, and as we make the circle, anything that's jumping out towards you?
This third heifer into the ring that just came in front of us is pretty striking.
Yeah.
To me, just having that, and the one right behind her as well. They're both the skinny necked ones that still have some hip and some bone.
The 2 white-legged ones there is coming into your screen, or I'd call them the boxier ones in this particular drive. They got some extra squareness and substance and still have some look and design.
This fourth heifer coming around, very complete type of a female. Maybe not quite as much bone work.
Yeah, maybe
but she's smooth and
a little
correct.
moderate. I mean, that's the kind that you worry about ever getting there, maybe.
I guess if we're gonna play the game, I'm gonna start with the second heifer in, just off what I've seen.
Yeah, I like your style.
And it looks like she did get grabbed first.
And there's the other one that we said we should go right with her. Parabology white socked heifers to start our market heifer division.
Nice logical place to start. That one that wins is probably just a little more unique a few places.
Yep, a little trendier up front.
Plus, she's got those cool markings. Look at that.
We make the jump into our market heifer division, and I think we've got a real high quality one to start with out here. This little guy's calf, in terms of structure, look, and balance, and shape, and presentation, everything we've been talking about today, I think that heifer most effectively fits the mold. Who's most like her within this particular class, not only because of color pattern, but in terms of quality, would be the young lady here in second. I don't think this heifer's quite as relaxed and comfortable on her rear two as what our class winner is, but outside of that, I think a heifer with shape, heifer with muscle and length of front end. That heifer's a little neater looking than our black heifer that comes in 3. I like this heifer's hip. I like her hind leg. I like her strength of top line. She's just a little deeper and plainer about her neck and shoulder and front end. From there back, a lot of utility. I thought there's more growing continuation in the black heifer versus the gold. The gold heifer's extra big bodied, very well presented out here. I study her at the ground, and she's got little feet. She's got tiny bones, and I just think a little quicker in her maturity pattern than what I'd like to see, but really broad, really wide, and opened up. Got one here that's a little off in her rump, a little up underneath herself behind. kind, but I like her extension and length of front end. Needs more rib and body. Our final heifer, good, good, good. In terms of her midrib, you watch that heifer go, and she's just a little nervous out here, a little round and rigid on both ends of her skeleton.
All right. Another good start to a division there with
You
the class
betcha.
of market heifers.
Good pair, and he said, you know, one he really, really liked to go ahead and start that class. Class 2 coming in here, class 41 coming in now with this cool colored orange roan heifer, Oakley Cobb, Colton Schaefer behind her, Kendra Robinson, Jolie Fisher, Reeve Wagner, and Charlotte Flanker.
2 tally marks in this class.
Click, click, click. Got 6 head again here. 700 pounders. There's our young lady with the scarf on again.
She's doing a great job out there.
Again, as we talk about these lighter weight heifers, there's some variation in terms of type and kind till we get up to some bigger stature type creatures, but it was fun to listen to him talk that last class. You know, obviously, as we talked about a lot of differences in type and kind, and some of those cattle that we saw things in, they kind of saw the same thing.
Yeah, they did. He kind of called them the way we were looking at them there, talked about the bone work or lack thereof on the one, and the striking features of the one at the top there kind of set a tone what they're looking for. Like you said, with these lighter weight heifers, we're kind of looking like what we expect them to. Heifers that are really have the look. Obviously, they're not as big framed and maybe not quite as woofy and stout today, but they look like they have a bright future ahead of them.
Yep.
And you know, so far from what I've seen, heifers that have come into the ring so far look like heifers that do need to be on this side of the ring, not on
Yes,
that
right.
side of the ring,
Right.
which is why we have this class.
Yeah, unfortunately, even with the advances in technology we have of, you know, sexing cattle and embryo work and whatnot, we still happen to get and get ones that maybe have the wrong plumbing or the plumbing we wish was different from time to time. So I know got some friends that are a little frustrated at times with the money they spend on trying to propagate the next generation, and you put a pile of money in some sex semen or whatnot, and then you get the wrong one anyway. So
Yeah, that can definitely be frustrating, but
yeah.
at least we do have the market effort divisions. We've talked about it in other years, but not everybody has this division, so we're thankful
Yep.
that we have it here in the
Even
Midwest.
more states are catching on now. I know, you know, 10 years ago, Missouri didn't really do much. And,
Well, Kansas City brought back the,
yep.
what do they call it? They don't call it
Well,
market.
it's, yeah, donor mom or something, or steer mom division or something. But like at the Missouri State Fair, you know, I think I've watched that for a few years now. And they used to have like 4 head, and now they'll have 4 classes with, you know, 8 head in them apiece. So it's working its way around the country. All right, we got them lined up here. 6 head out there, as we said. We're in the kind of mid 700-pound range in this second class of Division 1 market heifers.
We'll have one more class, and we'll have that division champion already.
Judges scouring them over here. Go
All
ahead.
right, we're going to start lining them up. Nice, complete, eye-appealing heifer there is going to lead off. She just got that good design to her.
Yeah, nice fronted, clean chested, and up headed.
She's
Which
got
is a
those
little
big fluffy ears that we
little
talked about.
shocking to me. We look at her sire, says when in doubt. Thought it was the front end you would envision on a win and
Nice
out.
trio up here on our steer side and the market heifer division, and I think a heifer that wins does so fairly comfortably, just in terms of her skeleton, her build, and then you study these cattle out here on the side, and she just blends the nicest. She's the best in terms of her balance. She's the strongest down her top line. She's the neatest about her neck, and still has some substance and power when you get her just right in behind her. If you study this heifer here from the side, I think one for a Division One deal is very, very high quality. The young lady here in second brings us one that is moderate there in terms of her size, yet hits me with some length and an extension up front. I like that heifer. If you study her when you get behind the cattle, she's got some turn and some shape out of the backside of her shoulder compared to the heifer just directly ahead of her. Maybe just not as good down there through the base of her neck, down through her chest, and then I'd like to just make her more comfortable there off of her rear leg. But I thought a very, very nice one there. Young lady does a good job with. I commend the young lady here in third. This one might be as highly presented as any of them in this particular class. She's the freshest on the top side of her neck and spans with a pretty good shape up high. I like that heifer's just squareness of hip, and on the standstill, I think that her hind leg is attractive. The problem is when we get on either end of this cattle, she wants to close up the most. Of our initial three, she's the narrowest down through the base of her chest. I'm just not sure if she comes to enough. I love her just quality and her lines and her look there. She just got to do it in bulk and spread. The kind of gold roan here coming out next is one that's extremely long and fresh on the top side of her neck there. She's a bit more moderate there in terms of her mature size compared to the cattle just directly ahead of her. She maybe just ran out of rear leg and substance in terms of feature and lower stifle compared to the cattle there directly ahead of her, but a nice kind of female there for the young lady. Young man bringing a black heifer out next, maybe as good in terms of just smoothness, body type, and just elegance as any of them in here. Just not as extreme in a market heifer setting there in terms of her bone and her substance when you get directly right up on the cattle. Black and white heifer that's going to round us out is a stout one that's big stifled, big shape, just a little quicker there in terms of her maturity pattern. Not quite as nice there in terms of her skeleton, but a very, very stout one to round us out. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
All right, so that wraps up class 2 of our market heifer show.
Congratulations to Kendra Robinson there. We talked about that heifer. She had, those guys said she kind of serviced to the top in that class, sired by win and doubt. So congratulations to Kendra. Class 3 of the market heifer first division, which is class 42, is now hitting the ring.
5 entries coming, and our exhibitors include Brody Breidinger, Bristol Hay, Cameron Hegeman, Connor Shivers, and Gracie Sherman.
So this is the third and final class of our first division of market heifers. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Second
A little
heifer
playful.
got a little frisky there at the gate.
Looks like we might have,
checking out. Probably didn't know what to think of those wood chips, maybe.
nope, just
Think she's going anywhere.
I think this young lady looks familiar to me. She looks like the young lady that's been showing some awful good mini Herefords in the past.
Oh, nice.
Again, what you said, a gateway project moving on to
There we go.
market heifer here.
Yep.
So,
Well, never fun when that happens, but looks like she's gonna dust herself off and get back on. There we go.
Her mom's got her prepared well.
Yep.
She's got the sparkle boots, matches the belt, matches the shirt, nice bow in the hair.
Yep, she'll be fine. All right. Nice
We got some color
black and
there.
white heifer got Oreo coming in.
Kudos to that young man for keeping the white white.
He's also sporting another mullet. We haven't seen as many mullets this year. Was it last year or 2 years
2
ago?
years
when there's
ago.
just mullet after mullet after
Yeah.
mullet. Is the Fed?
Hey, here's another one of those tags. What curtain? Is
That's
that
a
what that
curtain.
says?
Yeah, it's
There you
curtain
go.
tag. It's kind of neat. Yeah, unique with the pink.
There you go. Shout out to that crew for your creative ear tags. All right, 5 head in this class again. Getting up into the high 700 pounds. Starting to become a little more uniform in terms of size and stature and body design.
Yes, I agree with that. A little more uniform across the board. All right. Is the black and white heifer going to win? Yes or no?
I think she's the front runner at this point. Not sure if the
Initial
yellow
sort.
heifer's stout and burly enough. I think she's got the look and design, flexibility. Needs a little bit more oomph, maybe.
That's what I'm seeing as well. Just initial sort, gate sort, black and white, I believe.
Mark says, let's walk 'em. So, again, this is third class Division One. Excited to see what the next two divisions bring. I know last year we had an awfully tough division of market heifers, and the eventual champion market heifer ended up reserve grand overall.
That's right. She was a pretty special one. One
Very
that
unique beast.
I'm sure will have progeny in the ring eventually, I believe. Is that?
Well, I'm assuming so. That's the goal, I think. You might be a more historian than me, maybe not. I don't know how many times in history the champion market heifer has been champion overall at the Iowa Beef Expo. Do you know the answer to that question?
I do not. It has to be low.
I believe, and if you're listening to us at home, you know the answer, go ahead and shoot us a text. I know of one for sure. I know the first one. I think maybe one after that. So I'm going to go ahead and say two times it's happened. I remember back in, would it be the late 90s? One of the Dwight Wills boys had a
Yep,
market
I
heifer.
do remember
I'm
that.
pretty sure I was maybe a training type deal that
Yep.
ended up winning the whole show.
All right. So apparently
Mark Squires, I think, was the judge that year. See, I know more than I remember.
that's pretty good. You
My
just
wife
got to
tells me I
think
can't
about it.
remember stuff, but I just remember the important stuff. See,
So apparently the colored heifer was burly enough and wolfy enough, and I'm assuming the black and white heifer we talked about probably just wasn't as comfortable on the move as they
yep,
wanted her to be, and
loose,
so
no
she went
structure.
into two. And I can understand that.
Yeah, but nice pair of heifers, quality look all the way through.
But yeah, getting back to what you're talking about, for the market effort to take the whole thing is awesome when it happens. It's rare. There's nothing wrong with it when it's the best one. It's the
Right.
best one.
Oh, that's why we show them that way. Yep.
All right, they're still giving a few reasons on the breeding heifer side, and then Mr. Hogue is ready to fire some reasons on this class here.
I'm interested to hear what he's gonna say about this top pair, and like we talked about, comparing and contrasting these in terms of body style and muscling in the market heifer side of the ring.
Yeah, it will be
What he's gonna
fun to hear the
say
thoughts.
about this peach heifer. So that's the first one we've seen that I think it would be competitive on the other side of the ring.
Yes, she's more feminine in her build, a little finer in her bone work and flatter through her shoulder, but obviously burly enough for this lineup for these guys. I'm sure they'll
Not
talk about
neither
the
about her head.
give and take too.
Not to take anything away from anybody, but the young man there in second with the white one, I think if you adjust her halter a little, I think it helps her head. And the way she just smooths up through her front.
Be a little more comfortable.
Yeah. Well, I think that, and then I think it just shows a little more elegance. She looks just a little clunky and a little blockheaded with the halter down low on her nose like that.
It's always got to be in the middle.
That's where it's supposed to be. They let anybody in this building.
Here in
There's
the
Mr.
market heifer
Saggy.
side, I believe this is class 3 of 3 in our first division. Going to be a fun first division to put together. Have two really nice market heifers to study. Structure sorts the pair. I think the gold calf just a little smoother built. I like where her tail head sets in her hip and her hind leg posture. To me, reads with just a shot more function. The black and white one got the extras in terms of stoutness and feature and a cool marked kind of heifer. Just a little more rigid in terms of her hip, a little shorter in her rump, correlates to a little quicker step behind. Young lady got a nice heifer in 3 and 4 are close in my opinion. I like the heifer in thirds, attractiveness to her head, neck, and just a little fresher built kind of cattle. She gets in motion, she'll be just a little scissor walking off of her rear too, but I like that heifer shape and a really pretty fronted one. Young man's got a nice one here in terms of strength and levelness of lines. This heifer reads a little parallel to me in her underline and just a little harder bodied kind of cattle. Then study the masculinity to her head and neck, not quite as fresh as the heifer in third. Very similar story to the heifer that closes out our class, big boned and stout, just a little too masculine in terms of her look out here, down through her head, neck, and shoulder, just a little round in terms of her pattern.
Well, he said what we expected. Structure sorts the pair.
Yep. As you said, the yellow one probably got just enough to get the job done. Liked her smoothness and attractiveness, and most importantly, flexibility and comfort getting around the ring. So, congratulations to Gracie Sherman. She's going to win class 42, which is the third and final class of the market effort division. So now entering the ring, as you see on your screen coming back in here. Hold on, they're going to update your video for you. Let's hope. Maybe not. But our class 1 winner with the Baldy is Mr. Jackson Allen. Class 2, Kendra Robinson. And then class 3 was a Gracie Sherman. Those are our 3 class winners in this first division of market efforts.
This will be interesting. That heifer that comes out of the first class probably has the most unique parts with her look and muscle combination, giving up some size and pounds to the ones behind her.
Yeah, just a little different style, probably a little more moderate, a little boxier. Maybe not quite as fluent and free in terms of her movement as the 2 right behind her. Maybe not quite the growth curve or feeding curve that he keeps talking about.
The heifer in the second class, probably more right in the middle of the road on all the categories. And then the heifer that we just talked about in the winning class 3, just definitely very correct and smooth and maybe not quite as stout.
So you like the black one?
Well, I think
I like the black one. When she acts right and she stops and props up, she gives you a nice look.
I like her. I mean, I wish she had just a little more shape.
I think she's got enough more shape than the Smoky, though, doesn't she?
More than the Smoky, yeah. To me, it's between class 1 and 2, but just for my style marketing.
I think yeah. I think you got to go. Here's me. Class 2, then class 3.
Okay.
I like what you're talking about with the Baldy. I just don't think she's got enough grow in her.
I get that. I like her
You like
market heifer traits better than the Smoky at the end. To me, she's not a true market heifer.
She's got 2 D's, Ryan. That's the deal. She's got 2
got the
D's.
dwarfism.
I didn't say that. I just said if she was a sheep, she would have 2 D's.
Well, we're about to find out.
It's like we're picking some sort of champion across the road there in the
we're holding up for
heifer
that
ring.
for a moment. Mr. Hook is talking.
Good first division here in the market heifers show on our steer side, and I think a quality set of heifers here in terms of market heifer potential here. Our class 1 winner in terms of head shape, presentation, body type, and muscularity. Like a lot of things about that cattle. If we could just alter her hind leg, let her settle in there ever so slightly, I love what she represents from a quality standpoint. The heifer that wins our second class maybe just hit us as hard as any, just in terms of balance, proportionality, structure, and just sheer skeleton. I think that one's got high-end potential. Maybe not as big a fan of just her true head shape, but a nice heifer past that. The gold one that wins the third class, I think very safe in terms of just rib design and angles and the way she gets out and goes. Maybe not just built in terms of muscle texture and width, quite as traditional market heifer, but I think a nice built kind of female. With that being said, the young lady here that won the second class, one of our champion Division 1 young man there out of the first class will be reserved. Let's give all those kids a big hand.
All right, so they left your gold heifer out, I guess.
So, yeah, as we kind of talked about, class 2's the one that's got the balance, the cool look. They liked your Baldy.
They did. I mean, I'm with them on that. I guess the gold heifer is just an outlier for me.
It's too much breeding characteristics.
Too much breeding characteristics.
So, congratulations to Kendra Robinson and also to Jackson Allen, who's reserve out of class 40 with his black Baldy heifer.
Did you get a little info there from Priority? Or?
Well, I think the Priority, yeah, I think Adam just grabbed me, kind of shook my leg there. I think he raised this champion, but I don't want to confirm that. But
okay, I was just curious. I figured you're
so.
getting some information there.
Well, I think he was trying to tell me something, and
He was smiling, so something did good.
Yeah. So we're gonna fire up here, class 43. Nice. Hey, look
nice
here.
Big
Yes,
class.
I like that.
Come on now.
Class 1 of Division 2.
9 heads.
Look at this. Class 2 and 3 is big. So I'm gonna get in right now and tell you Division 2 of the market heifers is gonna be good, loaded with quality.
Four for my tally board.
4 for your
Four
board.
HIAs. All right, I'm gonna let you know who's coming in the ring here. As you guys can see on the camera, we got lots of color coming in. We got exhibitors, including Caden Schneely, Colton Christensen, Brooks Courtney, Bryn Potts, Leah Kagan-Geiter, Harry McClure, Brady Foth, Harper Swanson, and Jake Snedden. Again, apologize if I butchered a name. Didn't do it on purpose. Excited to see how this class stacks up. Got some nice ones
You
coming
betcha.
in.
9 head here. Again, class 1 of our 2nd division. You can see there the rear shot as they pan across this lineup.
Black, red, cream, black, and white.
We're up into the 800 pounders here. This class, 800 pounds to 836 pounds.
Definitely some differences across the board here, not just the color patterns, but the way the cattle are built. We got some variety going here.
You betcha. Which is, of all the breeds, divisions that we watched throughout the couple days here, even compared to crossbreds, I think we see more variation in the market heifers than any other class we watched. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I agree. Yep, just the nature of the beast on this. There's a lot of different breedings happening across the country, and then some of them fall into this class. And
A lot of different breedings, a lot of identical breedings as well, where they don't always look the same.
Well, that's true as well. Flush mates that
if it was easy to predict, we'd all be doing a little better job of it. I'm going to go out on a limb and say next year we're going to have more variation in our sire list here. I think there's some up and coming sires that are maybe calves just now getting on the ground that are going to
my
be.
ticker board will eventually start thin eventually, but it's held up a lot. I mean,
No, it has. He's been a force. As we said, earlier about Monopoly as well. Here I am definitely has earned his spot on Mount Rushmore.
yeah, no doubt about that. They've been fun to look at over the years.
There's a snake-necked one around in the corner.
Yes, it is. Smooth clip job on that one.
Did you do it?
Nope. That's too smooth for
No.
That's too smooth for me.
So lining them up here, and we're already kind of starting to talk about them. Looks like with our initial sort. I don't know. Is there one that maybe just grabs your attention and says, "Hey, boom, I'm the one"?
I don't think we have that one in this lineup.
I don't either. I think there's some
probably 3 or 4 options on the
choices
top.
to be made, some sacrifices along the way.
Gonna have to give up a few things, but
Guess the second to last one here is probably as stout as one we've seen. Not to
her balance maybe isn't quite as ideal.
look and
I think the one a few
quality
spots
from the
ahead of
side.
her maybe a little better on the balance department.
It's like a group of younger kids here in this particular class. Kudos to them. I will say it's been a nice, refreshing to watch throughout the day so far, and I'll probably jinx ourselves here, but there hasn't been a whole lot of like coaching and awkwardness from
I haven't seen
exhibitors staring at their parents wanting to know what to do.
I've seen just a little bit of coaching I've noticed along the rail that we're on, but not a lot. Nothing obnoxious.
Nothing egregious.
I haven't seen anybody jumping up and down and whistling.
No curse words yet.
Not yet.
So we found a black white-legged one to go ahead and start this drive with.
Yep. Again, just the complete package probably in this lineup.
That's the one I think when she was circling here was kind of fighting the halter a little bit. I think maybe now she's kind of settled in a little bit, starting to show off.
Heifer you mentioned is going to pull into that second hole again. Maybe just not quite as balanced across her
not as
profile as that class winner.
Elegant up front.
But definitely high quality individual.
Tons of muscles.
Here comes our reasons.
We start D2 in good fashion. Black and white heifer is pretty commanding right here. That young man's got her set up perfect. Don't move her. Just kick back and scratch her chest and enjoy the ride because I think that's the best view of that heifer right there. Good line, good strength, good foot and foundation. Get in behind her and she makes the market cattle fundamentals of width and muscle. Step back to the side. And if it doesn't work out as a market heifer, I think that's just a really good commercial heifer to put back in production. Maybe a little more aggressive even yet in terms of terminal shape comes in the heifer in second. Big stout rear leg, big rear foot, and huge back and hip and stifle. Problem is up front, her shoulder and down through her front knee, just a little rounder built, a little higher backed when she gets in motion than our class winner. Front 2/3. I personally think 3 and 4 are close. I like how the heifer in third is clipped and fit just quite a bit better. Nice neck, good long, quality headed cattle with a good top line. I need to strengthen that heifer's hind leg and let her set back on her ankle just a little differently. I like Bowden and I were talking, man, give this one just a little different haircut. This one's got some foot, some foundation, some strength to her out here. The way she's presented makes her look just a little plain featured from a profile. Get in behind her, and I don't think she's got quite the spread right from behind than what our top three do. On the stand, I think this heifer could go up in class when she gets in motion. She's just a little rigid and calculated off of her rear leg. I like the width and the stoutness and the muscle. This cherry red one coming next, but when she gets in motion, just a little awkward in her way of movement. Big stout top line. Got a good bodied one that's maybe a little more relaxed in terms of her foot quality. Problem is the widest, stoutest part of that heifer is her crest to her neck and the top of her shoulders. She really sets the fade from there back. Our blue roan that closes the class, long bodied and extended relative to her hip height. She's the most tubular in terms of her body design, but really a pretty top line calf with a nice length of front end.
All right, nice deep class. 9 heads
Good deep
walking out
class. Yep,
there.
good set of reasons there again to accurately describe those cattle in a very fluent, fun manner. So, class winner 43, first class division 2. Congratulations to Harry McClure. Again, showing here I am. Okay, class 2, class 44 hitting the ring now.
Tappy tap time.
Yeah, Connor Tapkin hits the ring first. Luella Reeks, Lila Brooks, Morgan Rogers, Chandler Ludwig, Aubrey Wallace, Stella Lautner, and Emma Norman. Got some more color.
Yes, we do. All the different varieties of color too. You got your darker, your lighter, your
And
smoky.
there's the one with the white flash on her.
Oh yeah. Very nice looking group coming in. Starting to see some more volume in these.
Yep,
The
some more
center body,
substance and
rib
with the
shape,
structure.
as you'd expect, as we're putting that scale down a little harder.
And I guess, I mean, even to me, these, I don't know if it's just a heifer thing or whatever, they don't look huge to me yet, but they're weighing in this class here mid 850s, so
Yep. Well, there's a couple that you wonder how heavy they will be able to get with their moderate frame. That
right.
for sure.
Well, I think we've had this discussion in previous years too. Back when we were showing cattle, what they weighed at the expo was quite a lot different than what they are now. I don't think cattle gained a little better back then, and we weren't quite as worried about how hard we pushed them and maintaining a hair coat and whatnot, and just learned some different things. And cattle's the genetic pool we have now, I think this maturity curve is quite a little different than it used to be.
That's a really good point. Yeah, back in the day, rate of gain was more of a discussion point than it is today. Some animals in today's livestock world have negative rate of gains. I've seen that before. It's not really ideal, but
No,
it happens.
it's definitely does. Mark says, let's go for a walk. So again, some color in this lineup. Got some peachy, smoky colored heifers. Probably going to be representing the In God We Trust sector of the industry.
Yes, another popular sire in the industry. He's proven himself, obviously. If you like cattle that are stout and powerful, you're going to like those sire group. All right, guys on the camera there can see. And coming right through the center of the ring.
There they come. First heifer not wanting to get out and really cooperate for the young man. Get out and lead the charge. A little fighting halter just a nickel. It's a sharp looking black heifer.
Yeah, I was just going to say that black heifer is definitely one that's going to hunt in this class, I would imagine, just with her look and build and shape.
This black heifer's a little more refined in this particular drive. A lot of muscles in the gray heifer.
That black heifer coming in front of us here on the corner is very smooth and attractive.
Did I read, was that right? Was that a Lautner? Yeah, it looks like that's one of Dax and Nicole's daughters, I believe.
Got her looking nice.
That's a sharp fronted, attractive heifer,
Yes.
extra bone work.
She's kind of the one that hit you as having a little more youthful look, maybe.
Yeah,
Just the way
still
she,
fresh and
yep.
cool looking. Chosen one, it
Chosen.
says.
Yep. They're giving her the look and talk right now. I think they're going to start placing them here shortly.
Did you ever show a market ever?
No. No, I know it's surprising because my dad was pretty big into the market heifer game, but we let the customers handle that department. We were always gunning for the steer show.
Your dad had a pretty good record there in the market heifer department.
He did, yeah. A lot of winners there.
Especially from one family in particular. We got a guy standing down here to my right that had a pretty good part in that.
Yes, the Germans. I remember when the Germans would come to look at calves when I was a little boy, and there wasn't just one or two of them. It was usually the full posse.
Yep. More eyes, the better, right?
That's right. It's a family affair, and that's the way it should be. So they would all get out of the car and check them out. They always did a good job with them.
They did a good job selecting because they had quite a run at State Fair there for several years.
They did. Now Mark and Tyler have done a little of what I've done and crossed over, converted into some other species.
Baba land.
Yep. We can't talk too much about the sheep though, or we'll get reprimanded.
Hey, I like sheep and goats, cattle, all the same.
Well, showing livestock is.
I'll probably take one here now for the team, but I'm not into the pigs. Against my family's wishes, probably we have some nephews that show pigs and some close family friends that show pigs. And I think if it was up to my wife and kids, we'd probably have some pigs, but I'm going to hold out as long as humanly possible now.
I was going to say, sounds like you might have to dip your toe in eventually.
Ah, man.
We did it back in the day at our house, and I'm not looking to go back to it. But we did have a little success at the county fair level, which is all we were trying to do.
Right.
But it's a whole nother world.
I do like the idea of not take the blocking sheet to the show.
Less equipment.
So we walk these cattle again to try to get a little better grip on the situation, and they keep kind of eyeballing a couple of these heifers in the lineup and giving the kids a little extra chance to get them set and get their legs under them before they make their final decision.
All right, so they're going to go.
Found a smoky heifer.
Smoky heifer. I think the longer they're out here, to me, Noel, she's just a little more comfortable in her structure.
Yep, I agree with that.
That black heifer that we both admire, the longer she's out here, the more you maybe wonder, is she a little straight?
Well, I don't even know if it's straight so much. She just gets a little tentative and just a little rigid in the way she handles her hock and doesn't want to flex quite as nicely as you'd like to see. Because even on the standstill, I think the angles read good. Just put her in motion, maybe doesn't flex quite as nicely.
Well, she's definitely got some really nice features to her, but ultimately that colored heifer is going to take it. The heifer that wins the class has a really nice profile over here.
Yep, most just complete and fault
Really
free.
good set of market heifers over here on our steer side and our middle class of the middle division here. And I think three heifers on the top end of this class that all differ in terms of kind, but each and every one of them have different class leading advantages. And then a thing or two we'd like to change about them. For us, the kind of gray heifer here that's going to start us off was just the best there in terms of her balance. She was the best in terms of her body type, the way she opens up in her chest, the shape to her forearm, and the shape and build to her hip and her rear leg. When she gets her parked and isn't wanting to fight on the move, that heifer still throws her head up, gives you a high quality, fresh kind of look there. Now, there's some very, very interesting pieces, and the young lady's black heifer that's going to be second here, man, maybe as long necked and just dead level there in terms of her hip as any of them. She's big in terms of her feature and her bone there. I love that heifer just in terms of her natural lines, her top line, her extension, the way she pulls her head and neck out of the top side of her shoulder. For me, she just got a shot bigger there in terms of her size. She's a shot racy there in her underline. I didn't know how she would progress there in terms of just width and body type as we project her down the road. The EST cattle, just in terms of sheer muscularity, shape, hip, back, and stifle, is the young lady's here in 3. If she just had a shot more feature and ankle to match all that heat up high, I still think that heifer gives you a fresh look with all that muscularity. She's just a little frail there when we take her to the ground. Black and white one coming out here in 4 is moderate, good there in terms of her body type. She's got a shot more tailhead and maybe just not as coordinated there in her rear leg, but a muscular kind of cattle there to come in 4. Young man's kind of a gold heifer over there on the side. I think one that's great in terms of her basic utility. She's got some body. She's got strength out of the backside of her shoulder, and compared to cattle on either end of her, I like where her tail head ties there into the backside of her hip. I think a nice kind of heifer in that regard. One that's maybe just a shot plain there through her head and her neck down through the base of her chest. I'd like to see her go out of her rear leg better. Kind of curly haired heifer coming out next is tremendously stout, really, really big bodied, and will give you a nice kind of look there from the side. Like I said, she's a little curly haired and a little just dull in terms of her overall appearance, and that's not why she's down the line. We set the cattle into motion. She becomes more vertical and just upright on either end of her skeleton. Gray heifer coming out next is another powerful kind of female. We just like to change there in the way she goes off of her hind leg, a little duller there through the base of her neck. And then the black heifer that's going to round us out is a tremendously long-bodied heifer. We just got to stouten her up, make her a bit better off of her rear skeleton. Congratulations on an interesting trio there on the top side of that class.
All right, Aubrey Wallace wins that class 44 with her smoky heifer, and as they said, the longer they're out there, she's the one that just surfaced to the top for being a complete fault-free type heifer in that particular drive.
Yeah, just like we talked about, a couple of those out there just didn't hold together as long, and that's what separates them.
That's
All
right.
Now we got another nice big class coming at us.
Here we go. First one in the ring there, that peach heifer that you just saw across your screen. That's Lily Curry, followed by Adeline Gotti, Drew Bjork, Wyatt Gall, Erica Madden, Brinley Fallon, Hadley McCrunnell, Mackenzie Hennerman, Teresa Hansen, and Miles Bockenstead.
All
This
right.
is class 45, the third and final class in our second division of market efforts.
Getting into some stout ones.
You betcha, boys. I guess girls, you betcha, girls.
Yeah, come on now.
So here we go as we analyze them. Oh, there's a couple stouter ones. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
All right, as we get that initial eye on them, they pull into position. I'd say there's several that are going to be hunting for the top of this class.
Yeah, I think there's maybe two black heifers that kind of struck me a little harder. I didn't get a great read on that yellow heifer to start. Saw it coming first. Did you get a read on her?
Really stout and wide, maybe not quite as attractive as a couple of those black heifers that you mentioned. Not quite as square, probably, a couple of places, but definitely a nice one. It's hard to beat those big square hips. We've sure been spoiled with those type of cattle, as we were talking earlier with the Here I Am dominance, and
Yep.
he stamps them with the big square hip, and
Salt block hip.
it's hard to get away from that once you're used to seeing it.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10 in this class. Big class.
Biggest class of the day, I believe.
It is. It is.
Then after this, we'll be picking champion division
Champion
2,
in
right?
Division
All
2, right. Making the circle. Here comes that smoky heifer. Yellow, creamy heifer, I
You
guess.
guys can see on the wide pan there across the ring, got a few herfs.
Many heifers over there.
Yep. The little ones.
Yeah, that peach heifer is definitely wide, stout, square
she's
back.
thick. Square back. I was just maybe just a nickel around through her shoulder and hip.
A little plainer.
It's definitely a nice one. That second heifer has some cool markings on her. Definitely a lot of eye appeal. Not as powerful as some of the other ones, maybe. Hitting our corner over here.
Yep. Yellow one needs to move just a little better, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
A little choppy.
That fourth heifer is probably one of the ones you were talking about.
Yep, that's one. The girl's doing a nice job using the ring to her advantage. Appreciate that.
The heifer's sired by How Great Thou Art.
There you go. Red one's one of those that definitely caught my attention with her look and style. Again, I think we put her in motion. We'd like to maybe see her move a little more comfortably.
Heifer that's definitely got some belly in her.
Yeah. She's got the markings like old Cherry Bomb did. White flank, red body. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Oh, got another one cutting loose. Some of the cattle are feeling a little frisky right down here in this corner there.
Well, they've probably been
cooped up, man.
Pinned up in their tent.
Even back at home, depending on your situation of your setup with the weather. I mean,
right. Well, that's why
how much room do they have to get out and go?
So important to go exercise in the morning.
That's right.
Stretch some legs.
Got another one that's once they start that trend, it seems like, there we go again.
He's holding on strong. Classes. He's hanging in the best he can.
That's when you drop the. Oh man, he got him. He got her.
Oh.
The other one's gonna get her stirred up again, I'm afraid. I was always taught at that point to get that stick out of my hands and then get both hands on there firmly. Yeah. He didn't need to, I guess.
And reach around in the back pocket and grab your clip.
Yep, get the old clip on the ring sometimes. Well, we've talked about that in years past. Had a few steers with the rings. The jewelry in the nose, we called it.
A little extra bling.
I haven't seen that yet this year, I don't think. Last year,
I haven't seen one yet.
There's always tomorrow.
Yeah. That'll be the crossbreeds. So, did we find our class winner? Yeah, my girl in the vest there. That's the first start with.
Man, you gotta love how sappy she. Look at the underline on that one.
I know it. Got the swoop belly.
The big legs, good angles. No, I mean, like, how big do you think that heifer's gonna get? I mean, look at Mark standing next to her. How tall is that heifer?
Well, she's over belt buckle high, so that's good. At least on the tailhead, anyway.
On him, that's pretty good.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I think she's probably on the moderate side, but she's not a dink by any means. I don't believe.
Right. I was just curious.
Probably aided by a younger showman. That helps.
What's she gonna finish at though? Like that heifer's already got some condition on her.
Right.
Big old swoopy belly. Love the angles on her feet and legs. Yes, that's for sure. All right, we're getting things calmed down a little on the activities out here. Hopefully.
Well, we're getting caught up. I think we're gonna find our peach heifer to come here second. Okay. And our other white vested girl. Yep.
There we go.
So I counted the ones, our initial top three, we're fairly close on.
Yeah, like you said, that heifer that's pulling in second there, she's awfully nice and stout, but the mobility on her is question mark.
Yep.
Like to see that just a little better. I'm sure that's where she went second. That heifer in third. Coming up there. Pretty complete. Not as many bells and whistles, I suppose.
No, but I mean, again, they don't all have to match. I kind of see the first and the third matching up a little better than the
Yeah,
peach
I
heifer.
could see the peach being the third one out under a lot of situations.
Right. Even the roundness you talk about her shoulder, you can even see in her hip structure.
Yeah, I saw it in her hip right away there. That's what happens even when they're big-ended sometimes. They're just not as square.
Well, it's muscles aren't made to be
They're
square.
not. I know.
Straight
It's
edges.
a crazy thing we try to do, but
That first heifer, she just grows on a guy.
you gotta love her from this position we're sitting in on the profile. She just deep rib, deep flanked, good top line. Angles. I guess what I like about her most is just the angles of her joints.
Right.
To me, that's what you want.
Yep. Soft, flexible,
Shoulder down
enough
through that
power,
middle.
but still, I don't want to say maternal look, but just still kind of a feminine look. Not 100% masculinity.
Yeah, she's not quite as steery looking as some, per se.
Gonna take him for another spin.
Yep.
I know we had kind of a circus going, so I think these guys want to just take a little extra time, make sure they're seeing everything they have a chance to see.
Maybe your third place heifer will have a chance to swap up to two.
There you go.
Who knows?
Well, especially if we put them in motion here and side by side. Just watch them how they drive off their back leg.
All right, they're coming right in front of the table here. We're gonna
That's
get
a
a nice,
big
good look.
rib.
She's kind of sowy looking.
I like that one. And we've talked about sheep. She's not the biggest squarest one behind her shoulder, but she wedges the right direction.
She does get wider. She goes back. Yeah, you'd like to see a little more of the top behind the top of her blade, where the heifer in second has advantage there. I don't know. Heifer in third's just kind of your more, to me, this real complete, but I get she's shorter necked, a little thicker necked, maybe.
I think the more they look at it, they're talking difference between third and fourth even.
Well, that fourth place heifer has the look. I just didn't know if she had enough to her.
I agree with you, and she's really not cooperating for the young lady all the best as she could. That's where it's, at this level, it's so important to, be Johnny on the spot with your stick. Every time they look, you got to be able to.
Comes back to this.
One of our listeners is listening to our conversation about the attitudes on some of the cattle. He goes, "Do you remember the steer you had sired by Secret Service?" Yes, I do. He was good quality, but poor attitude. He was one of the ones that had the jewelry in the nose.
All right. What are we going to do here, second and third? What do you think?
I think three's going up.
I agree with you. I like that idea.
Three's going up. Nothing against the colored heifer. It's just I think she doesn't match. She's the outlier in that trio.
Yep.
Yep, there we go. Yep, they did it.
They finally listened to us.
Do they got their earpieces in or what? No, it just makes sense when you break them down a little bit more that's how they should fit together.
I told you this Division 2 was going to be strong when I looked at the paper and saw the amount of head we had. So hopefully Division 3 is just as good, but I think this Division 2 is going to be really nice when I get them back out here.
We got a little spicy in this class of market heifers out here, and I think as you try to get the views, I think it's very, very close. In my opinion, how you line up right here, ma'am. 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think it gets tough. At no point were Bowden and I not going to start with our class winner out here. She's got the big bear paw hind leg and the soft rear foot. Got a good look to her body. Got a strength and build about her. Moderate in her kind, mature size. If she doesn't end up joining the animal protein food chain, I think there's a lot of generating potential there. 2 and 3 are close. I like the heifer in second on the stand real good. I'd like to ease her ankle back just a shade differently than what it is. I think there's more foot and foundation, more strength and character about her head than what the heifer is in third. Gets in motion, though, gets a little rigid on both ends. The gold heifer coming next, extra wide bodied, extra wide rumped, and I like that about her. Take her to the ground, and she's just a little more refined in terms of how she's built. I want to strengthen that foundation up just a little. Thought 2 and 3 were close. That might be as good as she's been set up the whole class. I like that look right there. She gets in motion, and she's not a cat either in terms of agility. Got a nice breeding heifer that comes in 4. If you want to focus just on smoothness of build, This one can go up as far as second. The problem is, remind yourself, these are market cattle, and I don't read the strength, the width, and substance in her that I do the cattle that precede them. Heifer that comes next on the stand, I like her character and I like her body. This heifer gets in motion, she'll get up on her toe, and then of the initial 5, she's the plainest in her neck. On the stand, this red heifer, skinny neck, big back, big hip. I like that about her a lot. The problem is her shoulder and her hock are leaving her skeleton, and the longer you watch her move, the more bow-legged she gets behind. Our final 4, we let build, balance, and muscle sort them. Nice calf here, just needs more to her. White-bellied heifer's a little tubular, but I love her shape and look up front. I think in terms of structure, she's pretty good. Got more body in the rough-haired one that second from the end. She runs out of foundation. And our final heifer, big and extended relative to her frame size. She's the narrowest. She's the shallowest in terms of her body. Another solid class here in our market heifer division.
All right. Thanks to our judge, Mr. Hogue, breaking that class down.
Yep. Again, solid class, and kind of the way we talked about it. There's one to win that class, and they certainly saw that too, and found all her positive attributes. And then, the next group there, just kind of some give and take.
That was the Fallen family that worked their way up there in the class.
Yep.
Why you never give up. It isn't over until
It's never over till it's over.
come out.
So here we go. We're going to pick our champion Division 2. Entering the ring now is Harry McClure with his Class 43 winner, white-legged heifer. Out of Class 44 is Aubrey Wallace with that smoky heifer. And then out of the last class we just saw, Class 45, that is Exhibitor 458, Weight Gall, with her How Great Thou Art market heifer. So, good class here, good lineup. I think we're going to have a really nice division champion when this is all said and done.
Yeah, really nice. And there definitely could be a second place hunting for reserve. The way this might stack up, we'll see. Heifers that have that combination of power and some look and structure and quality. Who you got?
Well, I'm going to be hard pressed to beat that Class 3 and the one we just talked about. I mean, there's definitely some positives in the smoky heifer, and I think as they talked about, that white-legged heifer gives them an awful good look when she stops and gets parked. I don't know if she's just got enough to her yet right today to go ahead and get around the other two.
The camera's panning over for you guys.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move the heifers up a little bit further. Get them into position for a nice profile view.
Got some treats here from the kiddos.
Oh, perfect.
The family showed up. They won't last long. They're going to head to the swimming pool, I believe.
Don't blame them. I know that's where my son's going to want to go as soon as this is wrapped up for today. Promised him some swimming time and have to follow through with that.
You betcha. I think we'll have plenty of time. I think these guys, as you said earlier, are very efficient.
Yeah.
So we're going to have lots of time. I think we'll be able to enjoy ourselves and maybe a Rocky Mountain refreshment much before the boys on the heifer side.
We'll be hitting the lemonade stand before they will.
Tiny and Chad will be over there talking about heifers, and we'll be bellied up to the bar.
Doesn't sound too bad to me. I know we got, let's see, Iowa State. My team plays today. I'm trying to remember what time that was. I think this afternoon. Iowa State, 3 o'clock. Heck, I might be able to see tip off.
How about that? Well, guess what? I didn't give up, but man, I got a little disinterested when we started losing.
Well, that was only for a short time. That was only
Short time.
It was just 3 games in a row, and we're missing one of our best players. So don't be too hard on the crew.
No, I get it.
You don't want to. Here's the thing: you don't want to peak too early.
No,
it's just like with our livestock. You don't want them to peak too early.
If you win them all,
peak at your goal.
If you win them all, then you don't have to worry about it. See?
Well, we don't want to do that. Then we get a big target on our back.
I got you. All right, so back to the cattle here. Where do you like? I like Class 3 winner.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be Class 3.
It doesn't have to be, but
no.
I think
what have they been saying? Non-negotiable.
Yeah, it's non-negotiable.
That's a non-negotiable.
I think her body design and her just rib shape is so much different than anything else we've seen today.
I think they're gonna keep that pair together too.
I can see him sliding the smoky heifer into reserve. Maybe I'm all wet.
No, they could. That part is negotiable. Using these guys' words.
There you go.
We're gonna find
Look
out.
at there, Brad Hook interrupting the judge right before he's ready to make his comments yet again. Thanks, Brad.
That would never happen with Jake Bradley.
Hey, we like to give Bradley a little bit of crap along the way.
We do, but we appreciate everything he does.
He does it a lot of places. He's pretty active at our showdown as well. Helps out. So we're gonna start on some foundation reds. Or those? What are those? Not Simmentals, I don't believe.
I have no
Red
idea.
baldy heifers.
Yeah, that's it.
It's probably the new upcoming trend. We should have invested our money in that.
We should have. Shouldn't have tied it all into that Bitcoin.
Ah, darn the luck.
Just kidding. I wish I had a little Bitcoin.
I should have invested in what Martha Stewart and Nancy Pelosi did.
Yeah. All of the politicians, they usually put it in the right places.
It's funny how that works. Hey, looky here. Our favorite hostess with the mostest, Miss Mary Veach, hooking us up with our annual cocktails at the Iowa Beef Expo. Thank you, Mary.
Now we're going to have fun.
You betcha.
All right, here we go.
Getting in the second division, a market heifers on our steer side, and I think we kind of kicked up the heat a little bit in this particular division, and all three class winners and seconds, each and every class. We had some quality all the way through there. Young man's black and white heifer is typey. She's sharp. She's got some shape. You got to ask yourself, is she just soft enough there in terms of her rear ankle, quite big enough in terms of her true foot size? The gray heifer that won that second class, when the young lady gets her pulled together and parked, that one's awfully striking, not only just in terms of her look, the top side of her neck and her extension. I like her and where she's at in terms of just her structure, her angles, her softness, her rear leg. I think a very, very high quality one. You got to ask yourself, where does the depth of her neck, the depth of her chest sit long term relative to the shape she has there in her pin set down through her stifle? If you think she's going to have enough, I think that one's definitely in contention, and she is out here. The black heifer that rounds out here in our third class, maybe just as out there and different as any of them. She's the stoutest, she's the boldest, she's the most powerful, and with that, she's the biggest at the ground. In terms of her foot size, I still think she's very appropriate in her angles, the way she goes down, shoulder, knee to ground, and then you study her rear leg in motion. I'd like to square up just a shot there in her hock, but I think one that's very, very intriguing in terms of a prospect setting. She's going to go ahead and be our champion. The young lady with the gray heifer in front of her will be reserved. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
All right, so the gray heifer did get the reserve spot.
Congratulations to Wake Gull with their Class 3 market heifer that wins Division 2. Reserve goes to Aubrey Wallace. So
very good division. Congratulations
good,
to all those kids. Doing a great job.
I agree.
And that brings us into Division 3.
Trace.
Trace classes in Division 3. Our first class, once we get cleared out here, is going to have 7 head coming at us. Only one side by not available in this next class.
Wow,
It's be that new popular side.
Really,
maybe we should name one that and market it. And I mean, claim some of these calves. Sire by not available.
Might be hard to sell semen though when you call it bull stud and they say, "Hey, I need some bull." That's not available.
It's not available. Okay. All right, Oreo's coming in first.
Hey, you got some flash and flare there with that baldy heifer.
Exhibitors coming at you in this lineup. We have in Class 46, Weston Long, Samantha Zaradnik, Jake Wales, Lizzie Kramer, Colby Wicks, Olivia Alber, and Lucas Henneke. These cattle have a tight window of weight range from 888 pounds to 898 pounds.
10 pound spread.
10 pound spread.
Get this one just a little full, maybe. This last one ring.
She is not empty. And I don't know if that's helping her move
she's
quite
not
the way we would like.
Baldy heifer's not wanting to get out and move comfortably. I think she got a little extra bite of hay or something.
She definitely got the alfalfa bite if it was just a bite. Getting her to be a little uncomfortable. But that heifer is cool, marked, and has some quality about her.
Sheet says she's an icon. If I'm not mistaken, the young man at the front of the lineup, that's Weston Long. He had a solid white market heifer here last year. I believe she was like a 3/4 Shorthorn. That she won her division, was maybe reserve overall in the market heifer show.
Okay.
Does that ring a bell to you?
It doesn't. Your
She
memory's
was
better
she
than
was
mine,
right in
but
the mix. I know that. But
I'm going to believe you on that one. Well, it's sure fun to be here today, and it's fun to look at these cattle. We're basically right in the middle of February, so not that all these cattle have the same endpoint, because a lot of people have different goals, including county regional shows. But
sure.
a lot of the high level ones, as we all know, are shooting to come right back here to the Iowa State Fair, and we're basically 6 months from that. So it's kind of
Right.
neat to think about, just big picture perspective. We're looking at them today, and we're going to reevaluate a lot of these in 6 months and see, a lot can change in 6 months.
Sure can. A lot can change in 6 weeks.
Well, yeah. Sometimes a lot can change in 6 hours, but that's different
That
kind of.
something might change in your world in 6 hours. We get out of here in good time.
Yeah.
Hey, I like that Baldy. Rounding out the class here, starting with you see her coming through your screen. Sharp fronted, big and bold bodied.
She is nice.
Appears to be flexible enough.
Looks good going away from us.
I'm gonna go on a limb and put my name on that
We're
one.
lock you in. Are we locking you in?
Lock it
Yeah,
in.
I forgot. Yeah. We need to start having segments. We need to have trivia segment.
Yeah.
We have
Well, we're coming up on I think I need to do some research. I should have done a little better job recounting. I think is it next year? It's like a big anniversary for the Beef Expo.
Is it?
So I think we can have some trivia about that. And yeah, I agree.
We got the shameless plug section. That's a
Shameless
part of the
plugs.
show.
Yep.
And then we have the whether we lock in our pick and see if we're right.
Yeah.
A lot of different things. Of course, that's assuming we don't get fired after.
Well, it might happen.
Some of the feedback we might be our last time. Never know. Get what you pay for.
That's right. Well, either way, we definitely enjoy being here, and
For sure.
it's a lot of fun. So it looks like they found Weston's heifer here. Going to start the class with her.
He locked it in and he got it right.
See, that's my problem. I'm like not into the sports betting deal. I'm a little too frugal to play with my money. But if you could bet on steer shows,
You can bet on a lot of things. Not all of it is illegal. In the
these
steer
would be
show,
all.
they don't have that regulated.
These would be mostly prop bets, I guess, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would. It'd be like betting on individual athletes.
You could bet on the first kid let their calf go through the day.
That'd be fun.
How many times the
Yeah,
judge
I'm sure if you
says
went over
and
to
or
you went over to Prairie Meadows, they'd figure out a way to help you get it
Yeah,
regulated.
if you could find a way to make money on
As
it.
long as the government gets their portion of the profits, I'm sure they'll let it happen.
Well, this is another big style class, but they worked their way through that pretty quick, like.
That heifer in second sure profiles nice, doesn't she?
Yeah, again, that's the one that we talked about when she came in the ring, though. Just a little full and not real comfortable in terms of her step today. Mark's going to tell us all about him.
If Brad lets him.
I hope Mark says something about it.
As we get started here in another class, a little show dad advice to other show parents. Make sure as the judges are working the ring, Caleb and I have kind of set a pattern of what we're going to do today. If you got a calf coming up to show, make sure you bring your exhibitor up here at some point to kind of get a feel with how we're working in the ring and where we want to position ourselves and where you want to be ultimately at the front end of a class. Black and white heifer that starts this class on the stand does so dominantly, and then in motion, I think she's still sounder than the heifer in second. She's not loving this ring surface on her rear ankle, but I sure think big picture, that's the high quality one that's the farthest out there in terms of uniqueness to go ahead and start with. I really like the Bronco heifer on the stand. On the stand, good body, good shape, good foundation. Everything fits together. When this heifer gets in motion, she'll be just a little wide walking, just a little calculated off of her rear two, but I like that heifer's shape and strength. A good basic built one coming in 3. In terms of feature and function is good. This heifer's underline doesn't sit in her quite as well. Her pin set just a little more peaked, just a little higher tail-headed than the top pair. Got one coming next that's a little boomerang-legged, and she stands behind. Front 2/3 are good in terms of length of neck and shape. I thought she was sounder fronted than our black heifer coming next. This girl does a good job of showing, and man, good body, good shape, good muscle. Problem is the foundation doesn't match the mass. Then she's pretty rigid on both ends of her framework. She's got more width and muscle than the red heifer. Red heifer's big and long and extended, needs more to her relative to her frame size. And then the gray, pretty good set of running gear in terms of structure, but obviously in terms of that essence of quality in the ring, this one's the most deficient within this particular class.
All right, they kind of talked through them as we expected on those
Yep.
top ones.
Quick and efficient again. So quick, efficient, and not deficient. So here we go. West and Long wins class 46. Market heifers. These nice black baldy. Here I am. Gonna have another nice big class coming in the here now, Ryan.
Yeah, for sure. Class
Class
47.
47.
We're going to fill the ring again. That's what we like to see.
10 head.
10 head. And we'll
900 pounders.
starting off with your favorite halter, and exhibitors in this class include Sawyer Miner, Emma Frerk, Zoe McRunnell, Scout Locke, Kinsley Knutstrom, Sydney Lovren, Kaya Byers, Sydney Silliman, Ryan Olson, and Randy Grimm. Got some powerful heifers coming in the ring already here.
Powerful. And there you can see the young lady here in the brown sweater coming in. That thing is dialed in. I'm not saying it's going to win the class, but she's got that thing tuned in.
Yep. Not too full, but not too empty either.
That's right. Tailhead and tops laid in there how you'd like it. Hey, there's a cherry red one.
There we go.
Getting into some bigger, woofier type stock here.
Yes, got more growth and power. Some of these gals. Maybe a couple of tailheads that don't fit Noel's
Yeah, really.
standards, couple
I
of
mean,
issues
yeah,
there.
you brought it up. I didn't saw this comment on it. The Bronco face ever come down the ramp and she's stout and wide and big top, and I got real excited. And then she turned in front of me, and there was a big old shark fin cutting clouds, and I lost a little interest.
Yeah, I mean, not trying to pick on anybody, but
Oh, I know those.
just things that we notice, and it's not going to affect the outcome.
No, should probably win the show anyway.
I see a different tailhead. We don't have to say which calf, that maybe is a nickel more square than what you would normally go with.
The thing about it, no matter, don't get me wrong, I'm not the expert. There's anybody in this barn could probably clip circles around me most days of the week, any day of the week, honestly. Just want, when you're clipping them, the perfect clip job makes it look like you didn't clip them,
More
right?
natural, more natural. Things that aren't quite as noticeable.
Yeah.
You don't want to distract
Because
from
we
your
talked
project.
about with muscle shape, yeah, lines aren't perfect, things aren't perfectly straight. So it's all about an optical illusion.
But a lot of work goes into getting these calves where they're at. Lots of scrubbing, lots of hair care management, lots of work. A lot of work outside of just what we do on show day, obviously.
Yep, lots of Orvis, green stuff, and melatonin.
And that heifer with the white face and belly is soggy and skinny necked, isn't she?
Which one there was that rope necking that come
Towards
in?
the beginning, though.
Yeah, like the third one in? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, long neck.
Snaky neck and big old belly and big caboose. Parts that usually don't go together.
That baldy heifer, she's a tank too in her midsection. And
getting some feedback about tailheads here. Talking about the good old days.
That's right. So we're making the corner here. Again, you can see big, deep class. There's a nice view from behind. You can just see the power and the substance built into these cattle. We're getting to some heavier weights, more mature type heifers. Really, really good class here. I think these guys will have a fun time sorting through these, evaluating them. It'll be fun to see what they get up here towards the top end.
That heifer we talked about has some unique markings as well.
The baldy? Goggle?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that thing
got
is
the goggle eyes,
soggy and sappy and wild.
Yeah, she's got some extreme parts. What's she out of? What do you say?
Well, it says she's a AB, whatever that is.
Somebody want to let us know what AB is, please.
A bull.
A bull. She gonna go to the top, or is she too out there?
Well, there's a lot of nice heifers in here, and she's going to be one of the top three. I want to say that. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Ooh,
Another one we didn't get enough exercise into.
a little spunky.
Shrinky.
Oh, almost had her there, but hard to hold to at the same time. Oh, no.
Maybe she's.
Yeah, we might know what's going on there.
Yeah.
That's why I always showed steers. No cycles. Didn't have to worry about that. Had other things to worry about.
Yep, I hear you there.
Judges are starting to talk over some decisions there. I think they must have conferred enough. Going to start pulling the cattle in. And there she goes
They
to the
found
top.
her. They found her.
Well, you knew they were going to use her or lose her. I mean, she's kind of a
Unique creature.
yes. Those are the kind that get first.
So now, if we're going to talk about prop bets, is he going to comment about her tailhead?
Hold on.
I think he is. I'm saying
Yeah.
yes.
I mean, I could see him saying something about it.
I don't. Yeah. I'm not. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I found a couple colored heifers
Yep.
falling behind
A
her.
couple really nice colored heifers there going 2 and 3. Those two females both are smooth.
Yeah, the white heifer there in second, she's giving me flashbacks of our eventual champion Charlotte steer. Kind of same color
Yeah,
pattern,
yep.
same
She's
front end
kind of the
design.
same build, and when you watch her go away from you, kind of the same type of animal.
Yep.
Not the
This,
most powerful from
no, but
behind, but
very
just
natural and
yep,
smooth.
yep. I sure like that one in third as well. She's really unique about her shoulder. That one in third, I mean, her shoulder blends into her neck about perfect almost.
Right. A red heifer, she's just getting a little less elite up front, maybe just a little bigger and
Yeah,
coarser about
she's
her
got
head.
like that extra length of body, which makes it hard to tie everything together just right sometimes. She doesn't
Not
go
to,
from her rib to her shoulder quite as ideal.
yeah, not to throw darts at anything, but that's one that me, if I was guessing or betting, man, I'd say she maybe has a little age advantage on the rest of them just by
She's not the
judging her
youngest one.
skeleton and her skull.
She's not the youngest one out here. She definitely got a lot of good in her.
So we got them lined up. We're going to take another quick peek at the top, see what we want to talk about.
I mean, I'm all about using that first one, but I will say that heifer in third is growing on me. Just the way her front end comes out, and then she
Yep.
still has the shape.
I think the body design, especially after Division Two, what they did here, the body fits that bill. The third one's maybe cylindrical tubular,
Yep.
but I definitely see what you're saying.
I just like seeing them when they have that center body and then it flows to the shoulder and flows up to their nose all
Right.
like that. I mean, that's hard to do. I get she's not as ideal maybe from their back.
Yeah, and then we put her in motion just a little rigid.
Just gets a little choppy and a little different out of her hip.
What do you think? I mean, that one there, she weighs something. She'll push down on the scales.
Oh yeah. I mean, just with the base width she has and how sappy. There's just a lot of animal there. But yeah, I get what you're saying on that second one. She just hard to pick a big hole in. Just talking about good cattle. And the third one to me has just got a little more punch.
Punch, punch.
And that red heifer's awfully nice in her own regard. I mean,
Oh,
it's a good
yes.
lineup there, cruising them around. That fifth heifer as well.
Yep. Yeah, this is not to say this is the way they're going to be. I think, again, we had a big class and it got a little twisted up with some circling, and so they're trying to just kind of get a initial sort on them so they could break them down a little better. And
Yeah,
I would definitely not be surprised to see any pair switching or realignment here.
yeah, and as you know from judging as well as me, when you have a bigger class, it's nice to get those top ones next to each other so you can
Yeah.
reset and reanalyze.
Yeah, it's funny. Some people really don't like it, but uh, I don't know if you were at the All Iowa Showdown last year, but our sheep judge pulled a couple.
Yes, I wasn't there, but I watched online.
Pulled a couple sheep out. I think
Yep,
about 4 of them that were, that's a big
his
ring.
picks. He wanted
Yeah,
to get them next to each other.
yeah.
Yep.
Boy, I caught a little hell for
Some
that.
people didn't like that.
Yeah, and he wasn't saying, hey, these are better than the rest. He was just saying, hey, I'd like to see these next to each other.
To me, if the judge does what they need to do to get the right ones picked on,
That's
that's
what
all that
matters.
matters to me.
Which ultimately, in the day, you got it right. His champion ends up winning Iowa State Fair.
Yeah, that was impressive. All Iowa champion wins the Iowa State Fair and the U.
Yeah, the U
They
did
both
too.
did.
Yep. So, yeah, that kind of shut up all the critics and the naysayers after that. So, again, going back to the comment, if all you're doing is trying to please the crowd, not judge the livestock to the
Right.
best of
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
ability,
Yeah. Yeah.
you're probably there for the wrong reasons. Taking a little time here, which we can definitely appreciate. But again, working through these things pretty thoroughly.
Getting some more feedback from people about the tailhead discussion. That hit a spike
Hit a
with some
nerve,
people.
huh?
Yeah. Well, not a nerve, just a discussion point. People bringing up memories, talking about some judges back in the day that commented about the tailheads and beat some cattle because of it.
Yeah. Well, I've been in that situation too. I remember when I was in college, I was part of our duties were to be the ringman at the Illinois Beef Expo when we were at Blackhawk. And
Okay.
the year that I was there, actually, Kendall and I were the ringmen, and Shane Lindsay, of all people, was judging the show.
Yep.
There was a pretty nice heifer came in there with a pretty egregious tailhead. He pretty much made no bones about it that probably cost her a chance at getting the job done.
Did it have any horsehair or twine in it? Was it?
No,
Not that bad?
it was just way too much of what was there. Yeah. Back in the day, that guy could fit heifers as good as anybody.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so did we kind of decide to leave them how we had them, stacked up here, Baldy coming around? And she just a truck. I mean, there's just a lot of substance there.
There's a lot of mass and just still has that
I think her markings work to her,
advantage.
yeah,
Right up in
because
that chest
she could
floor.
be just a little plain in times,
Yeah,
but
she might have just a little bit extra throat latch, but the
yep,
markings can deter from that.
not the most feminine head we've seen, but
Incredible class of market heifers over here on our steer side, and we would decide to go ahead and work them an extra time because I think each and every one of these in our top 5 are extremely high quality. And Hogue just mentioned, hey, the heifer in 5th looks like she took a tough way break. She's maybe as good a one as we've seen to this point, and she just got caught up in a real tough class. These top 2 are very high end kind of cattle in our opinion. If we're taking them to a kill show there at the 1st of August, a guy might try to harvest some ovocytes and get something cooking on them deals before they go ahead and become animal protein, if you will, because these are high-end built, high quality, very strong built kind of cattle. The Brockle female that's going to lead us off, man, if you don't dig that thing in terms of a build perspective, her shoulder down through her knee and her front foot, and then you study her hind leg, and then you get on top of her and to have that kind of substance, body dimension, and just stoutness while still being smooth and good there in terms of her transitions is truly impressive. She's wanting to fight the young lady when she came in at first, and then she wants to settle down and kind of settle in there, and she wants to bring her neck up out of the top of her shoulder. That's very, very high quality livestock. I dig that one a great deal. Nothing to take away from the white heifer here in second, because her hind leg is awfully, awfully good as well. I like that thing a great deal just in terms of her freshness on the top side of her neck. She's true and genuine in her lines. She's awesome in terms of her shape up high. I thought that one was tremendous, and the way she was built as well. Compared to cattle on either end of her, I don't know if she's just as genuine in terms of her muscularity and her shape. I think her squareness is good off either ends of her body in terms of her skeleton. She just doesn't quite have the pin set, the stifle, and just the substance in terms of muscularity as the Brockle heifer or the gray heifer here in third. This kind of silver dirty gray here that comes out in third maybe is true in terms of her muscularity, her body shape, her cage as any of them. That thing is tremendous in terms of her just hip, her pin, her stifle, incredible out of the backside of her shoulder. And I still think gives her a high quality look there from the side. Our problem with her is you set the cattle into motion. She's a little more refined in terms of her foot size, doesn't get out and just go quite as good and fluent off of either ends of her skeleton. If you can just give that one a shot more foot and foundation, smooth her up there in her hock and lay her back in her shoulder. I love that thing's just shape and power. The red heifer on the standstill, I think can arguably kind of move up there a spot, if you will. Love that thing's just length of hip. Her natural lines and balance here from the side are absolutely incredible. She has a beautiful cherry red, and I think her hind leg standing still is really stout and attractive there from the side. She probably favors just a little bit in terms of her front end build as well. I love her extension and her later maturity pattern than the cattle on either end of her there. For us, when you get right up on the cattle, she wants to curve just a little bit and put more pressure on the outside of her hoof. From behind when you get them in motion, and then you set this heifer into motion. She's a little deeper there through her neck, maybe just a little more scooped out in her loin. But talk about one that's highly presented, extremely good on the standstill. The black heifer that's going to be here in fifth, another one. Presentation, quality. Like I said, she looks like she hit a tough weight break there, and to this point, might be the best one that we've seen. Her freshness, her shape is really good. She's a little more immature in terms of her center body and her forerib, and that's not what gets her beat. She's a little more up on her ankle and her pastern there from behind. She's not quite as good in the build to her shoulder and down through her knee and front foot as the cattle just directly ahead of her. Got a black one coming out next that's long and extended. She's big up high and got some shape, just a little more gant in terms of her underline. Like to just moderate her a shot, and just reel her back in terms of her angles. Kind of the opposite there for the gray heifer coming out next. That thing is bold, wide, and chunky, really, really powerful. We just got to smooth her up and class her up just a shot in terms of her look. Got a black kind of white four-ribbed heifer coming out that's moderate, punchy there in terms of her muscle pattern, relatively good in her lines up high. We just got to extend her in terms of her neck, give her a shot more bone and body there. Got a smooth built, long necked one coming out next that needs just a shot more forerib and lower body out through her flank there. Maybe just not as much bone and feature as a few cattle directly ahead of her. Then a long bodied, extended female that's going to round us out. Just needs more substance and feature. Congratulations. That was an incredible top five.
All right. Well, once again, strong class there, and
They kind of
they
teed off on that group.
they
I'd say
sure
we know
did.
who's in the front of the pack right now.
Well, lead horse. Hey, we asked and we delivered. So the text lines blew up. That heifer of Scout Locks that wins Class 47 in the Market Heifer Show is an Ain't Bluffin' out of a Loud and Heavy cow. So congratulations to Scout. That is a very, very nice effort to go ahead and win that class. Coming in now, Class 48. This will be the third and final class of our third division of Market Heifers. So coming in now, we have a peach heifer. You can see there on your screen, Skylar Van Howling, Jake Wales, Luke Knudsen, Ellie Neal is still showing. How about that?
All right.
Andrew Arkema,
Simon Thorson, Eli Nemitz, Hadley Jasteroff, Brock Bowman, Cooper Alberclean, and Madison Fry. This is class 48. This is the last class of market heifers. After this, we'll pick champion division 3, and then we will line them up and have a champion overall in our market heifer division. Whoa, we got to stir up again here. Hang on, boys.
Be a theme.
Hey, look, he did what you told him to.
He dropped the stick, got both hands on the strap.
That
and
thing's not going to give up, though.
I was going to say, nothing you can do on that.
No, he's got the cable holder. She's just a little strong-headed. That boy's a tough one, though. He's doing a good job.
100-pound range on this class, 1,000 up to 1,100.
Gotcha.
As you'd expect, last class, big stout girls.
Yes, the ones you don't want stepping on your feet.
Nope. I think we're going to get her collected. There we go.
Okay. Do you know, is there still a policy? Or is it 3 strikes, or is it just
I haven't kept up
when
with
you're
the
done,
rule
you're done?
changes. That was definitely a hard, fast rule. Not too many years ago, 3 strikes and you're out the door. But
Gotcha.
I don't know.
Gotcha. All right, well, we're getting the line back up here. We're going to get things settled down, and again, a good, big, deep class to round out our market heifer show. Good to see that.
Yes, we're going to end on a high note here. That class that we just had is going to be hard to top for the depth and excitement, but this looks to be another good one.
Yep, good from quality from top to bottom, it looks like to me.
Have you seen very many of those ain't bluffins going back?
I've seen a handful. That one's definitely the stoutest one I've seen. I've seen some more in like the bred heifer scenario type deal. Some, donor prospects and cow prospects, but that thing is, man, she was woofy, wasn't she?
She was.
I'm not sure here, getting more texts in. I think she might have had a previous success last fall at the Down for the Cause. Maybe did good in the market heifer division there Thanksgiving time.
Not hard to believe.
Nope.
You ain't bluffing me, are you?
Ah, dang, you caught me.
Definitely some unique heifers in this class as well. I don't know who that young man is that just kind of center of the class. He took her for a walk there. That one was jerk-necked and big-bodied and got a square hip I can see in her.
Yep. That's some nice heifers and kind of got some usual suspects in this class too. I know our buddy Luke Knudsen, he's always got a good market heifer.
He does.
Oop, here's a strike 2 for this young man. I'm afraid he's going to let the heifer get the best of him. You got to stay positive here.
Yeah, he's getting a little frustrated, which is easy to do, but he's going to get her selected again.
Definitely not wild, is she?
No. Not like it's the first time she's been worked with, but she just feeling a little frisky today. It happens.
Yep. So we're going to line them up. Looks like we gave him the go-ahead to take a spin. We kind of, was it 2 classes ago? I think Hogue kind of alluded to. He was getting a little frustrated. Some of the kids maybe didn't know where they were going. So, again, important point. Make sure you
know before you go.
Scout the ring out before you go in.
Know before you go. It's always good to watch a class or two.
Yeah.
But,
even if you're not a rookie, you might be a seasoned veteran, but every judge likes the ring to work a little different. So
correct.
If you know where you're supposed to go and you look like you belong there, that goes a long way. When it's time
and
to
most
make the
frustrating as a judge is when you're judging a show and the same kid comes in about the 3rd time and they still haven't quite figured it out. That's when you can get really frustrated. They look at you like, how do you want me to do it? Well, the same way we did it the other multiple times you were in here.
Last 3 times you were in here, just go ahead and do it the same way. There's a white heifer there. Ellie's got. This is a nice black heifer behind her as well.
This one coming around the corner is what I was talking about.
Yeah, she's the square-hipped one.
She's the jerk-necked, big-bellied, sowy.
Kind of the
powered up.
Little different horse of a different type of deal.
I like
the one behind her's no such. I mean, there's 5 of them in here that are nice.
That's a big hip. Yeah, it's another solid class.
This is probably the deepest class, and maybe not a.
That last class was pretty deep, but this one's going to rival it.
Yeah, I'd say in terms of bell ringers and whatnot. Did we? Oh, there she is. Heifer that's leading the charge there. It's not quite on your screen yet, but the young lady with the peach heifer there, yeah. That's an awful nice heifer. Well, good, well balanced. I don't know if she's got enough horsepower to get it done, but
She's definitely smoother her build. I don't know. She get a little restricted in her hawk movement there.
well, it's hard to tell. Some of these things are fighting to hold her a little bit. As she comes closer to us, my eyes aren't failing me. Looks like that has a Bremer show cattle tag in her ear. Big round bodied smoky heifer there.
Ellie's heifer definitely has the power and still smooth through that shoulder.
She does. Not leg hair. It's one we've seen,
Not quite.
especially on her front legs. Boy, that one you were talking about, that's a square boxy one. With the
She's a how great
freak
thou
neck.
art, according to the sheet.
I can see that.
Definitely, again, some unique parts. Maybe not perfect, but a lot of freaky parts. Judges are conferring, talking it over.
And some loud colored Shorthorn plus heifers on the other side of the ring.
Yes, there is. There's roan for you.
I like it.
White roan.
Yep.
There she goes again. So I guess now you're going to find out if your rule applies because that's 3 times.
Oh, look at Jay
Ooh,
Bradley.
Jay
He's going to
Bradley.
save the day.
He's looking pretty limber there, moving and shaking.
She knows the routine. I'm guessing with that cable halter and everything else, this is not a first time issue.
Nope, there he goes. That must still be the rule. Too bad to see that, but I'm sure he's going to take her home, keep working with her, so we don't have that again.
Yeah, give her a little attitude adjustment.
Looks like they're going to
literally and figuratively.
Start with that Bowman heifer, I believe. Here I am, heifer. Here I am to save the day. Again, just talking about complete package. She's definitely that. Really square and attractive.
That's an interesting drive there. It's going to be fun when they circle those back around if they leave them that way after you get in there and really study them.
It's like that heifer we were talking about. It's going to be, at this moment anyway, the third.
Probably
third
just
out.
compared to the 2 on either side of her, of those 5, she's probably just the most moderate and jammed up a little bit.
Yep.
Even though she's so boxy and square and bold.
Little further along maturity wise.
Yeah.
Not as much maybe future as she goes away from me. She does want to bow those rears a little bit.
Yeah.
But she's pretty striking from the side. But yeah, those first and second place heifers definitely pair up with each other well.
Yes, they do.
One in first, just a little more bone, a little more substance, or I guess what's the new thing they say? Texture.
Oh, really? That's
muscle texture. I hear that used a lot.
Yeah, see, that's some again where I think you're trying too hard. So, I mean, just as we analyze her, not that compared to the rest of them, but, bone work looks really good. Maybe foot size doesn't quite match their bone work right at the surface, but I know he talked a little bit earlier about some that were a little lighter in terms of ankle hair. He's got his hat cocked back for the first time today. I think his brain's on overdrive. Oh, we got her straightened out now. There we go.
Been working hard today.
Had to take a little refresh.
All right, we're gonna
3 steps forward, get them to the rail, and we're going to line up this last class of market heifers. I think there's some variation again in this class 2, 3, and 4, and even class number 5, but I don't know. That first place one's pretty salty.
Really complete. Love that turn she has to her stifle from the profile, square hip, smooth back. Heifer in second is really sharp fronted.
Maybe just not the substance on the bottom side of her
Not quite as square and
skeleton
wide.
and underpinning, and
Not
even
yep.
just her foot size and bone work.
Yep,
Maybe just
definitely at the ground.
not frail, but not as beefy and bulky as those ones on right in front of her, right behind her.
That third heifer we talked about, just really extreme in a few ways, but not quite the complete package.
Say Ellie's white heifer, she's more of the true state fair market heifer, where this stage of the game, not overpowering, but the one you just want to feed on and
Yep.
watch her develop. How many times have we seen it? The ones that dominate here this weekend that are so powerful and so stout, it's hard to keep them together
Hard to
at
keep
the
them
end.
fresh.
No, that thing's nice. Exhibitor 150 there going across your screen in the purple shirt. That is Brock Bowman. Right behind him
shows sheep too.
is Simon Thorson. Next there in the third hole at the moment is Eli Nemitz. And here's Ellie Neal with her white heifer. Gonna give these guys a second once over. Watch them get out and move with a little more room in front of them to see how they meet the surface and move comfortably.
Suppose that one Ellie's showing will be out in the pasture in Fairbanks someday. Or?
She'll probably have some high dollar steers for sale out of her down the road.
Looks like she'd make some nice ones. Ellie showed, was it Ellie or Cole showed the colored heifer from Burt years ago?
Oh, that was cool. Yeah.
That's cool. Let's see, that was when they were just starting their showing career.
I sure think a great way to finish our market heifer show out here with some quality at the top end of this particular class. And our class winner, when you start at the ground in terms of feature, substance, and, a female that looks like she's got the terminal incentives in terms of spread, width, and body, I think that's a heifer that best suits us out here in terms of her strength, substance, and just a really, really powerful build. And I think she gets in motion. I think she handles herself very, very acceptable out here, in my opinion. Heifer in second, I like a lot of things about in the front 2/3, attractive, good in terms of her angle up front, good in terms of her the way her knee sets in her front end. I think you get on top of her, and I like her shape. My biggest challenge is when you step away from the cattle, she'll be a little hard in her flank line relative to our class winner. Her pin set and ankle are not as dimensional, not as square, and not as powerful as what our class winner is. That's the better looking, better built one up front than the heifer is in three. This heifer in third is moderate and extra wide and opened up. I think the base of her shoulder will separate from the rib cage just a shade more. She goes away from you just a little more rolled out in her left hind than what either one of those top two do. I like the white one's basic kind and utility, and I mean this thing, her pieces are good and her parts are good. When I step back, and I don't know if it's a texture to her hair, I don't think she transitions from one region of her body to the next as comfortably. I don't think that extras in terms of the wow factor that I do in those initial three. Big guy rolling around here. I like this heifer's presentation, like this heifer down her top line. She runs out of foot and foundation relative to those quality cattle above her, just a little rounder in her rump. Black and white one, a big, pretty extended one, just a nickel flat, nickel racy relative to the cattle that above her in class, but I like that look and I like that build. Here's a real tight-haired one that you study through. I like this one's genuine build. I like her hip, a true heifer down her top line. Obviously, in terms of not having the density of hair out here, looks just a little finer featured. I'd like to fix her head, just a little plainer headed kind of cattle. Black and white one coming next, big and pretty relative to her frame size. I think she needs more muscle. She's sounder than the black and white one come next. Good bodied, stout, powerful one here, just a little tight in her ankle. And to me, the roundest, most vertical cattle on both ends closes this class. You love her shape. You love her muscularity and power. Just in she gets in motion a little too vertical for us out here today. Great way to finish a nice market heifer class.
Well, there you have it.
Yes,
As
sir. Great
talked
way to
about
finish.
that top pair, just ultimately second place wasn't as wide and square.
Yep.
Just like we saw from the table.
That's right. Just to follow up on a comment right there before the judge cut in on us, Cole's heifer was Alice. Remember that? That's
Alice, yes.
Yeah. Alice,
She
Alice.
was
Where
fun.
the heck is
You remember where
Alice?
she came from?
Yeah, that was our good friend Kelly Birch,
The
Casper,
Birch
Wyoming.
Ranch. Used to make several trips out to Casper.
You betcha. Okay, here we go. Division 3, ladies and gentlemen. Market heifers entering the ring. Black baldy heifer shown by Weston Long out of class 46. Out of class 47, Brockle face heifer. We talked about Scout Luck, and the heifer ones class 48 just left the ring. Brock Bowman.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Obviously, all three of these heifers are nice. We talked probably more at length about that heifer in the middle, but that heifer that just took the last class was very popular as well, high quality.
Absolutely. I'm not even going to throw the towel in on the baldy out of class 1, honestly.
Yep, she's pretty good.
I think this probably division's closer maybe to me than the one previous. I think the heifer that wins Division 2 is kind of sore thumb type of deal, but
Non-negotiable.
non-negotiable. That's what I meant to say.
No, all three of these are good. I don't know, does the heifer out of the first class last longer than the one out of the second class? Just predicting
Well,
future.
she's definitely a little fresher up front, a little more youthful about her head, neck, and shoulder design. And I ain't bluffing. Young man does a good job getting the stick on her there. You can see baldy heifer coming into your screen. You can just see the like on that one, just the power and the substance. I mean, it probably doesn't even translate as well in the video as it does in person. She's just overpowering in terms of what she brings to the table.
She is.
That angle there that you see on the TV actually kind of helps her a little bit, kind of hides a little
Yep.
bit of the front third
Yep.
of her.
Gives you the good view. Sometimes a bluff wins, and sometimes a bluff.
Oh, this
gets
heifer
called.
on the Shorthorn side's
Is that what's going on? I was trying to
causing
figure out where
bluff.
the noise was coming from. There it
Yeah.
is.
Cowboy's doing a good job keeping her under control. Looks like the halter might have slipped a little and it's kind of on the wrong part of her nose. Anywho, so we're getting ready to pick our champion Division 3 market heifer here. After this tough decision, we'll bring our Division 1, 2, and 3 winners back in. We'll have a champion market heifer for the day, and we can reflect on our day and enjoy another cocktail maybe.
That's right.
You can go swimming.
Swimming. I might have to watch a little bit of my Iowa State Cyclones. I'm not giving up on them. I'm still planning on Final Four trip.
That'd be good.
Last year we talked about the team a little. Pretty excited this year is another level.
So as we line these heifers up, got the second places in behind them now. Not to take anything away from them, I guess. How do you see things breaking down?
I'm not sure what these guys are going to do. I honestly think you could go with any one of these three and talk it out and make yourself be right and reason it. But I think in today, just the way they stand in front of us, they're probably going to go with that middle heifer. But I'm not against your white-legged heifer up here on the front. I think I wouldn't mind taking her home.
Yeah.
Obviously, I like the all-black heifer as well.
Yeah. The black heifer's probably the sharpest and trendiest. The other
I don't
two,
know if her.
I think,
I mean, getting nitpicky, I'm not sure if her structure will
yeah,
hold as long.
I think she's getting tired. That was a long class. She's wanting to fight the halter now and not getting out and going and driving off her hind leg like she really needs to.
And I know a lot of people are going to pick the middle heifer to win today, but if I'm going to take him home and for the future, I might take that first one.
Here's what I say. If you don't use the Baraka face like class 2 to win, if that's not your type, it's hard to put a reserve, isn't it?
It is. She's kind of that
all or nothing.
All or nothing, exactly. What was that first heifer out of?
I believe she's a Here I Am. Yeah, got a Here I Am, then the Ain't Bluffing, and then another Here I Am.
It's hard not to bet on the Here I Am for the future. Not that there's anything wrong with bluffing every once in a while.
Well, that's how you make your big bucks, is bluffing, isn't it?
Get them to fold those cards.
When she plops together, that middle one's pretty ideal.
Yep, she'll be hard to beat today, no doubt about it. They talked about her in class with her angles being so good, and it's so
Right.
true as she gets, just studying her from the ground up there with the angles from her shoulder to her knee.
It's a different thing, but again, it's the same thing. I think if you and I'm just talking, I'm not saying anything right, wrong, or different, but if you have a steer that's built like that through his midsection, his midrib, that's that deep and soft middled, don't you think that takes away from him a little bit? I mean,
Yeah,
that's not an attractive trait in the
not a steer.
steering.
Nope, nope. I agree.
I think they're all getting a little tired. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting closer. We're winding down some comments across the ring on our appendix shorthorns. Excuse me, shorthorn plus
Shorthorn
heifers.
plus.
So as long as Jay Bradley Hook doesn't interrupt us, we're gonna let our steer judges jump in here, tell you what they think about Division 3 market heifer lineup, and then shortly after that, we will pick our grand champion market heifer at the 2025 Iowa Beef Expo here in the Jacobson Arena. Again, appreciate the sponsorship from excuse me, from Vermeer and everybody else associated with getting this show again over here to the Jacobson Center, because it's awfully nice venue, especially with the weather the way it is.
Here we go.
Really a good division over here on our market heifer side, and I think an incredible set of cattle, regardless of setting. I think each and every one of these class winners and seconds represents high quality stock. We started out with a kind of stocking-legged, white face, white-tailed heifer, and one that kind of sets the tone there in terms of just quality, freshness, and an attractive kind of cattle with the right shape, right body dimension, and substance. Hogue picked on her there in class, and it holds true here in division. We'd like to square up there, hip hock to ground ever so slightly. On our front line, she's maybe not just as stout in terms of her true foot size and ankle, and then probably what really gets her in this scenario, she's just got to be a shot softer and have a little bit more give there to her rear ankle and rear step as she goes. But talk about a high quality, highly presented, very, very good kind of female there to win that first class. Young lady's second was a sharp line heifer, just got a shot tight there in her back when we set them into motion. Then we got into that second class, and they were about 5 deep. I thought a really, really good set of market heifers in that particular class. The Brockwell heifer that won, and man, we talked about her, and these things hold true in this particular drive. Maybe as good a one in terms of her true build off of both ends of her skeletons, her true foot shape, the way she gets out and goes is just absolutely impeccable. And then to be that good built and just have as much true body mass, spread, and width as she does while still staying square within her body is uniquely impressive. I think that heifer gives you an extremely good look, maybe just not as fresh haired there and just not as fresh on the top side of her neck as maybe a few others, but one that I would never say is bad there in any regard. She's a high quality looking female. That I really, really, really like a lot. The white heifer there that was second in that particular class, man, what a killer hind leg. That thing's hip and hind leg is awfully good. She's fresh. She's right there in terms of her condition. Maybe not just as bulky and stout as a few other cattle, but I love that thing's just build and her silhouette are absolutely timeless. Then we got into that third class, and I think one that just really, really screams market heifer in terms of her stoutness. She is opened up out of the backside of her blade. She's as big in her upper pin and stifle as any of these things. Then she goes to the ground with a lot of stoutness. That heifer's still got the right kind of balance. She's maybe as fresh haired as any of these things out here, and I really, really commend the folks that got that one ready. Awfully highly presented kind of female. Set the cattle into motion, and she's maybe just not as right there in terms of her shoulder, knee down through her front foot as maybe one other cattle, but I still think everything's acceptable. Maybe just not as Kitty Cat is another one. The heifer that was there on the second in that third class, I don't know if there's one out here that's as ladylike and fresh in terms of their head and neck as that one. Really good in terms of her shape and her lines. Maybe just ran out of foundation. With that being said, our favorite's the young lady here out of class 2. Our second favorite will be the young man out of class 3. Congratulations to all these young people. Let's give them a big hand.
All right, so no surprises there. Ones that are just tough to get around today. And you heard the comments, no bluffing there.
That's right. Congratulations, Scout Lock, with that baldy heifer out of Class 2 is going to win, and Class 3, Brock Bowman will be reserved Division 3 market heifer. So we're going to take a second here and send them out the ring, re-rack them, send our Division 1, 2, and 3 heifers back to the champion lineup, and we will pick a champion market heifer. So, as we said, if you like the baldy Brockle, probably going to grab her and run with her.
Yep,
I think they felt pretty confident in that division.
I think so.
That's the one they needed to use.
Probably going to ride her to the end, I would imagine. I guess we'll find out.
It's going to be tough to beat. Division 1 winner heading the ring right now is Kendra Robinson. Right behind her, the young lady there in the white sweater vest is Jackson Allen. I don't think I did that right, actually. Is that the right name? Maybe it is. I'll have to look at the number. Thought I wrote it down properly. Division 2 champion. Oh, yeah, there we go. Weight Gall. Excuse me. Yeah, that's your Division 2 champion, not our reserve. Weight Gall. And then out of our third division is, of course, Scout Lock. Reserve in Division 1 is Jackson Allen. Reserve in Division 2, the Smoky Heifer of Aubrey Wallace. And reserve in Division 3, Simon Thorson with the heifer out of the very last class. So there's your grand and reserves out of Division 1, 2, and 3.
Very impressive.
Very impressive.
These heifers all have a lot of look and good build, but of course have something to them as well. I think your heifers out here all pretty similar. Division 2 and Division 3 match up awfully well.
That's the logical for me. I think, as you said, before they come in, it's going to be tough to beat that Brockle face. And if you like her, you're going to have to like the one out of Division 2, follow her up. But that's not to say Division 3 reserve. They talked about just being a true market effort prospect and build and with the structure, muscle shape. Sure loved her.
As we come to the close of our market heifer division, been a great day on the market side of things for Caleb and I. We've really enjoyed our time with you. Would sure like to thank the junior board members that selected us to come judge your market side of the Iowa Beef Expo. Obviously, the Iowa Beef Expo wouldn't be the same without Brad Hook at the MC and microphoning, doing the microphone work. The entire folks that put this together. And Brad has mentioned a couple times it doesn't take long to figure out the venue change. Probably costs just a little more money than the Coliseum down the way. And so would sure like to reiterate all the sponsors. Vermeer has been a key sponsor the way it looks in the ring here. And all of those breeders that have supported this event. Couldn't do it without the money that it takes to get the state fairgrounds rented and get everything put together. So we're looking forward to a wicked crossbred show tomorrow. I know the LaFrey boys have had quite a few more cattle to work through today than we have. I thought we worked at a comfortable pace. We took time when we needed to. If it wasn't close, in our opinion, we didn't probably take much time. And so, with that stated, been a great market heifer division. I like to talk about these things as market heifers, but I like really just to think about what these cattle will look like on the bottom sides of some progressive pedigrees of steers in the future. Been tremendous. Our light, middle, and heavies. They look like they fit their weight. Been a great day. But I think pretty logically for us, we're going to keep the pair of heavyweights together. Broncos champion, young man that's reserved D3 is going to be reserved. Let's give all 6 junior members a great round of applause on a job well done.
All right, so they kept the big group together there.
They kept the big ones together. It's I shouldn't be amazed, but it's always I want to say amazing to me, shocking, whatever. It doesn't really matter. But, at the Beef Expo, at the State Fair, it doesn't matter. Anytime we get a judge that's from out of state, and as you alluded to before we started the market efforts, not all states in the union have this, and uh, excuse me, aren't necessarily accustomed to market efforts like we've been here since the mid 80s.
Comes back to this.
But it just keeps
Here, we don't just make equipment. Our people make hay and raise cattle too. The needs of hay producers and ranchers change over time, but our standards will never waver. Because it's not just business, it's personal. And now, our lineup is even stronger.
Trade somewhere along the line and can't help their minds from running through what they could do as potential producers down the road. Not that that's right, wrong, or different. It's just
it's interesting.
It's funny to me that every time we have a judge come in from very far out of state, that's always what we gravitate back towards.
It's like it's painful for them to talk about putting them into the food chain, as they mentioned a couple times there.
The protein,
understandable.
No, I get that, and it's a natural probably concept if you're not used to it, but it's just I think it's something we take for granted because we grew up with it, and we just expected them to always look like steers or try to get them to look as close to a steer as we could, and then guys kind of try to add some maternal traits to them. So anyway, it is what it is. This is my
interesting
my take.
Perspective. As nice as the judge pointed out, our sponsors. They just ran an ad on the screen there for Vermeer, our premium sponsor of the Beef Expo. And again, thanks to everyone that helps put this together.
Yeah, no, it
supports the.
Been a great day here. I tried to take some notes. We'll see how accurate it was. But before they shut us off here, we'll just kind of recap things for you if you weren't here for the whole entire show. Started off the day we were showing, as we talked about, in reverse alphabetical order. Started off with the Simmental steers and 4 classes there, and our champion was exhibited by Addison Brueggemann. She had a Here I Am steer that was really nice calf and kind of surfaced in there in the Simmental division. Next, we jump to the Shorthorns, just 2 classes there, but Olivia Vonachine, she had a redemption calf, and he ended up go ahead and winning the Shorthorn division. Then we got into your favorite class, the Appendix Shorthorns.
Shorthorn Plus.
There you go, Shorthorn Plus. In that division, we had, see here, there's where my note taking's going to struggle. Was that, I think that was that the outsider that won that one? I think it was that class 3.
Outsider.
Emma Wason with the DJS outsider goes ahead and wins the Shorthorn Plus division.
Okay, and then we skip to the Mini Herefords.
Yeah, Mini Herefords and the champion Mini Hereford. That was the one that we
had his name wrong.
Yeah, falsely accused him of being a good burger. And McKenna Hubden did not like that. So anyway, congratulations.
Rocky was his name.
Yes, Rocky, the champion Mini Hereford. Congratulations to her.
Then we rolled into the mains.
Yes, and that was where
that was a good one.
As he Mark just alluded to, maybe slowed down a little bit where they needed to, and found some good, worked through some really tough classes. Ultimately, at the end of the day, first and second, as you said, out of that heavyweight class of mains, Claire Shanks and Stella Amthauer go ahead and win the mains champion reserve out of the heavyweight class. Just one limousine there, but Julianne Demmer, she had that nice jump start calf that sure could have stood some more competition. She wins the limousines. The champion Hereford is Colton Davison. And then we
got into the keys.
Jumped back into the
division.
Yeah, back on the NASCAR track with the keys. And here I got to do my notes. Did I take things down properly? We might have to rely on our.
The champion was the Hammer. I know that.
Yeah, the Hammer. Rogers calf. Shay Rogers, class 32. Here I am, exhibited by Shay Rogers. Really, really nice.
And they went to that big.
Carly Kinsel out of class 33 is reserve. Good memory there. And then we go to the Charlets again, just 4 classes there, but that was probably as consistent as the drive as we've seen. A lot of good ones there. And ends up using the class 2 winner, Jack Ireland, with that white calf, and then followed down with the calf that you kept having, the I-42, the lighter weight calf of Tyler Conovers to be reserved Charlotte. 2 good steers in the business breed.
The business breed.
The good times.
Both out of good times.
Yeah, champion in reserve. Congratulations to Hadley Brown there with the champion. And then we got into our market efforts that we just saw here. Champion Division 1 was Kendra Robinson. Champion Division 2 was weight gall, and then we got into our Division 3. Our champion was exhibited by Scout Lock again with the Brockleface heifer and reserve Brock Bowman. They kept those two heavyweights together. What's your take? I know we had some really good steers. Where do you, of those market efforts, how do you see them playing in maybe the top 5 tomorrow at the end of the day?
I think there's a chance that the champion market effort could get in the top 5. I wouldn't put a lot of stock into it quite yet. Obviously, we have a lot we need to see tomorrow. I did mention during the keys, whoever wins this could win the whole show. I'm still going to hold to that.
Yep,
I
agree
don't know
with you.
what's coming tomorrow.
Right.
I'm just saying the key could win the show.
Yeah. Well, when you drop terminology like he did, I mean that's, you know, it's going to be a good show. I agree with you, and I think the top 5, obviously the crossbreds are always tough, and it'll be fun to work through them. But we got some really good breed cattle today that are going to be well represented tomorrow, and even from day to day. I remember last year, some of the cattle that we were maybe high on day 1 didn't look as good, or even some of the cattle that
Yeah,
got
sometimes
through
it goes
really,
the other way.
yeah,
That,
maybe they don't overnight quite as well or whatever. So anyway, it's a lot of fun to be here and work
yeah.
through day 1. Looking forward to day 2. So you get your coffee brewed up, and we'll be
Yep.
back at her bright and early in the morning.
Sounds good. Appreciate everything, and we look forward to tomorrow, 8 a.m., same place.
Bright and early. We'll be here with bells on.
All right.
Thanks, everybody, for listening.
Have a great
Appreciate
night, everybody.
the interaction with everybody as well. So.
Thing we've ever done comes back to this. Here, we don't just make equipment. Our people make hay and raise cattle too. The needs of hay producers and ranchers change over time, but our standards will never waver. Because it's not just business, it's personal. And now, our lineup is even stronger.